They didn't know, Kev. They only saw Eugene, CJ and Dongalord hiding behind the house, waiting patiently. If that 4005 could blow up Rainbow in one shot.
Oh, great trades coming forward, though, from the Bulldogs. You can see how much HP has been bled out, and now Madhouse can come into the equation.
JS now one shot away from getting rid of Boomoff. What a tracking shot. And now they'll be able to continue this train rolling. Just look at all these tanks coming around the corner. Time to find out how this is going to work out for Panthers, because they need to start putting some of that damage back onto speed. Oh my word. Inevitably, Knight dies to 2 Batchat. That's just the given. But it's a question of how much damage comes through. Oh, never mind. It's just 1 Batchat now. Great shot. He's the one that's being more mobile. He's the one that's trying to look for this engagement.
Yes.
He hits the shot.
Hello, it's another lovely Friday here, and it means it is Tanks time. ANZPL Season 3, Week 5. Kev, every week we say it's getting closer to the end of regular season. It's getting closer to finals. Last week, we hit that halfway mark of the regular season, and I think we can both agree we did it in style every week. We kind of hype up anything is possible. Any team can win. And last week was the week of upsets.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely shaking up the jar, so to speak. I mean, looking at our predictions, even if my predictions were a bit silly and they were inaccurate, I think the testimony is none of us got more than 2 correct. So I think that is a huge upset for the week, considering we're starting to get some of the favorites, started some of the weaker teams. Obviously, is that still going to be the case for week 5? Well, week 5, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you may notice that we're missing one this week. I do have a statement in relation to Elfish Guy. Unfortunately, Elfish Guy is a jerk and will no longer be working with him on ANZPL. So going forward, it's just going to be me. Hang on. No, that's incorrect. He's just away this week. And unfortunately, you're stuck with me and you, Kev. But we'll soldier on. And I'm sure apparently he will be back next week. So, okay, sorry, that was wrong. That must be for another show that he's cancelled. Anyway, let's ignore Elfish Guy for the week until he gets his predictions wrong, Kev. And let's go take a look at those results from last week that we said it was a bit of a wild ride. And I must admit, I kind of enjoyed it. I don't always enjoy getting my predictions wrong, but you look at this, Matildas 3-1, the Conquerors over the Bulldogs. That's a huge one, 3-1. Both, I think the Archers and the Bulldogs were like 1 and 2 on the ladder last week. And then Skorpions, we said that was going to be a close one with the Action X, and it certainly wasn't. And the only one I think that maybe wasn't a surprise was the final 4-0 for the Sentinels over the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, just quickly touching, obviously, starting with the first couple of results. Obviously, Matildas have been lacking in a bit of form when we thought the Archers stock was rising. And that was a really close match. So was the Conquerors as well as Bulldogs. So Bulldogs definitely a huge upset over there. Let's see if Conquerors can continue that momentum forward. I believed it a little bit too much maybe in the Adelaide Action X train. But the Skorpions obviously proving their goods, their worth. And Sentinels and Panthers, that was an interesting series. It was like one-sided, but also not one-sided at the same time. I remember back to Tundra.
Yeah.
That was definitely like the score looking 4-0 make. It looks like the Sentinels were dominating, but Tundra and that entire series was a fantastic watch.
It was a good game, and it felt like the Panthers had kind of stepped up. And we talk about this sometimes where if you look at the results from weeks past and you see what, that 4-0 on the scoreboard and you go, well, yeah, as expected, the Sentinels took down the Panthers, but it really doesn't indicate, the feeling that when you know that the Sentinels have won the last 2 seasons and the Panthers have been sitting down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, to see the Panthers still be able to step up and, challenge the Sentinels last week, I think was great to see. So I'm keen to see how the rest of the season plays out. 3 weeks of regular season matches to go. And if we go and take a look at our leaderboard, Kev, I think maybe this will tell the story a little bit more just how close this season is.
Yeah, I mean, even though we've taken out the draws, the 2-2s, and you can draw and get a single point, we've added the tiebreakers obviously in, it's still so close between some of these top teams where we thought it'd be a little bit clearer, honestly, by now, Ben. It's week 5. We would have thought there'd be an outright favourite and there'd be a couple of teams that we'd be saying probably goodbye and saying that they'd be getting the wooden spoon. But look, there's only 6 points difference. That's only 2 victories, and all of a sudden, you could be making your way to the finals. It's not over and done just yet.
Yeah, definitely not over and done. Particularly when you say, hey, it's 6 points. It's 4 points to top four from the bottom of the leaderboard. Everyone on the leaderboard now, which is great to see. And I think we kind of got to the end of last week or midway through last week, and we're like, look, the Conquerors, they don't have a win. They're going up against the Bulldogs. They're probably not going to get points on the board. And all of a sudden, they come around with a victory, and the Skorpions go from being that team where we were like, are Skorpions maybe underperforming? And all of a sudden, they're up there in that clear first place with 3 wins. So it's great to see the change to the leaderboard as a result of last week. And it's great to know a bit over halfway through the season, competition is alive and well. And everyone still does have a shot. When you see the top team going down to a team from the bottom of the ladder, that there are still perhaps some upsets in store for us for the rest of the season. So let's go and take a look at some of our players now. Our Alienware MVP leaderboard. Sitting up the top of that one is AVP yet again, Kev. I don't know if that's 2 weeks in a row or 3 weeks in a row, but certainly for the Bulldogs, AVP looking pretty strong.
Yeah, always. I feel like we talk about AVP quite a bit, but I'll just summarize what you said last week, and I'll continue this theme. He's a fantastic player in the sense that he plays a role. He's normally in the Super Conk or the Kronwagen or even at E3. He loves his tank destroyers. AVP does, and he just makes sure he does his job. So maybe he gets a little bit too overzealous sometimes. It overpeaks and might bleed a little bit too much, but otherwise, he's a fantastic kind of player to have for the Bulldogs when you already have so many stars on that team. You just need a player that can gel it all together. AVP is that guy for them, obviously.
Yeah, and you can see that in that assist damage dealt. We spoke about this last week. I'll keep speaking of it, more than double what the next person in the leaderboard has, and that's certainly helping with his damage plus assist score there that you can see is we're using to rank the Alienware MVP leaderboard. Now, to reiterate, I think at the end of the season, Alienware are giving away an X15 laptop to the top player here. So this is definitely something that you want to win. AVP sitting up the top, even if the Bulldogs don't win at the end of the season. Kev, if he's at the top of the Alienware MVP leaderboard, I think he's going to be pretty happy about that one. Let's head across now to our Alienware Sharp Shooters. This one, we're giving away an Alienware 27-inch monitor. So this is pretty good. Tracks, though, up the top, Bales close behind. And the thing I love to see here, Kev, is the fact that there's 5 players from 5 different teams.
Yeah, and this is starting to get really tight now. We were always talking about how it was around 90% beforehand, which is a fantastic pen rate. But you look at the difference even between some of these guys. It is just 1%. 1.2% difference between number 5 and number 1, and it can just change week after week. You got to look at some of the tanks that these guys are playing as well. They're not the easiest tanks to be penning shots in. You look at Bales, he normally plays a bat chat. Rush normally plays a bat chat. Wymo normally plays either like a VZ or even an IS7. They don't have the highest pen. So this is some fantastic work for some of these individuals, obviously helping their team to some crucial victories.
Yeah, you can see it there. You mentioned it, Kev, that the actual percentage difference between 5th and 1st, there's not much in it, right? There's not much in it at all, a bit over 1%. So very, very close, hotly contested. We'll see how this one plays out across the rest of the season. And now we can go and take a look at our Alienware All-Stars, the third of our Alienware leaderboards. And this is an Alienware All-Stars for the moment. Russian, Bales, Dark, Speed, and Tracks. And I'm going to be honest, Kev, I find it hard to disagree with this list.
Yeah, I mean, Russian has been performing exceptionally this season. I would argue, obviously, alongside with the rest of the Skorpions, definitely one of the players that has stepped it up big time in terms of everything. Bales, we know, is a consistent performer. Dark, even though I love trashing on him a couple of times, he definitely does put in the numbers for the Bulldogs at the end of the day, playing some of those carry tanks. Speed's been that obviously consistent damage dealer from the Sentinels. And Tracks, I mean, we've already seen him on one of the leaderboards. These are the same names we've seen on the leaderboard time and time again. And there's a reason why, Ben, because they're the ones that are outperforming on their team, which is already could be full of stars and is full of stars.
Yeah, there's certainly some of those the top players, right? I don't think you could probably pick them all. I imagine as well when you're talking about stars for your fantasy league team, but they're all stepping up, and it's good to see that it's not one team dominating. It is, a key player from each. I'd assume these are our top 5 teams. I'd have to recall where are the Action X in 6th, right? So these essentially one player from the top 5 teams sit in the top 5 places of our Alienware All-Stars leaderboard. Thank you very much to Alienware, who was supporting us all season long. ! Alienware in chat if you want to find out more. And, if we hopefully we'll make our way to Fortress, Kev, again soon. Check out the Alienware Arena there as well. So a good opportunity, and it's great to have them on board for this season of ANZ PL. So our FPL team of the week. And there's been a bit of a shake-up to FPL this week. Also, sometimes I kind of leave my last week's predictions in if I think I did a pretty good job. But we also had that star shake-up this week, the re-ranking, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, some players getting some more stars, some players getting some stars lost. So I do believe, I think the 1-star meme is that Darcy has been promoted to 2 stars. So he's forever not a mercy pick or like a feels bad pick. Phantom Sweet, who got Amaracked in the E100, immediately got downgraded. Obviously, that was a bit of a clip last week on Himmelsdorf. Interesting to note that JS on the team of the week, no one picked him. That's a bit of a JS moment. Yeah, that's a bit of a JS moment. I'm sorry, JS. He didn't even pick himself, so he only has himself to blame. If he can't back himself... Right?
If you don't back yourself, why am I going to back you, JS? That's what I want to know. Why am I supporting if you can't support you? Pick yourself up by the bootstraps and pick yourself on a team. Maybe even make a second account and pick yourself twice. That's all. Like, it's not much to ask, but he is in the team of the week, and no one has him. So... questions about whether he's going to be in some teams this week or not. I certainly changed up my team. I was expecting Madhouse to get dropped down to 2 stars. Maybe I would have kept him if he'd been dropped down to 2 stars, but I think he's still on 4. So I've dropped him from my fantasy league team this week. Expect him to perform miracles. Kev, that's normally how it works when we drop people from our teams, right? They play very well. So, Madhouse to perform well this week. But that's our team of the week. A lot of stars there. Certainly you couldn't pick them all if you wanted to. But if you didn't change your team for this week, bad luck, because the stars have changed it up. That's for sure. So that brings us through to our week 5 matches. As I said, we're over the halfway mark for the regular season, very much getting to the pointy end of the year. And these games are getting more and more important each and every week. To start things off, it's going to be the Christchurch Conquerors up against the Melbourne Matildas. Now, if we'd looked at this matchup a couple of weeks ago, maybe before the start of last week, I'm not sure, which side we would have gone with. Probably would have been sitting on the side of maybe. Look, you say the Matildas, but I would have said maybe it's going to be close. But I don't know. Matildas performed pretty well this week, and we can touch on it, I think, shortly in our cast predictions, Kev. But the thing for me is we look through these 4 matches tonight is that I think that anything is possible. Any of these teams are capable of winning, and we saw that last week. The Action X and the Archers, I think, could be a close one. The Sentinels and the Skorpions, that's, I love to say that is going to be a rip snorter. That's going to be a great game. It's the Sydney Derby, bit of a storm here today in Sydney. Hopefully no one's been washed away. No one's been hit by that tornado or anything like that. But I think that has potential to be a very, very good game. And then the Bulldogs up against the Panthers. We saw the Panthers play well last week. We saw the Bulldogs in the bin last week. A game we thought they had no possible way to lose, Kev. So for me, I think this is a very exciting week of matches.
For sure. I think he'll be I think the first matchup is going to be very determinant of whether or not, we say the Bulldogs didn't deserve to lose, or they didn't really take that series properly, or if the Conquerors are playing a little bit better. I think the first one is going to be very important to dictate the terms, because I think that was a huge upset from last week. Everything else was like a miniature upset per se, in between like the Archers as well as the Matildas, obviously from last week. That was a bit of a mini upset.
Yeah.
But I think this is going to be a case if the Conquerors can go on the front foot, show themselves to be really performing against a team in the Matildas, which we know are quite solid, then obviously that's going to raise our estimation of where the Conquerors are going to be sitting towards the latter half of the season. And all of a sudden, that upset may not have the same magnitude as we're seeing this team improve.
Yeah, and that's the thing I'm waiting to see. How does tonight play out? How does last week's results impact this week? Our team's now taking games perhaps more seriously when they thought they could get away with maybe not doing as much work. I'm not sure, but by the time we get to the end of the night, we'll have a pretty good idea where everyone is at. Let's go take a look before we get into the first match, our cast of predictions. We do have Fish Guy's predictions in here. They look very similar to my predictions. I can confirm that I got my predictions in first, and then 2 minutes later, Elfish Guy came in and copied exactly what I'd written, Kev. Good to see you with something slightly different, at least.
Yeah, I mean, probably the most outside picks. I honestly think I've gone with the underdog picks over here. I think the Skorpions are definitely in some red hot form touching on there, because I know JT is going to be like, here we go again. Graf picks the Sentinel, he just doesn't pick the Skorpion. She just hates
It's true.
me.
That's exactly what he sounds like. Yeah.
But like, this is actually what I'm going with the underdog. I think the Skorpions are favored to win that, but the Sentinels do, I believe, have the head-to-head of the mental advantage over the Skorpions, just even a little bit, because we're looking at those series with the Skorpions up 3-0 last year. You just got to give it to the Sentinels when it comes to these clutch times that they should be able to pull out the goods. Obviously, have to wait and see. And obviously, Adelaide Action X as well as Archers, definitely still the underdogs, but I've got to back my boys over there as well. They didn't reward me last time. If they fail me again, I might have to think about my decision to back them, because they might have to be put firmly in the bin.
Look, the only person I know in the bins for sure is Elfish Guy, because he copied me. He's supposed to know more, but he's got the same result. So even if he wins tonight, he loses as far as I'm concerned. All right, pre-show done and dusted. Let's have a chat about the first matchup of the night. The Christchurch Conquerors up against the Melbourne Matildas. Kev, the Conquerors had a bit of a rough start to the season. I think they played some rough games. However, if they want to bring it back, they need to continue their form from the last couple of weeks. They need to find a win here against the Matildas.
I think the big part of this really has been critical. He stepped up in massive form recently for the Conquerors, individually playing fantastic. You know, you've got lots of experience on this roster between Slayer and Tuck as well. Look, these guys may not be the strongest in terms of superstar lineups and everything, but as long as you've got the sum of the parts, that's when you can cause the upset.
Yeah, and last week, the Matildas, I kind of feel like, they showed us something, to be honest. And I'm still, every week, I'm on the fence with this Melbourne Matildas team. That sometimes they are in fine form, sometimes they're in the bin. And I know that you could say that's every team every week. But the Matildas really is the team where I'm like, they could win the final, but also they might end up coming sixth.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also, you have to look at the series as well that they've been playing. They've been playing against some tough opposition.
Yeah.
They've actually been playing quite well in those series. Like, even you look at the ones where you go, maybe they're underperforming. They're still versing teams like Skorpions where they're losing 1-3. It's sort of it's not a shabby shot to be losing against the Skorpions, which we know have been playing quite well this season. So obviously, they still want to secure themselves. They don't really want to be just knocked out of group stages after having a fantastic performance last season.
Yeah, and that's what you're looking for, right? You want to try and perform a little bit better each and every season, just like 2+2, who was in my fantasy league team. I think he got a star rise, and now he's out. So sorry, 2+2, but congrats on getting promoted when it comes to stars. The big matchup for this week, Buff Hand Star up against Merry Turnip Day. A lot more matches there for Merry, Kev.
Yeah, Mary, always that player you just kind of put into a super heavy or an anchor tank and always does decently well. I wouldn't say he's like one of the players I'd instantly think. If you ask me to pick a fantasy league team, sorry to say this, Turnip or Buff Hamster, wouldn't pick either of these two. I'd probably pick someone else. But definitely they need to be key contributors, especially if Buff is being played as well. I know that he's a solid individual. He needs to make sure he doesn't pull off the same game as he did in Prokhorovka where he misses the reset. So definitely not ideal, because then you go down against a team like the Panthers.
Look, I think this is going to be a full team performance required tonight for either of these sides to make their way through. A very important match for both. The last piece of the puzzle are our maps. Ghost Town is the pick by the Conquerors. Cliff is the pick for the Matildas. And for all of this week, Tundra, the new map into the map pool for Season 3, will be our tiebreaker should we need it. I've actually really enjoyed the matches on Tundra so far this season, so I'm hoping to see 1 or 2 tiebreakers tonight. But I think Ghost Town's really going to set the tempo for this game. The Matildas have an opportunity. I think we've all picked the Matildas going in, as this is the team, that I expect to come out on top tonight. But for the Conquerors to sort of shake things up and show us that, they are a contender for top 4 this season, and we shouldn't count them out. I'm going to be expecting to see them come out here on Ghost Town and, start the night off on the right foot.
Yeah, and they were able to obviously take I believe it was the 2-0 on Ghost Town actually over the Bulldogs last week. So that's going to be instrumental if they can actually complete the 2-0. We saw what kind of heading that it kind of left them in going into the rest of the series.
Yeah.
So on their own map pick, had to be really strong in Ghost Town here.
Let's roll on out. The Conquerors up against the Matildas. The Conquerors are the home team, so they get their first map pick first. They get to go first on their choice of map. Is probably a better way to say it. And they'll be starting off on the defensive side. Everything in their favour. Conquerors rolling out here with 2 Super Conks, a Bat Chat E100 and a 113. What do you think of the Matildas in their lineup, Kev?
Oh, you've got obviously the Bat Chats on the extremity. They should be able to obviously outplay Bluey if both of them group up together. But otherwise, it's your pretty stock standard take so far of Ghost Town. I think we've seen this plenty of times right now, where you get your super heavies into the city, you get your Bat Chats over there onto one of the hills to spot out whatever is going on, and then obviously try to contest it. Critical in a very important position, obviously, is at 113. 113 has been played quite a bit recently in terms of just its role that it can play. It's got really, really high speed dynamics. It's got a lot of HP that got to bleed through. It's got great DPM for a heavy tank. Look, the gun handling is a bit off, but I think that was also the case of you can't play it like a normal Russian heavy where you can aim for shots and your gun works. You have to play it like a Chinese, either medium or heavy, where you have to get a little bit closer to make your shots work out.
We'll see what they've got in store for us. The 2 Bat Chats sitting down there on the K line, waiting to spot and/or make their move. I'm a big fan of the Super Conks. I said it last week, Kev. I feel if you've got a Super Conqueror left at the end of the game and things are close, you're in a pretty good position. We'll see whether that holds true or not for this battle, however.
I feel like just having that turbocharger has really brought the Super Conqueror back into its own little form again, because we used to always talk about how mobility was a killer for this beast, right? It's got everything you want in a tank. Great hold down dynamics, amazing gun handling. I think this is like the big difference between some of the other tanks and when you're looking at the Super Conqueror. With the E100, that's a little bit of bleed that you don't want to see on an E100 early on. But either the E100, it doesn't have fantastic gun handling, so you kind of still want a vertical stabilizer on it to kind of bolster it. The Super Conqueror, you can just forget about having vert stab or anything. You can just go, you know what? I'm going to chuck a turbocharger on it, a gun brammer, and an improved hardening, and it still has fantastic gun handling at the end of the day.
Bat Chats are making their move. We'll see what the Matildas have in store. Not going too far for now, and we're slowing things down. It's that I think everyone is making the most of the extra minute this season as well. I think it really has kind of changed up the meta for the better. I'm not going to say that you can just keep adding time to the clock and it makes the game better indefinitely, but I think certainly 8 minutes has proven itself to be a little bit better than 7. Certainly Matildas here taking their time to try and find the right way in. Haven't given away too much so far. You can say, yeah, the E100's bled a bit, but we're about halfway through. Do they have they got the control that they're chasing the Matildas here, Kev? Do they have the information that they need yet?
I think it's about selling the information. It's so risky going into that 2 flag because you go, hang on a second, I'm probably going to be bled out. The Bat Chats were unable to really find any information early on. They should be spotted out here by Bluey. Obviously, Bluey's been very patient. And this is really good to see from the Conquerors actually on the other side. We always talk about how time is a killing factor sometimes for teams. You always feel like you need to make a move in tank sometimes. You go like, oh, they might be doing this. You want to get your tank in the right position. You don't want to be caught off guard.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just pump the brake. You just have to pump the brake and just wait. Especially on the defense, you have to trust in your default setup. You have to trust that you got the crossfire set up, and you go from there.
I think it's a little bit as well, when you've only got 5 tanks and you haven't seen too much yet, you can, I think, second guess yourself and doubt. Where could they be? Are we in the wrong spot? Are we about to get hit from the wrong side? Here come the bat chats, though. And Mary Turner gets spotted out straight away. Bluey now spotted out as well. But Mary Turnip Day taking a ton of damage in the process. Bluey takes 1 hit, rolls his way back. But the bat chats from the Matildas push on forward as the heavies make their way into the town.
That might be a costly missed shot coming in from Buff Hamster. Unfortunately, RNG not favoring him. Could have been able to hit Mary Turnip. The difference between an E100 connecting that shot into Mary Turnip and putting him into a one-shot kill for Bluey, and now the 2 bat chats being available and alive, it's going to be so hard for Bluey to navigate, and he's got a broken fuel tank. Now the pressure coming in from the Super Conquerors, so obviously the E100 is going to be pushed further and further away from the corner. Critical, it's hard for him to land some pen shots, even with the heat rounds. It's going to be a bit difficult from distance. And there's already Ignite. That's what I was talking about, the damaged fuel module over there, Ben. It means Bluey's going to take so much damage just from a single shot.
Yeah, Bale's going to come around the corner with a ton in the turret. He should be able to pick that one up. And Bluey's the first one down. That bat chat is demolished there. Leaves 4 players left alive for the Conquerors, who are taking a bit of damage. But to be fair, Kev, the Matildas have taken a fair bit of damage their own. They lose their first player. Artie Noob and the Super Conk goes down. The E100 is next. But the Matildas only on 4.5k HP right now. So from a HP advantage in the double Super Conks right now for the Conquerors, it's not an awful spot, Kev.
No, and this is where Critical in this position of the 113 will shine. He's been hitting a lot of damage right now, and the E100's just stuck over here at this stage. You can see they're not pushing in, they're not getting safe from this 113, means that they get bled out, and because of the damage that's been incurred onto the bat chats earlier on, it really just comes down to timing at the moment. How can Mary Turnip slide in and actually, I guess, get a couple of shots in? That's a great shot onto Royal Kiwi. It damages the ammo rack. Sure, he takes some damage in return. But Critical needs to be very, very cautious, obviously, on this one-on-one. Needs to make sure he doesn't bleed out too much against the bat chat. Can't really help out, though, as a result at the end of the day. And now
it's a
going to begin.
Pretty rough spot for the Matildas. They're at league +1 in the HP range right now. And even though we're even for tanks, I feel like it's a little bit struggle street. They're going to have to pull something special out of this one. Only 1 minute 10 on the clock as well. And I think at this point, we're probably done and dusted here on Ghost Town. The Conquerors coming out with a pretty solid defense, Kev.
Yeah, it's fantastic. They're hitting the shots that they need to. Bluey doesn't go down for free. He actually, even though he may have not done the most damage, he forces the bat chats to making a play, taking a lot of damage in the incursion. They have to overextend, and by that stage, the 113's in a perfect position to be farming away. I love that defense on the Conquerors. Great patience for them to go up 1-0 in the series. Yeah,
a good start for them. The benefit of being the home team, of course, but they picked the map, they played it well. Didn't really feel like the Conquerors were ever in a bad spot. Seems like things played out exactly how they wanted to. And I think you're right. The bat chat's rolling over the hill. You can understand why perhaps they're trying to push towards Bluey, but the cost, Kev, may be too high.
Yeah, even though it looks like it's they get rid of the enemy bat chat and everything, it's just not enough to dislodge the rest of the tanks. Critical's going to be on the hills doing lots of damage, and the Super Conquerors, they have better DPM than the E100 still. So even though the E100's gotten the buff to the small gun, and it still has 530 alpha and about a 7-second reload, which is amazing for a Super Heavy, you're going to get out DPM'd by a Super Conqueror. Your armor's not going to withstand some of the gold rounds that are coming forward, and as a result, when it comes to these brawls with the 113 putting shots into your side, you're going to lose it every single day of the week as well. So, unfortunately, for the Matildas, they make the correct call, I feel like, to try to sneak their way through. It just happens that the bat chats take too much damage, and even though they do manage to get maybe multiple clips off, the Super Heavies are not alive long enough to, I guess, help out at the end of it. So the bat chats don't have the playmaking potential. They're stuck in a rough position, and we see Bale's actually going down at the end there on that one-on-one, where the 113 Critical understands he needs to get rid of the enemy bat chat, and he does so.
Certainly does, and Great spot for the Conquerors to be in after one game. 1 point on the board up against the Matildas. And makes me wonder, that looked pretty convincing. You said they were convincing last week. And yes, both of these teams coming up off a good week. Only one of them's going to come away with the victory tonight. No 2-2, let's draw in ANZPL Season 3. So wouldn't it be a crazy world if we get to the end of week 5 and the Conquerors have 6 points on the board? I would love, not that I want the Matildas to lose, Kev, because I picked them. I think we all picked them. But I want to live in that world, that wild world of tanks where anything is possible. Yeah, feels bad for Bluey here. Look at that. See the Ignite coming through.
He left his fuel tank unrepaired. I think that's also okay. So you're making a huge risk. Obviously, if you use your repair kit to fix your fuel tank, if you get tracked, it's certain death. But you also know that if you, in this instance, have... And this is why heat rounds, like, a lot of people will go, oh, why don't you... Like, why not just load full heat rounds in a bat chat? You lose that shell velocity. You lose that ability just to hit and go through the tracks a couple of times to the 113. And the difference here between maybe Mary Turner connecting a couple of shots thanks to some better luck would be critical, actually down to about 600 HP. Bales is a lot more comfortable taking that fight. This is why some tanks you can't fight from a distance. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm going to say, Kev, I'm really enjoying the Super Conquerors this season. And if we get to finals and everyone's running Super Conquerors all the time, I'm not going to say that I told you so. I am a tanks expert. Though it may also be that the Super Conq is the only tier 10 that I own.
It's a good tier 10 to own. At least you didn't go down like a line, say, for example, like the Panzer Kampfwagen. That's might have been a little bit more painful for you, Ben.
Look, I've got a few weird tier 9s just waiting to make their way through finally, but I am glad the Super Conq was what I picked. And I do wonder whether those small changes that we've seen in tanks in the last couple of months, and the ability to change up, and the positives and negatives that you can attach to each tank, are the field upgrades, have that field modifications made it just that little bit better? Is that a reason to pick it more often now?
As in for the Super Conqueror, I feel like it's just always been solid in honesty, Ben. So field modifications made it even better, more HP, fantastic. And now it's, even if you have like a bit of detriments to the gun handling, anything, those are all things that you're happy to kind of calculate and risk with the Super Conqueror, because as I said earlier, it's got fantastic parameters all around. Now, a 140 out in the field, I haven't seen this in ages. I have not seen a 140 being played in ANZPL for a very, very long time, Ben, which surprised me, because I thought we'd see a lot of 140s early on during Season 1.
These, I know the lineups are different here, Kev, but they're actually kind of similar, which I find interesting as well. But we'll see what the Conquerors can do. I am enjoying a variety of tank lineups. I feel like we've got a little bit of that this season as well. Perhaps some things that we haven't seen for a while. So that's good to see. But the Conquerors are going to find themselves spread out diagonally across the map. Similar for the Matildas. Bat chat up on the A line. Very similar to spot to what we saw from Bluey last time around as well.
Interesting config that you run on the 140 as well. So turbo, hardening. I think there's one thing that I do actually want to touch on with the field modifications is the fact that the second slot is opened up. So normally on your equipment, so a lot of people in chat may realize this already, but if you don't, once you get to the final stage of field modifications, you get the ability to open up a second slot to have additional bonuses. So obviously for mediums, you have a mobility equipment on the first slot. On the second one, you can either then choose damage, or you can choose, I believe, survivability. I think off the top of my head. I will admit, none of my mediums actually have the tier 6 just yet. It's only the heavy tanks that I managed to get the tier 6 modifications a lot of the time. So, yeah. There is that caveat, obviously, with the field mods.
Well, you are the professor. You're the tank professor. Look at that. The Conquerors have beaten the undefeated table leaders in consecutive seasons. The Sentinels and then the Bulldogs. It's, I find it hard. What is it about beating? Why can you beat the top teams, but then you struggle against like the 7th place team, the 6th place team? How does that happen? I don't even understand.
So if you ask like the salty losers who lose obviously against the Conquerors, they'll say they don't play the standard way that they expect, and obviously the way that the Conquerors play may be a little bit not what they're used to. And as soon as you play with something that's a little bit more, I guess, avant-garde, a little bit less like kind of predicting what opponents are going to be doing, it becomes a little bit harder, obviously, to counteract and create a counter response. I don't know about that. I just think sometimes it's just the right stars aligned. You make the correct call, which may be a low percentage play or high percentage play. It doesn't matter, but it's the correct call that time. You upset and you overwhelm your opponent, and as a result, you take the victory. And we always say in tanks, doesn't matter how you get the victory. W's a W.
Unless of course it's a tiebreaker win, in which case it's 2 points instead of 3. All right, we're about halfway into this game. And I'm not going to say nothing's happened, but certainly taking it slow. And it's not what we saw last week. There were a few matches on Ghost Town last week that I felt were over in the space of 2 minutes. And they were really quite quick. So the 140 and the bat chat coming around to the one line. We'll see what Critical can do. You queried, or you're excited with the 140, Kev? What do you think of its use so far?
So the only reason I think you'd try to get the 140 in here is because of the fact that it's got gun depression. Right, because if you try to get a 113, I feel like it gets spotted because you don't have the medium tank camouflage. It's not that prevalent in terms of anything. You get the 140 into the hills because it's got some lower camouflage. You got the improved hardening, so you can win this 1-on-1 against a bat chat. It doesn't have the clip potential to kill you anymore. And all of a sudden, you've got the 7 degrees of gun depression to work with on the ridge line. Now the push is coming into the 2 flag from the Conquerors, but they are bleeding out a little bit at this point in time. They need to be cautious.
You see that second bat chat in Bales coming through as well, so doesn't look like it's going to be a 1v1 for the 140 any longer. It's Critical is spotted as well. D100 on the cap. Puck taking a bit of damage in the Super Kong. The bat chat for the Conquerors still sitting a fair way down on the K line also. And the first tank, the Object 140, will go down. 2v1, not the play that you're looking for perhaps.
Yeah, unfortunately, just the getting caught off guard. Wasn't expecting the double bat chat re-push. I think they were maybe suspecting the other bat chat in Bales would be making a big flank around, trying to make a play into the city. Now, 1.5 minutes left. There's plenty of time, honestly, for the Matildas to work with. You get your bat chats into a good position. You make that play afterwards. Bales is relatively healthy. All you need to do as Mary Turnip at the moment is just sit still in a bush and just kind of chill and just make sure Bluey can't re-aggress over here on one of the flanks. You got rid of one of these tanks already. Sure, the HP might be relatively equal. Like, Matildas have a barely alive tank in Mary Turnip. But all you need to do as a bat chat is just play, like, double bush, stay alive. You don't want to bleed out the rest of the Matildas. Just allow Bales to make the rotation before you come in this, like, 4-tank brawl. Bluey's now coming forward. He's been spotted out. Mary Turnip can't really make a run for it. But I think the key here is trying to get some bleed shots into this bat chat.
I need to find something halfway through. Still only 1 tank on the cap here for the Conquerors. About 35 seconds remaining. Royal Kiwi taking a little bit of damage there, I think, from Bale. Saxon takes some of his own. The cap now reset. Buff Hamster caught out. And it's time, I think, maybe for the Conquerors to try and make something of this. If not, the Matildas are very quickly going to be able to whittle them down one at a time, particularly with 4 tanks here around the cap for the Matildas. And now only 3 left for the Conquerors. The Matildas, I don't know, Kev, they're very, very low. They lose 1. Mary Turnip, not in a great spot either. We'll see whether he does get caught out. But 1:30 on the clock. It's up to the Conquerors still to make something of this, even if they have the HP advantage.
That was very strange. Bales had 3 shots, but he put none of them into the Super Conqueror. All of them bounced. Either way, that is not something that you normally expect to see. And as a result, all of a sudden, this series is wide open once again. You suspect that the Conquerors would be overmatched in the city. But, I mean, they still have Bluey. That's a relatively healthy bat chat. And he might be the difference maker coming into here. Obviously, time is not going to be on their side. Bales is going to be off the reload relatively soon. Royal Kiwi needs to try to at least put another shot in, try to make this a bit easier. Bales now off the cliff. And oh no, Bluey is a little bit overextended over here. Bales will be able to get rid of him quite easily. There's the final shot that's coming forward. Unfortunately, Royal Kiwi not in the position to trade. He had to come forward, try to take some of this damage. Unfortunately, the patience doesn't really work off in his favor, and this is the difference. An 82 HP bat chat, even if Royal Kiwi got this kill onto Bales, Murray Turnip would have been on the other side, would have been able to get the victory. A nice and tight game, and goes down once again, Ben, but unfortunately for the Conquerors, so close yet so far.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder if the play with the 140 had gone a little bit differently, if Critical maybe hadn't got caught out, whether this would have played out any differently here for the Conquerors. But we will see a defensive side win for the Matildas. Murray Turnip sitting there with 82 HP in the bat chat on the outside of the map, so they're not going to be able to catch him. But we do find our scores level after Ghost Town. I do have to say, it's a reasonably good attacking side there for the Conquerors. And should we find our way into a tiebreaker, Kev? That's a lot of damage coming out from the Christchurch Conquerors there as well. So it might put them in a good spot if we make our way all the way through to Tundra. Bluey doing a pretty good job along with Royal Kiwi. That 10 from 10 direct hits and penetration. So not a bad result from Bluey at all up there in the bat chat. But just a little bit short here for the Conquerors, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really help that earlier on they lose one of these tanks. I would have thought that was a killing blow, right? We always look at the tank advantage, and all of a sudden it becomes much, much harder for you to make that comeback when you're fighting a 4-on-5 in this format. But the Conquerors nearly do it, and I feel like the Matildas definitely not taking the most optimal fight. They make the correct call for the repush into the city. You've got the overmatch in tanks over there. You've got a 4-on-3. But what happens afterwards is that I don't know. Bales, I felt like missed a couple of shots or didn't pen a few shots, or he was focused on a different target. And the super heavies bleed out so much that at the end of the day, it made it look a lot closer than what it probably should have been.
Yeah, it certainly felt like maybe the Matildas had that one in the bag a little bit earlier on, with probably 3 minutes out or so. And it very quickly turned. Fortunately, they had Murray Turnip Day sitting in the bat chat in the middle of nowhere. But, it could have gone either way this time around. So I do kind of feel like these two teams are relatively even at the moment. We'll take another look at the replay, and here's the kill onto Critical. You can see probably in the 1v1 he comes out on top, but the 2v1 against two bat chats, obviously, that's a pretty rough one to win, Kev.
Yeah, unfortunately, you get completely surrounded. Yeah, so Bales uses his clip to actually get rid of one of the E100s. So I find that obviously it's good focus fire, but I think the question is always going to be at that stage as well. If you put 3 into the Super Conqueror and put him into a one-shot, you trust your super heavies to clean up the rest of it. Could have been a bit of a difference. Well, at the end, it doesn't really matter. Matildas obviously do pick up that victory. So, and even if Bales goes down over here at the end, I think that's more sympathy points for Royal Kiwi. Obviously, you have his commiserations, but not his regrets, or however that meme goes. You have my sympathies, but not my regrets.
No sympathies today, though, Kev, to be fair. 1-1 is the score. That's Ghost Town done and dusted. The next map coming up is Cliff. And we've seen some pretty good games on Cliff in the last couple of weeks. We've seen some, I'm not going to say new strats, but some strats we haven't seen for a while. It kind of feels like there's opportunities to not necessarily go all in, but we have seen some decent counter-stratting and some surprises as well, I think. So I'm kind of keen to see how this Cliff game plays out, and perhaps maybe we'll have to wait and see what the Matildas have in store for us. But very much, I think we've got a possibility of finding ourselves a tiebreaker for our first match of the day.
Absolutely, but we'll have to wait and see. Both of these maps are very open at the end of the day, Ben. I felt like Ghost Town was relatively equally favoured for attack and defence at one stage during the season, and I feel like Cliff is a bit of the same as well.
Yeah, it's been a fun one. I do like some of these brawl-heavy maps as well. Though it's one of those things where maybe we saw a little bit more brawling earlier on in the season, end of last season. Last week was maybe a little bit different, but we'll have to wait and see how this one plays out. The Conquerors on defense. Once again, the Matildas coming out here on attack. They picked this map if they can find themselves an attacking side victory. Not a bad way to start. Bales trying to make his way up into the hill. The Matildas get there first at least. And everyone will get spotted. Critical, the first one to take damage, however.
Oh, yeah, this is not good for that 277. Oh, my goodness, he is getting absolutely bled out. Now the VZs as well going to be collapsing on him. Apparently not, actually. They decided to maybe switch their target over to the STB1 to make him a bit more uncomfortable, and they decided to utilize his HP just to get rid of these 2 tanks. The bleed has to be fantastic from the Conquerors, otherwise they're going to be 2 tanks down nice and early on. The TVP on Buff Hamster now coming over to Donut, might catch Bowl off guard.
Yeah, the only way the Conquerors come out of this one in a good spot is if they find the Matildas with 5 tanks at very low health. Already, STB1 is down. The 277 stuck behind a rock in a hard place, but not much to work with either. Now, the Matildas are going to try and make something of this. They are low on HP, however. So, this is an opportunity where the Conquerors can play it right. Perhaps they can turn it around. Bluey taking a ton of damage, almost going down in the CS63 as well. And I think we're about to find ourselves, and we do now, in that 3v3 as Bowl finds the pick with the TVP.
The fact that Critical stayed alive over here is absolutely huge. They can't dig him out. They can't get rid of him behind the rocks. So even though the SB1 goes down, the fact that you got one more player sitting there and playing a crossfire position is huge. With it, we'll be able to get rid of the CS, but Crit, like I said, just staying alive, trying to do as much as he can. Tuck now putting himself into a bit of a crossfire. Bowl trying to make sure he can land these shots as well. But unfortunately not being able to pen a lot of these. And the TVP, unfortunately, doesn't really have the best pen sometimes, and Whippet might be pushed off the cliff as well. This is all of a sudden become such a weird game, but Whippet does manage to get the second clip off. I think Matilda's over here, just wait for Bowl to get off the clip. He pushes in, the rest of the boys come in afterwards and just make sure they trade. The 277 can't fire that quickly at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, very little that Critical can do. Great job from the Matildas. Were able to bring this back. They had a good start to the map as well, and I thought maybe they just given up a little bit too much HP. And whilst Critical has been able to stay alive after taking a pummeling at the start of the battle, unfortunately for him, it's going to be all for naught as Bowl rolls over the top. The TVP finds the pick, and the Matildas come out with the attacking side victory on Cliff. So that'll put them 2-1 up and now on match point, which is precisely where they want to be. Looking pretty good. They got into that position very quickly, Kev. They made their way to the ridge line, got one up on the hill, and kind of felt like maybe the Conquerors found themselves a little bit outnumbered, not where they wanted to be.
Yeah, definitely wasn't expecting that TVP probably to be right into the midst of the fight. Normally you expect at least one medium tank to be anchoring near the donut on the attacking side or on the defensive side. Well, for the Conquerors, they had a TVP obviously down there at the bottom, but the TVP on the side of the Matildas, well, Bowl decides to go straight up there and brawl, and that's the difference at the end of the day. He's contributing to all this action. So as a result, you got the overmatch. We always talk about overmatches, and that's the reason why you get rid of some of these tanks. That wouldn't have even been close if Critical went down earlier. He does 2.9k. He sets up a crossfire, makes it very costly. And I just wonder what would have happened if Tuck just stood still, waited maybe for some of these Matildas members to overcommit, and as a result, get a few more kills, force the TVP into an awkward situation. Just remember, the VZ and the CS were both one-shots. Bales was only on 330 HP, and Whippet was only on 220 at the end of the day. So yeah, it wasn't as if it was like a done and dusted. The TVP, it is a good tank in the right scenario, but on a one-on-one or a one-on-two where maybe you don't have the HP to play with, it becomes a lot more awkward.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where you look at it and you're like, okay, the Matildas are pushed. We're waiting for the first Conqueror tank to go down. And for a while, they were sitting there. Critical was low. You know, they hadn't managed. You can see their Roku Critical still both sitting there. And quite a bit of damage had come across onto the Matildas. Even there, they'd taken quite a pummeling. And at this point in the game, things are relatively even.
Yeah, and it's like you look at where the tanks drive forward to, none of them really dig out the 277 once again, so they lose so much HP. Really well played by Crit, obviously, just to stay alive over here. Bowl wins this, I think, just also down to the fact that he's got some support in some of his teammates that did some of this earlier bleeding, and all you needed to do for Whippet was here just stay alive long enough, and even with the assistance of the TVP as well. So yeah, the TVP was able to obviously chip in and help out on the side of Bowl. So unfortunate for the Conquerors. They definitely fought very well once again from a tank deficit, but it's just so hard to come back from that deficit at the end of the day.
Certainly is, but still have an opportunity to bring this one back. Only one down. They will, though, need to find themselves an attacking side win here on Cliff. Not, to be fair, we've seen a few attacking side wins, apart from the one, obviously, we just had there for the Matildas. Definitely doable, but the Conks can't rely. Coming into this, they're like, maybe if you find ourselves that defensive side win, it's not a bad spot to be, but the pressure's kind of on now. You've got to force something on the attacking side if they do want to make their way through to Tundra. On the flip side, a good opportunity for the Matildas to come out, close out tonight, close out their Friday, be done by 7 o'clock. A quick 3-1 for them, points on the board. 3 points is certainly something the Matildas will be looking for, and after last week, I think, 2 weeks in a row with some decent scores, puts them back, I think, into the swing of things. It's not a bad spot to be. We'll see what they've got in store for us. We'll head now back on to Cliff. It's up to the Conquerors to keep themselves in this game. Kind of get the feeling, though, that the Matildas might have their number tonight.
Just maybe. We'll have to wait and see, obviously. Conquerors have definitely played well tonight. Considering that the series has been so tight so far in terms of some of these games, HP barely like a differentiating factor. Not over and done just yet. So the Matildas looks like committee by force over here. They're going to go take the mid-ridge instead of Donut. But you do have the TVP set up, and Bales actually can't make this climb. This is such a dangerous climb to make as a CS, because when you're starting from that north spawn, you don't have the safety, and obviously Buff is set up in the position to farm. We've seen this before. Bluey is not going to go for it. He's actually just going to drop off instead. Very interesting.
Fortunately, doesn't take any damage there in the process, but not the immediate fight that we saw last time around, Kev. So maybe we'll have to wait this one out just a little bit. The TVP coming through here for the Conquerors as well. Not much damage on the board right now.
Okay, Bluey's making a huge rotation at the moment, and we saw this happen actually with the Bulldogs once upon a time. I remember Dark making this exact same play, and he kills the STB1 in the position where Artie Noob is in. It doesn't kill him, set him on fire. I don't know if history will repeat itself once again. We'll have to find out, don't we?
Well, who's even there to see the CS63? There he is. Bluey will get spotted out and see whether this raises alarm bells or not. VZ55s will push forward as a result, I suspect, and they roll through and try and take out the rest of the Conquerors sitting here on the bottom side of the hill. Kiwi and a Buff's in a tough spot, but you can see both Bol and Artie going to need to find themselves a repair kit, potentially. Buff Hamster, the first one out. Bluey coming around in the CS63 once again. Matilda's in a bit of an awkward spot here, Kev.
Yeah, not just yet, though, because they're getting rid of some of these tanks, but a CS versus a CS, you're going to have to favor Bluey over here. There's still a bat chat that's up and available. Bol's just about has a clip off in 10 seconds or so. Bales, I think, might have missed one of these shots. He's trying to get away, but Bluey, that's a great tracking shot, forces the repair. But now Bluey's actually stuck completely isolated away from Tuck. And now Whippet obviously has a clip available. I think the Matildas have got enough in the tank, even though the HP is so equal, they can't get rid of some of these low HP tanks, and as a result, it means that sure, Bowl is the one shot, Bales is the one shot, but they're not going to offer the opportunity at the end of the day. Bluey is going to go down here eventually, and it's all down to Tuck once again. He has to push forward into a crossfire, and there's not much that you can really do from here. Bluey is trying to do his best to stay alive and making this costly at this point in time. Whippet surely does manage to get the clip off. Tuck's taking a lot of damage on this exchange, and that should be it.
Yeah, what was two very healthy tanks for the Conquerors on opposite sides of the map, one by one get picked off, and the Matildas will come out with the victory. 2-0 here on Cliff, the 3-1 for the match up against the Christchurch Conquerors. Congratulations to the Melbourne Matildas on the victory. Kev, they did a pretty good job today of managing their HP pool. Feels like they finished every map with one or two very low tanks, but still alive, and the end of the day, that's enough to get you through. Well done to the Matildas.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was, I think, really good individual brawling, understanding the capabilities of your tanks as well, understanding when you need to take fights, when you need to make the push. They don't allow the CS just to sit there for Bluey and farm away. They realize there's an overmatch. They immediately dump in and take out some of these tanks. And it's always going to be, once again, one of those questions for me where Bol gets away from the fight with the TVP. He wins that one. But if Tuck was able to hit his second shot on the VZ onto Bolognese, that could have once again been a different series. It would have been a 3-on-3. It would have been a TVP that would have had about 600 or 700 HP left alive, ready in a position to get into some crossfires. It always comes down to some of these what-if scenarios, doesn't it? At the end, tanks isn't about what if. Sometimes luck goes your way, sometimes luck doesn't. If it doesn't, it means you get taken out of the series and the Matildas will win 3-1.
They do indeed, and they do so in style. Though there were some good moments here for the Conquerors. It doesn't really feel like though any of those good moments were really on Cliff. Let's be real. So on their map choice, they look strong. On Matilda's map choice, they didn't really seem to have enough to make the Matildas sweat.
No, I mean, it just comes down to, like, at the beginning, it looks pretty tight. Some of these are initial engagements. That's where, like, the first determining factor is going to be made. But the last three maps have all been the same. Matildas, even though they lose a lot of HP, maybe on the incursion, they're able to find the tanks that they need to isolate. As soon as they isolate the tanks that they need to, they utilize their numbers advantage. They HP juggle very effectively. Got lots of skilled members on that roster. They understand when to peek in. And you need to bait your teammates at that stage. You do it perfectly. It means that you got an extra gun in the fight, and you see what advantage it brings in. So yeah, Bales is a one-shot. Bowls a one-shot, but it doesn't matter because you're never going to be able to put a shot into them because you have to be worried about these other targets.
I love the VZs rolling over as well. They got into the fight and GG pretty much. So congrats again to the Matildas. They'll take out the Christchurch Conquerors, and exactly what the Matildas were needing that will keep their season going. Strongly said, hey, they probably had some tough battles so far this season. You know, the ladder hadn't really, or the draw perhaps hadn't really suited them. But it does set them up for a good run in towards the end of the regular season, the top four and finals. So a good spot for the Matildas to be in. It's our first match done and dusted for tonight. I hope you're all enjoying ANZPL. It's week 5. Very, very close to the end of the regular season. By the end of tonight, some teams are probably going to be sweating. Kev, I suspect. I think the Conquerors are going to be in a rough spot as well. They're going to have a very good week 6 and 7 if they're going to keep themselves in it. Coming up next, however, the Adelaide Action X up against the Auckland Archers. This is, again, a very important game for both of these teams. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. More Tanks action. We'll see you soon.
I mean, here comes the brawl right now, right? It's going to come down to the focus fire at this stage. You have to go so much around the corner just to get shots into these IS-7s. So they do manage to get a lot of damage onto Celestia, but still, Safi is going to get his entire clip off at the end of the day. And whenever you get rid of one of these tanks initially, it's going to be huge. The focus fire not there. Mary Turner decides to try to go back into Safi instead of taking out Celestia. I mean, Celestia doesn't really pen that shot. It does mean that he goes down. The chase is going to happen between Bolognese as well as Safi at the same time, and Bales is going to be isolated. Yes, something's going to go down, but Bolognese is going to waste that time in terms of trying to chase down Safi, which means the Batchat can get back to safety. I mean, still a 4-on-2, or 4-on-3, should I say? A 3-on-3 now, but the Batchat's still in the equation over here, Jordan. I7 from return's going to make the move into getting in the position to get the reset. He will be successful in doing so, even though 2 tanks on the cap now. This is starting to get a little bit dicey, Jordan.
Yeah, Return is going to have to really pick up the pace here. This shot has to connect, and he's going to get caught with a lot of damage for his troubles. I'm not sure that one's gone exactly where he wanted it to, so the cap is going to come through for the Matildas.
Out comes the bleed right now onto Stewie, and this is really, really good for the Matildas right now. Really solid stuff. You can see Stewie's going to die for free, and there's nothing that the Archers can do in their attack.
Yeah, I mean, where can he even go? It's such an awkward spot to play in, isn't it? When you start to feel those shots coming through from all angles, you think, I'm done, and there's not much I can really do to prevent it. He eventually does drop Great defense here from the Matildas from the outset, taking full map control. This push only just now getting spotted by Stewie, and I feel like that's a little bit too little too late for Archers. They have given Matildas a lot of room to work with. The VZ55s are clipping out, they're doing a lot of damage, but now they're on the reload, and 2+2 is going to have a farm ahead of him. That is going to be a phenomenal time to be an STB1 driver.
Oh, but look at the play between Celestia and Return. They're really balancing this HP. They're trying to juggle at the moment, make 2+2 life really, really difficult. They still have to try to dislodge Stewie at the same time. 2+2 was bounced. He might actually go down over here, but one of the shots, I think, from the VZ actually goes flying awry, which means he will stay alive at the end of the day. But the HP, it's really been brought back over here. The question is, how is Safin going to get involved into the fight? Tracks over here at the same time at the top of the lighthouse can get rid of some of these low HP tanks.
Is this what they're talking about? Dark in a T100 LT on a cap. I mean, is he even technically in a bush? Is that technically a bush? By the looks of things, it is.
Okay, he's lit.
Oh.
No, he's lit. Thank God for that.
I was going to say,
goodness.
surely not. I feel like he's trolling at that point. Whoa, he's actually managed to get across. So that's all good. But that really didn't look like it was a substantial enough bush to provide any reasonable camo for Dark. And I thought Bulldogs had done like a big brain thing where they figured something out that no one's even thought of, but turns out Slayer still gets the info, so maybe not a big deal.
I think they played too much HP out over here. Obviously, this was not the play, I think, at the end of the day. Rabby might have just got a blind shot into Bluey, which would have been absolutely huge at the end of the day, because you have to look at the situation. The Bluey on that extremity, sure he's a one, he's still able to be put in a position where he can do some damage. Like obviously now in control of the rest of the map, but 25 seconds left on the cap. Someone has to go in for the reset. Who is it going to be? The problem is that Cold is obviously getting tagged quite low. He's going to cop another shot, at the very least 2, but he does get the reset at the end of the day. But now so many one-shots on the side of Bulldogs. Oh my goodness, Conquerors might be able to come up with a victory here. They should be able to, surely. They've got the HP for it. So Crit's going to go down, unfortunately, over here. He's just going to try and do as much damage as possible, but Rabby's pushing it at the same time. Oh, this is really, really good now for the Bulldogs, because they obviously have some of this control. Amarak onto Crit as well. Dark, though, will be able to clean things up. AVP goes down in the meantime. Dark still has 2 shots left. We'll be able to get those out onto Bluey to help out Rabby. Now the mid push is going to come through from the Super but Bluey misses the shot onto Dark. Obviously, 10 seconds left. Someone's going to have to get the reset. They will surely be able to get the reset, but they might bleed out a little bit more.
Well, the question is, how far can they go? Madhouse only just now getting spotted. Yes, he is indeed going to be reset. Yes, he's probably going to get taken down as well. He's on the run at the moment. It's 4-on-4. I feel like Madhouse probably should have, just cut his losses there and decided to move a little bit earlier. The reset was always going to come through. Maybe he would have had a bit more HP to play with if he had have booked it straight away. Needs this kill, though, onto Bluey before Tuck finishes him off. Can't get it. Bulldogs have not quite pulled off the victory on the attack. It was close.
Now the re-push ready for the Skorpions. It is a 5-on-4, but HP relatively even. They have to be cautious how to take this fight, Jordan.
Well, it's going to be JT leading the charge in the 277. Russian in his TVP is going to soak a bit of damage before the fight does eventually start. And Benny might be a little bit late to the party, so it doesn't look as clean as it could for Skorpions. But once that Super Conqueror does arrive, then you're going to start to see those health bars dropping very quickly indeed for Action X. Napalmer in his CS63 as well is going to continue to force the issue onto CJ in the 113. And now it seems like TVP of a Russian has come off the reload. We'll start to see some shots fired in from him as well. So Skorpions, I mean, they make that one look pretty clean.
Now, this is all going to be down to this donut fight, isn't it? This is a very, very strong crossfire. There is no way that you can really break it effectively. Someone's going to have to take the damage, and it looks like Colin is going to cop a lot of shots already. TVP also going to get involved, penning every single one of his shots. Russian, oh no, his driver's been injured once again. He's used a repair kit, and the damage obviously onto the TVP. It is pretty vital that you do get rid of this medium tank, because obviously he is quite a big threat. Now Benny's going to come across, but they just don't have the damage between the VZs to really clean up on one of them. Finally, one of the tanks go down, but they've lost, I would say, almost like 2 tanks for this.
Well, it's going to get even worse, Kev. It's going to get even worse. Object 277 of Benny has arrived. The 2 CS63s are relatively unscathed, and Eugene, he's on the reload at the moment, so he's not going to be surviving too much longer. If he gets even one more shot off, I think that's going to be pretty good for him, and he won't.
Yeah, I don't know if CJ can cover, so Shanky Pants obviously is going to try and get into a position where CJ can try to get some shots in, but Napalm obviously also coming in to try to help out CJ. You can see putting in the shots he needs to. Great connections coming forward. However, the Ignite, oh my goodness, not again coming out onto Adelaide Action X. These guys just have fuel tanks that are so vulnerable sometimes in rush, and just dancing around this house. CJ's going to be the Kool-Aid man and break through it, but not if Napalm has anything to say about it. He gets a tracking shot on, and now Russian also damages the engine. Yes, CJ will be able to get the kill. It looks like Napalm is actually the Kool-Aid man breaking through the house.
Yeah, Rainbow's done a really good job of just getting out of there in the nick of time. He survives for now, and that brings time for the reinforcements. Here come the cavalry. The VZ-55s arrive, and Panthers are sitting ducks in the bowl. A 1-for-1 trade so far. Wymo low on HP, Iron Guard on the clip as well, and it starts to swing a little bit back in the direction of the Panthers as they do start to get that single shot into the battle. JS, however, will not be lasting too much longer. He'll eventually fall. It's one more into Soy Milk before being finished off by Wymo, who somehow is still alive. And Pro Loser in his Super Conqueror won't be long for this world without the backup either. Twit in the Kranwagen, a full clip loaded, but it's not going to be enough damage to really do anything too substantial to Iron Guard. Lightning Man arrives and starts to put that VZ-55 to good use. It's a 2-on-3 right now, and Sentinels have that deficit.
This is the part where Goober, obviously, it looks like Rainbow decides to give up on that chase, and this comes down to just the DPM now, right now, between the Super Conk as well as the 277. They're trying to get rid of at least one of these Kronbargens. Lightning Man racing across to try to put out some of this cover. Now, Twit has managed to reload. There comes the clip into Soy Milk. Twit really making this dance work out, which means that a lot of damage has come across the Soy Milk. Obviously, VZ's going to be still on reload, and out comes the Bat Chat. First shot's going to be a bounce onto the lower plate. Soy Milk will actually get the kill, and this forces it into a 1-on-2 right now. And the problem is the VZ just doesn't have the DPM. Sentinels will go up 2-0.
This is what you're talking about, though. Speed. Oh, that's perfect. That's beautiful. That's exactly what you want to see out of your VZ-55. Big chunk from JS right into Cindy. That must have been HG. And a penetration there for him as well.
That's the new intuition, and now the 50B is coming forward, just cleaning up on the VZ firstly, but JS coming forward, doing the rest of the work. Now you got to figure out what to do over here. You got to find one of these targets to avoid, and I think they're going to try to avoid the E3 for now. Speed, though, just trying to make sure that he's utilizing his HP. He doesn't mind taking a shot. He doesn't mind being the focus point, because you can see right now, it's like, well, Rainbow can run circles around them all day. All you need to do is speed to stay alive, but he's been ammo racked. He doesn't have a repair kit.
But he's faster than the E3. He's get behind the E3.
Right now.
He's using an enemy tank for cover at this point. I don't know that he's going to get the reload off to really do any more substantial damage right now, but it does at least give time for Rainbow to sort of work with. JS eventually spins around. A minute 45 on the clock here, though, Kevin. JS and Twit are going to have to chase down Rainbow, who already is starting to run for the hills. Oh, it's going to be a big one, I dare say. The E3.
Hello, welcome back. It's me, Elfish Guy. You might remember me from such things as ANZPL Season 1, ANZPL Season 2, WGL some finals somewhere, and the guy with 35% win rate in World of Tanks. And I'm back because everyone hates Sandman, and I'm here with Kev, and look at my beautiful hair. Kev, what did you think of those games?
I thought that was actually fantastic. Definitely very, very close between the Matildas and the Conquerors, Elfish Guy. So, I don't know, this, I'm very bad at picking out imposters sometimes. I don't know why, but I think, yeah, Jordan, I don't know. What's your thoughts, obviously, on that series and the series that are coming up?
I think it was a great series, and I wish I'd got to cast it instead. And this next series coming up is going to be not a rip snorter, because that's what Sam would say. It's going to be a great game of high-intensity World of Tanks action, because it's the Action X up against the Auckland Archers.
Hang on a second. I don't think you're Elfish Guy. Elfish Guy would have said it's going to be a banger of a series over here between
It's going to be a banger of a series over here. Okay, let's go. The Action X, the Archers, Kev. I think everyone can agree that they've had a pretty good start to the season. The Action X, on the other hand, start off slowly, but are in not an awful spot, to be honest. They were top 6 at the end of last week. So I kind of feel like the Archers have had a good run so far, but I think it's time for some teams like perhaps the Action X to start to take it to them, to be honest.
Yeah, I think for Adelaide Action X, the most frustrating part is the inconsistency. There's definitely a lot of skilled players in this roster. There's a lot of good callers in this roster. Just something's not really gelling together. And I think that as a result is why it's the most, frustrating team probably out of all of them to watch, right? At least with a team like the Conquerors, you know that they're the underdogs. With a team like the Panthers, you know they're the underdogs. But with Adelaide Action X, some weeks they look like absolute gods in terms of the callings, the plays that they're making. And then the next week, they're frustratingly bad. I think I know that sounds harsh, but I think that is the truth. This is a team at their best day. They can take this series. They can make the series very competitive. At their worst, they look like they could be taking the wooden spoon.
And that's the problem, right? Consistency, I think, is we talk about it a lot, and I feel like sometimes we lack consistency in ANZPL, and I'm not 100% sure what it is. I'm not sure if it's how they've scrimmed in the coming week. I'm not sure if it's meta changes. I'm not sure if it's map selection, but it does lead to exciting games. The Archers, they've had a pretty good start to the season, to be honest, and we'll throw across to Elfish Guy.
Oh yeah, I'm Elfish Guy, and I really love Saf. Safi. I can't decide which way to say his name, but this is why I love the Archers, and this is why they're going to win ANZPL.
Thanks, Selfish Guy. Kev, what about you? What are your thoughts on the Archers lineup? They've had a good start. They're looking pretty good and looking to continue their fine form.
I think, honestly, a pretty unfortunate loss in the last week over there against the Matildas, I think, which has been a bit of a dent in their sales.
Yeah.
I think they honestly have had a fantastic run so far this ANZPL, and I think this is going to be a decent test for them, whether it was like the first couple of weeks was just a bit of a flash in the pan, or there was a bit more substance, and obviously that series last week against Matildas was a bit more of a one-off. So, look, I always talk about how this roster, if the potential is realized, if the mental game is there, they have the ability to win it all. I think that's the truth of it. They've got some fantastic individual players. They've got experience. They've got some young blood coming through. That's all the mix you really need in a team. So I think this is ultimately a series between two sides that have had very fluctuating, I guess, seasons throughout ANZPL. So this is going to be a frustrating series because there is no way to predict what kind of team is going to turn up.
And I think that's part of the problem, right? We did mention this briefly earlier, the fact that there is a little bit of inconsistency, and there is the joy in knowing that you come into a game and both teams are capable of coming out with a victory. We saw it last week. We saw the Archers, I think, even struggle last week, to be honest. And I don't think many people expected that to be the case. So coming to this week, how do they move on from what was, to be fair, a pretty good start to the season for them? If they can pick this one up, they are looking like a team who can make the grand final. I think the grand final contenders, and I think if they make the grand final, this Archers lineup are capable of going all the way and picking up the win there, which, look, you can't complain about that. To see teams, I wouldn't have put the Archers in contention before the start of the season. So it is very exciting to see them here right now. So we'll go and take a look at our player highlight, a big matchup, Kev. Let's take a look. It's Eugene up against Stewie.
Yeah, definitely Stewie being one of the newer players, obviously, onto the Auckland Archers, and Eugene's been there for a while. I think this is actually, instead of looking, like, you can't really look at the damage here and whatnot, I think you have to look more as well. Eugene, all the battles he's 10% win rate. Is that right? Out of all the battles he's played, apparently Adelaide Action X have only won 1 out of 10.
Is that real? I guess.
I mean, I'm just trying to think now. I'm like, I swear Adelaide Action X haven't played that poorly of a season so far. And this is not me looking at an individual. That's actually a glaringly, because initially I was going to touch on, well, he hasn't played as many battles, so you don't want to look at the damage as the biggest kind of, like, I guess, factor. You're looking more at the average damage. Obviously, Stewie is definitely like a consistent performer, is not like a superstar inside the team, is not the one that's looking to carry the team forward to victory. But 10%, I think that's actually a big indication on how hard that the Adelaide Action X have been actually struggling this season so far. And whether it's the case of Eugene, I think maybe playing in the off weeks, or maybe not being on the same page, or I don't know. Like, this is obviously a big concerning sign. I think obviously this was more like we wanted to talk about the players, but I think this also might be a contributing factor in maybe why the Adelaide Action X is struggling. Is it a case of synergy? Is it a case of maybe like a couple of players not being used to playing together in certain roles with another person?
I don't know.
There are all these factors, right? I'm not saying it's just Eugene. There is definitely, I always come back to platoons, right? Like, there are definitely players that you play with that your synergy just doesn't work with, and maybe that's a case here for Adelaide Action X.
I guess you'd have to go back and look and see what battles he played in as well. You know, if you're subbing players in towards the end of a series and maybe it becomes like a 0-4 or something, but they still play relatively well, you know, that sometimes can sway things one way or another. Our maps, though: Sand River, Himmelsdorf, and then, of course, Tundra, should we get there. The Action X is going to be the home team for tonight. Sand River, bit of a tricky one. We haven't seen too much on this map so far this season. Some attacking side victories. The Bulldogs have been quite convincing on it, but certainly it has been a little bit struggle street.
Unfortunately so. I mean, I think this matchup honestly would end up in Tundra, right? I think this is like one of those matches where I do believe it's going to be close enough between both of these parties where, speaking about a person that used to be an Adelaide Action X, this is going to be a close series. I've honestly got a good feeling about the series, even though we're talking about how the North Sydney Sentinels and the South Sydney Skorpions is the series to be watching. I think this is going to be another one. I'm honestly hoping it will be, because both these teams have not really... I think Auckland Archers has shown their potential a bit more, Ben, but I feel like Adelaide Action X's story has not been all told just yet.
Yeah, I'm ready for an Action X season comeback. And what better way to start that one off than up against the Archers, who've had a pretty good season their own, but are coming off the back of maybe not the greatest game last week. We'll see what we can do here on Sand River. 2 Crown Vans, 2 Super Conks, and an STB1 against the Crown Van, the Bat Chat, 2 CS63s, and an STB1. Anything here excite your senses, Kev?
I mean, for me, the Archers... Okay, the initial setup was designed to punish this mid-bleed. So it was like Safi was going, hey guys, I'm Safi, I'm a Bat Chat, I'm sitting out in the open, come find me, Kronwagen. And the whole goal was to trade 3 or 4 shots for 1. Obviously, Xander doesn't fall for the bait. He goes, you know what? I've got plenty enough information right now. I don't need to overextend just to try to put a single shot in. And he's copped one straight into the gun, which is a bit annoying if you're the Kronwagen, actually, because you're kind of forced now to actually use your repair kit. This to me screams that they're going to take the 1 flag because of how many medium tanks that you actually have. You have this mobility to actually push into the dip. You have this mobility to actually overwhelm one of the tanks that are sitting down here. So I think this is just really down to CJ, obviously, just to stay alive for as long as possible, allow this coverage. A very strong setup because there's a lot of HP you need to bleed through on the side of Archers. You have to chew through 2 Super Conks. You're going to have to chew through a couple of Kronwagens.
We do see a lot of Kronvans here on Sand River. They seem to like this point. This must be like the Kronvan breeding spot. They come to meet and they do a little dance and see if you can find yourself a Kronvan mate. And that's where baby Kronvans come from. Right from this spot, like the D6, D7 on Sand River. I'm pretty sure that's their natural habitat. We haven't actually seen much 1 flag play beyond baiting so far this season either. So if we do see the 1 flag, 1 cap come into it, see whether it's a serious business play or whether it's more bait like Madhouse.
I mean, this is going to be always the case of, whatchamacallit, you know, I thought you were going to go into a David Attenborough kind of like impression. And here we see the Kronwagens in their natural habitat.
Well, this is there. You can do it, Kev, if you want. Go ahead.
On a ridge line as they utilize their 12 degrees of gun depression. And here we see Xanon returned. having a bit of a mating call at the moment, posturing, dancing around and seeing whether or not they can find the cupolas. Because as a Crime Bargain player, you don't actually want to be utilizing all 12 degrees of gun depression.
It was really good.
Yeah,
Probably the best thing you've ever done in anything. I'm really impressed.
Thank you, man. You actually, on a serious note, you actually don't want to utilize all 12 degrees of gun depression as a Crime Bargain, because that actually exposes your cupolas. Just as a bit of a fun fact for some of the guys over there going, why not overextend, you know, try to take the peak. That exposes your cupolas. If you keep it at a bit more of a kind of like 0 degree depression, like, you know, 1 or 2 degrees of depression, it becomes much harder for an enemy tank to actually go into your cupolas.
Right.
Especially on a ridgeline like this.
When you use your 12 degrees, it's like popping up like a little target, right? The gun range. Up the top
correct,
there.
yeah.
Oh, you see.
SMRT. Because you think about how like it's depressing a little bit further, and now you can see some of this bleed. This is actually fantastic bleed coming into... I mean, you're looking at time and you go, yeah, there's still 3.5 minutes left. Return probably didn't want to overextend. Now he found one of the other Super Conquerors, but they've already bled out Xanon quite heavily, which is fantastic. And that's just down to the fact that they haven't shown where these CSs have been.
Do they not know the CS63s here? They must know. They've seen tracks, obviously, right? He's taken damage.
But the power of the CS is a lot of the time that it's because the ability to rotate and move. So as a result of this, they let the CSs sit there long enough that maybe they're going, oh, maybe the CSs are rotating back. Well, they didn't, actually. They stayed there the entire time. Now, Safi, obviously, in the low-profile bat chat's going to sit on the cap. And this is going to start making this play from, like, prompting a play from the Cronenbergers. You need to dump over and kill Return. This is going to be key for Adelaide Action X right now, is to get rid of Return so they lose this mid control. And the question is, how much can Celeste farm in this mid position as the STB?
Well, that was actually going to be my question. So we'll see and wait how that plays out. CS63 sitting there waiting as well to see the response from the Action X. CJ and Shanky Pants coming through as well. Going to be trying to make a play against the one flag. But the Return's still sitting here relatively unscathed. Shanky Pants now coming through. He's going to swing up through the gully. He's going to look left and go straight towards Safi. He's the one who's going to take the hit, though.
Yeah, this is great bleed shots coming out. Great snapshot as well coming forward from Shanky Pants. I feel like that did connect into the crime bar, but now here comes the push. And obviously Return in a bit of an awkward situation. He's clipped out. Oh, man, I don't really like this around late Action X. They need to start committing on force somewhere. They need to start dumping in. And now the CS is coming into play. They're trying to get rid of this STB1 as Stewie. He tracks himself, going absolutely flying turbocharger mode. But Shanky Pants will get back to safety. There's only 1 minute and 40 seconds left now, and this is starting to get tight.
Yeah, the Archers running out of time for sure. They're going to need to do something very quickly. They're rolling on through the Kranvan. Will pick up the first kill with the Return going down. And we'll find one back. It's 4v4. HP relatively close as well as Stewie rolls in onto Shanky Pants and gets the kill as well. So the Archers with the tank advantage. They're only slightly down on HP, but they're on attack, and they've only got about a minute or so left. So they're going to need to find these picks, and they're going to need to find them quickly. Fortunately, all three players for the Action X are sitting in that midsection, and we've got 2 on the cap. So it's going to be up to the Action X potentially to make a move and try and stop this cap from coming through.
Yeah, Stewie's doing his absolute best at the moment, and you're going to be hoping as Stewie that you don't get a couple, or you get a couple of poor rolls or a bit of unlucky RNG coming in from the Crown Bargain. There's a first shot. Stewie's hoping his turret armor can hold up. One more shot left from Colin, and he will complete the job as he needs to. But 20 seconds left. All 3 tanks going to be on the cap right now. They're trying to protect the cap points on the Savvy, but some fantastic shots coming through from Xanon and Captain Cows getting the resets. And there should just be enough bleed coming out. Yep, this is it. Adelaide Action X will be able to complete the defense.
Yeah, great work from the Action X. Safi going to try and full send it to see what he can find. So it's a pretty big ask to come back from here. Probably unexpected, but he's going to make the most of it anyway. Maybe farming some Fantasy League points, or perhaps giving across some Fantasy League points of his own. The Archers, though, they certainly seem to have a strategy here on Sand River, Kev. They almost managed to make it work, but the Action X steadfast in their defense and just doing enough there. The reset's coming through and they're looking relatively comfortable in the end.
I mean, that was fantastic work coming out from the super heavies, and this is why it's so hard sometimes in Sand River to, I mean, you get rid of one of the super conks in the SDB, you think you're in a fantastic position, and reality, the Archers were in a pretty decent spot, but the problem is they isolate one of their CSs. Colin makes the correct decision to push across the field. There's nothing covering, unfortunately, that push, so if Colin bled out a little bit more, maybe if there was one of the correct tanks over there, that could have been a different story, but Colin actually cleans up in 4 tanks, which is very impressive. You sometimes don't look at the damage that a tank has done, but you look at the cleaning up. The fact that he kills 4 tanks, gets rid of those enemy tanks, is the difference at the end of the day. And
with only 9 hits and 8 pens as well, so 8 pens and 1 and 2 of those going to be the killing blow coming out for Colin there in the Kranvan. So nice work, certainly making the most of those Kranvan. The Adelaide Action X, and a good result for them. Obviously, the defensive side, but that's this. You got to do it. You got to, you got to win your defensive side if you want to come out with the 2-0 on your map choice. So that's the first start. The more difficult way to do it is, to pick up the attacking side as well, which we've seen teams struggle with time and time again. But I know it didn't work out here for the Archers, but I kind of liked what they did. Was there an error in their play, or did it just not work out the way they'd hoped?
I think everything just up to that final step of there was a 4-on-3, and then all of a sudden it kind of went awry with Stewie. And that's where we're not privy to the internal communications. I felt like Stewie definitely needed an extra tank to cover him so he could get the cross shots and to bleed onto the heavies to keep the heavies suppressed to stop the cap, so the heavies couldn't stop the cap pressure. As soon as the CS goes down there, unfortunately, there's no real crossfire pressure that is coming out from the Archers to now stop Colin from pushing in and getting rid of Stewie, and to stop any of the other super conquerors of the Crime Dragon from overextending themselves to actually get the reset shot. So I think that's the case of, once again, I don't know if it was Stewie was going into a place where he shouldn't have been and should have gotten out as a result, or if it was a case of, well, maybe Archers should have come in from a different position. So, and I think at the end of the day, that's, like I said, you can only go back in hindsight and take a look to see what the correct decision was.
You also have to question, right, the fact that there's 2 Kranvans and a Super Conk there for the Action X sitting in the middle of the map in a position where they can put shots on to the 1 cap, right? So, it wasn't dealt with, and even though the Archers are sitting there hoping for the best, it's probably unlikely at the point that they're going to be able to capture the point, and even less likely that they've got time to chase down the rest of the defenders and clean them up that way.
Yeah, so that was an interesting one. I think that was definitely a case of Archers had a good chance of taking it. I felt like it just comes down to that pivotal moment. Stewie gets into the bowl. He's able to suppress mid, but where's the rest of it? Should Stewie get backed up and everything? I don't know. That's why Tanks is a funny game sometimes, because what seems so obvious in hindsight isn't what is going to be the call at that spur of the moment.
The nature of battle, Kev. Let's roll back out onto Sand River. The Action X picked up the defensive side. A little bit more difficult, though, on attack. If they can pick this one up, not a bad spot to be in. It would have them 2-0 up against the Archers. The Archers, though, I think their expectations here is that they should be able to pick up a defensive side of their own and take this one through to Himmelsdorf. We roll out once again. Kranvans on both sides, but alas, Kevin, only 1 each.
Yep, only a single Swedish heavy at the end of the day. I do want to point out Safi's in the tier 100 LT again on the defensive side. I do actually like the tier 100 LT. I feel like it definitely has a lot of utility, especially on a map like this where you've got the ability to kind of probe around. You've got all this. And this is, I do remember actually a conversation or something that Safi said yesterday. I don't think he was aware of some of the new equipment. I don't know if he was pretending or if he was like playing the fool and going, I'm used to just the old school equipment and everything. But he was like, what do I run on my tier 100 LT in advance? I'm sorry to do you dirty like this, Safi, but there's a couple of new stuff that's come out. CVS, or Commander's Vision System, is a big one. And obviously the low noise exhaust as well is another one. It improves the camouflage of a vehicle. And when you're in a light tank like a T100 LT, every little percentage helps you.
What do? He just spends all his day kite surfing or something, windsurfing, something like that. Salt
Kite
to the brain.
surfing.
Yeah, you got to be careful. It's rough. It's a rough one for sure. So the Archers going to try and take a little bit of south side advantage here along that K line. Get some vision in. Sappy will though take 800 points of damage for his trouble. So I'm not sure if that worked out precisely how he had hoped. We'll have to retreat back and just chill with Celestia for now. You can see as well that the Action X have been able to get the CS63 all the way up to the top. So both sides of the field at play at this moment. And again, Kevin, it's the Kranvan dance. Just showing off in the middle of the battlefield.
Yeah, this is actually a very precarious situation for the Archers because the problem is they've bled out so much HP as a result of a couple of fantastic shots. I mean, the Shanky Panther, the Bat Chat connects one from about 300 or 350 meters away. That's fantastic. And then I think there was a follow-up from CJ in the middle with the STB one. And then Colin as well. 2 for 1 is always going to be favorable for you. And it's always the question of, you can see there's a damaged fuel tank actually on return. And that's never good. The CS showed itself at North. Now Xanden's made the correct play to rotate around. I have to say, this is a much more favorable scenario right now for Adelaide Action X at this current point in time. As long as they don't bleed out, Colin, you don't want to be doing something like that. You started fantastically. You spotted the CS is rotating. This could be huge right now, considering Sappy's just going to walk into a couple of STB1s. He's just dead. You need to do something for the Archers. You need to re-push onto the Kranvan for sure. All your tanks have been spotted out.
Oh, wow. Look at that. They roll through the middle of the map up from the river. They're going to make their way onto the cap. There's one for now. The rest of the tanks, the STB1s, are going to take position up towards the hill to try and stop the Archers rotating around once again. The bait was right. The Action X pulling that one off perfectly, Kev. The question now, they put a second onto the cap, is can they hold the Archers off?
Oh, man. I mean, all these tanks are spotted out as well. I don't know. The problem is, how do you get the resets over here? The CS is going a very, very far distance in Cole, and that is a very cheeky peek coming out. He's covering off this angle so well. It's going to be hard for Stewie to try to get the reset. CS in mid as well means it's going to be very difficult. And yes, you've got the 12 degrees on the hydraulic suspension as well for the STB1, but do you have the spot distance? Absolutely not, considering your command is dead. Oh. Just like that, Stewie can't get the reset or can't get the spots of the reset. It's all over. Adelaide Action X will take the attack. They'll be up 2-0 in the series.
What a great attacking side victory from the Action X. I loved all of that, Kev. I loved all of that as the capture comes through. They haven't lost a tank. One cap goes to them, and congratulations, the Adelaide Action X. They're 2-0 up against the Auckland Archers, and what a great start for the game for them. I said, hey, this attacking side might be a little bit more difficult, but the bait was real, the rotate was real. By the time the Archers knew what was happening, there were 2 on the cap, and it was, I guess, too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, that was just all down to, I felt like the T100 LT just going down so early on. And I once again, I'm not privy of the equipment. I think that the Shanky Pants was running, but if he was running something that was spotting related, that might have been a bit of a difference maker. Because that was just comprehensive on the side of Adelaide Action X on how they took the map and how they spotted out the rotations. They made all the correct calls. And the Archers, I think, just stuck a little bit sluggish in transition. As soon as the T100 LT died, they lost so much of their initiative, so much of the ability to spot what was going across the rest of the map. And what was looking really positive at the start, they've got the right tanks to spot, they've got the rest of the tanks to obviously do the damage and back it up. All of a sudden, just petered out. That is a huge upset victory. And I have to say, Adelaide Action X, that's fantastic calling, fantastic ability to play that, but also a bit of a question mark over the Archers as well, where some of these plays, I'm not too certain if those were the correct ones. The rotations that were being called at those timings, I'm not sure if it was the right place to be making where the T100 LT went. Yeah.
I think, is that 2k total damage done? Yes. By the Archers, and that's obviously not what you want to see. So I guess, does that sum it up? You lose the T100 LT, or it takes too much. You back off. You rotate. You see the CS63 up the top. You rotate around and hard baited. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, very much hard baited. I mean, this is the case here where I go, hang on, how is the T100 LT spotted and some of these other tanks aren't? The bleed damage comes out early on, which is great. Then Safi gets spotted here. He cops a shot as he's trying to retreat. He comes into the riverbed and he goes, oh, there's a lot of tanks here. That's not good.
By that point, it's too late.
Yeah,
so
it's too late. When there's 3 tanks coming at you like that, when action is coming like that, there's no getting out, unfortunately. And Stewie was their last chance of trying to get the reset, and unfortunately, there was not really much that you can really do. So, I don't know about that. Like I said, I have to go back and I have to look at what Shanky Pants said in the back chat, because the loadout, we talk about the loadout sometimes, but we don't really go into it in depth. The little differences does make a huge factor in terms of how you get outspotted, or if you don't get outspotted at the end of the day.
And it's, I think we talk about it a lot, and the fact, how important spotting is, and it is. It just, sometimes it's more important than others. And in this particular occasion, it was catastrophic, essentially, for the Archers. So, Sand River, it's the 2-0. Great work coming out from the Action X. They picked the map. They got the defensive side win. They more impressively got, I think that's probably the most impressive attacking side win we've seen on Sand River so far this season. Excellently well played. And I'm sure if Elvish Guy was here, he would have lots of very nice things to say about it. But unfortunately, he dogged us this week, so he doesn't get to do that, alas. Nevertheless, we'll head to Himmelsdorf, and now the pressure is on the Archers. You can definitely pick up an attacking and a defensive side win here on Himmelsdorf, Kev. But I would say the Action X are in a pretty good spot right now. They only need to find themselves one. I wonder what the comms are like in the Archers Discord right now.
Well, I mean, they're going to be down 2-0 at this stage. Their comms going to have to be a little bit tighter. I'm hoping it doesn't slip into negativity for them. Going to have to focus on how to clean up the 2-0 on their own map pick. Now, that said, Sand River was Adelaide Action X's pick, and I'm glad to see that they picked a map and they've gone in with a plan. I think that's what I'm happy about. Even if they lost Sand River, as long as if they had a strategy, it would have been absolutely key. Now, a bit more of a interesting setup. VZ's in a hold down position over here. It's a very strong position to be using.
The Archers sitting 4 tanks now up here on the top of the hill. 2 E100s, the AMX 50B and the 113. 50B, Safi going to roll back down. The rest of the tanks, 3 heavies up there right now, potentially about to start making their way downtown, down the hill. We'll wait and see whether that's the case or not. What about this 113 sitting in the middle, the return cab? What's his goal? To spot, to hold?
Yeah, he's got a very little angle that he can kind of spot down the 5 line. He can also spot just into about D2 or D3 if any tanks do cross. Now, I don't know how CJ's come into this position, but normally you don't see a Super Conqueror here because normally it doesn't have the speed to get here. So the fact that they managed to get a Super Conqueror in here is a little bit worrying, but also at the same time, I'm like, it doesn't really have the ability to rotate, especially considering that CJ doesn't have a turbocharger. He's gone for improved aiming circle versus the turbocharger, which is something quite unusual.
Well, he got here, and I wish he was not so far down the map without a turbocharger as the Archers roll 3 heavies down the hill towards the A and B lines. I'll turn the corner and get spotted immediately. Captain Cow's in the E100 sitting here. We'll see when he gets a shot off or not. They'll roll the 4th down the hill. That's Safi in the 50B coming quickly behind. That'll be 4 tanks from the Archers heading towards... I'm not sure if they're going towards the 2-cap or back down towards Banana, but certainly a 2-cap play. The Action X with tanks, though, Kevin, reasonable positions, particularly if they can get this this Super Conk back in a decent spot.
Right, I can understand where you get this, why you get the Super Conqueror here. Now, it creates this Nana pressure at the end of the day. That is a huge shot coming out from return, straight into the Commander's cupola. Not the easiest thing to do. The problem is I think for maybe Adelaide Action X, they actually didn't bleed out enough HP, believe it or not. But they know where these tanks are, so at the end of the day, as long as they find the correct overmatch with Shanky Pants, then it becomes a lot easier to get the victory. Now, obviously, the 50B has been spotted out, and Xanon needs to be a bit more cautious, but this comes down to a lot of one-on-one duels. There's a tank that's still left on hill. I do believe that's going to be Safi. He's just waiting for his moment to strike, but there's no cap pressure at the end of it.
1-1-3 up against the Super Conk, and this is a pretty important battle to see whether the return can hold off Banana from the Action X here. You'll see,
he's damaged the Amarak, but...
Yeah, the Amarak is less than ideal for CJ, but he will come out with the victory from that. Safi thinks, well, probably 3v5 isn't what we want to see, and he'll come back into the battle. The Action X is certainly dealing a bit of damage for now in a reasonable spot.
I mean, 5 and 4 at the moment. It's so difficult. They're stuck down on this D line at the moment. And this is where CJ's got free farm at this point in time. They're just stuck here. They can't really go anywhere. They have to try to maybe re-push into Nana just to try to get rid of the Super Conqueror. But, I mean, it looks like Xanon's all over it because he was looking in that direction. Might have missed a shot, though. Either way. HP relatively equal. He's still got to be very cautious on both sides.
Yeah, starting to run out of time here are the Archers. If they find themselves with not enough tanks left and not enough time on the clock, they may not be able to get the cap, and the Action X may just end up running away. But you'll see, I don't know if we're really looking for the cap pressure here, but Shanky Pants sitting back with the AMX 50B, trying to 1v1 Safi, who looks to have got the worst of it, to be perfectly honest. And still this 5-on-4 looking pretty good for the Action X. And the Archers are going to need to find themselves a way to make a play, a way to find an overpower here to outnumber. You're going to need to pull something out because they are running out of time and running out of HP.
Great bleed that's actually coming out from Trax as well. These 113s putting in some work, and CJ, who's in a fantastic hold-down position. But you're correct, Ben. Time is running out, and they've lost a lot of HP on that initiative-making tank. That's why Shanky Pants was happy to take the one-on-one, because he goes, you know what? I'm happy to trade HP right now if it means that your tank can't make a play and get rid of my E100s and my Super Kong. It makes you less of a threat. Sure, I might be down HP, but you can't go do anything right now. So, I mean, I think that's it. The series is won by Adelaide Action X. You shouldn't have predicted with Elfish Guy. I was going to say Jordan again, Ben.
Well, he shouldn't have copied me. It feels bad for Elfish Guy taking Sandman's predictions, because clearly not working out, as this is not working out for the Auckland Archers right now. 1:45 on the clock. Stewie almost going down. Probably will momentarily. Safi doesn't want to give up. He's got 4 shells in the gun ready to go. But I don't think that's going to be enough. He'll make the flank around. Maybe he finds Shanky Pants. Maybe not. Maybe the 50B is just closely enough around the corner. And he'll start on to Colin in the Super Conk. He'll fire 2 as Shanky Pants comes back out himself. Decides to take down Safi, and that leaves Trax and Celestia with less than 60 seconds on the clock. They've got a 2,000 point HP disadvantage, and you'd have to say at this point, big congratulations to the Action X. 3-0 right here against the Auckland Archers. Potential to make this 4-0, and 3 points on the board nevertheless for the Action X. What a great result for them. And for the Archers, at the end of week 5, Kev, a couple of average weeks perhaps.
Yeah, and that might actually be costing them. I mean, that said, there's a lot of bounce shots on Celeste at the moment. He's surviving for a lot longer than he should. Surely he's going to go down eventually. Absolutely, there it is. CJ's going to clean up. Fantastic series coming out from the Adelaide Action X. A well-deserved series victory. But unfortunately for Auckland Archers as well, a bit lackluster. Not much initiative you can make once again. They're down a tank nice and early on. and there's not much you can really do. We always talk about how hard it is to come back on these 4-on-5s. I feel like I'm, banging a dead drum, or however the saying goes, but that's the truth. It is so hard because you have no ability to make that play anymore.
Yeah, and if we reference this across the course of the last 3 battles that we've seen, I would struggle, and you can probably do this more easily than me, but I look at the results of those 3 games and you say, I'm not sure even if there was a point where the Archers looked in control at any point in the last 25, 30 minutes. And 5k damage for CJ in the Super Conk. And I know how much everyone loves me talking up the Super Conk. Oh, but everyone's been using Super Conquerors for the last 3 seasons, Sam, and you're an idiot. Yeah, but I feel like they're performing at a better rate than they have before this season. And I'll leave that up to you to decide why, because I don't know.
A little bit. I would also say it's the caveat over here is that it's also the case of the position it's going to be in. It's the way it's going to be used. CJ got put into a very unique position. Normally you see a 2-7-7 there. You don't see a Super Conqueror. And as a result, it gets a lot of control. It stops a lot of the ability for the opponents to rotate around. There's great patience this time from Adelaide Action X. They're not pushing the agenda. These are lessons learned from the past. I remember Himmelsdorf game where they were ahead and then they charged in. And as a result, it kind of all fell apart. So they slowed things down, and I'm glad to see that they're learning from those experiences. And yeah, this is all of a sudden, it creates a little bit more excitement because still in week 5, we don't know who can make finals because these games are so tight.
But legitimately, Kev, it's been a pretty wild ride so far this season. And some of these results, look, you did, I believe, predict the Action X up against the Archers, so kudos to you. But they looked very good tonight. They looked, even if I thought, or even if I'd predicted that the Action X would win, I don't think I would have thought that they would win in the fashion that they have. It's been very convincing. It's been 3 fantastic battles from them. And as I said before, it doesn't really feel like there was any point where the Archers were in control of any of the last 3 battles.
Yeah, and I feel like this came down to, yeah, it was a great series if you're an Adelaide Action X fan, but I do feel a little bit kind of wanting more from the Archers. I think this is one of the weeks where we talk about the frustrating inconsistency, and I think this is definitely not one of their shining points. The calling felt like it was a little bit slow, or the correct rotations weren't being made. At a certain point, it just felt like all the tanks slowed down. They weren't trying to dig themselves out, or should I say, even if they tried digging themselves out of a poor position, I think it was also counteracted by the Adelaide Action X. I think this is a key part of it. You keep Safi on this full clip, on this full HP. He could have been a huge difference maker. Unfortunately for him, he gets counteracted by Shanky Pants. And as a result of that, the playmaking potential of one of their tanks goes away. They lose an E100 because he just sits there. He can't really do much. He can't really push in because none of the other tanks are creating any cap pressure. So at the end of the day, they just slowly bleed out. Adelaide Action X are happy to farm away.
Certainly are. Let's head into battle number 4. We'll see whether the Action X can make it 4-0. A little bit of tiebreaker for and against points. Never hurt anyone, unless, of course, you lost to that. But for the Action X, that's not what they're worried about. A couple of changes here for the Archers. Celestia, Stewie out, Blades posted in. This is what I was talking about before, Kev. You could get subbed in after teams already lost. That, I guess, could maybe count towards those results where you see someone with like a 10%, 20% win rate. Not necessarily reflective of their play style, just perhaps when they get to play.
Yeah, I mean, you need to get a minimum amount of games at the end of it. So Archer's obviously trying to fight to at least redeem some pride. You don't want to go down 0-4 in a series like this. And I think this would be a series where we'd look back and go, well, this was very one-sided. A very big surprise, considering that Archers at their best would have been a lot stronger.
What do we think about this this setup from the Archers? Relatively similar to what we saw from the Action X, and 2 tanks up there for the Action X on the hill right now. But instead, they'll have 3 down towards the middle, and Banana instead. Shanky Pants getting a little bit lucky enough to get hit there. There finally one does come through. But managing to dodge the majority of them as he finally does become unlit. Perhaps getting away with that one a little bit lucky to get away with so much HP still.
Definitely very fortunate. As Xanon trying to find the tiniest pixel shot onto Toasted. There is actually a position you can pen the E100 here. You see the little knob on its head, Ben? The E100?
Well, I saw it, but I don't know if I can see it from the view of the Super Conk. Like that's a pretty wide circle that you're trying to aim with. Nevertheless, it's going to be the E100 up against the Super Conk down here in the bottom of the map. You'll see that there's actually 3 tanks down here for the Archers as well. 277 coming around behind. Super Conk as the 50B pushes through as well. The return, going to try and make the most of this. Colin does get tracked. The repair kit comes through, gets tracked again.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shanky Pan actually misses the first shot. Actually, that's a pretty big ammo rack damage onto the 277. If return gets ammo racked again, there's definitely a potential of that happening. It could slow down the DPM as a result. Safi obviously on the clip at the moment. CJ having a bit of a dance with the Super Conk, where Trax is coming out on top. Colin getting a few more shots in before he does eventually go down. So this is now definitely in the Archers' favor. They've got the tank advantage, they've got the HP advantage as well.
First time we'll see them with an advantage tonight. We'll see whether they can hammer this one home or not. Looking to find one more. Still 4 up here, the Action X, but CJ is taking a little bit of a pummeling there in the E100, down to 646, and soon to be deleted there by Blades, who's been subbed in the E100 for this game, and certainly making the most of that one. Now with 3 left and Shanky Pants so very low, the Archers prime position to find themselves a victory in this battle. Shanky Pants left on 16, but perhaps not for long. The return a little bit late off the reload, and Shanky Pants does just manage to fire one through there. Will stay alive. The Archers, though, I think, Kev, we can say, still in a pretty good spot.
Absolutely. I mean, Shanky Pants actually bounces 2 on the return, and return actually rolls so low on that. Trax actually missing a shot in the Super Conqueror at the moment. Shanky Pants might just have the clip potential to get rid of him right now, but Trax does manage to get the better of him. Captain Cal still alive over here, but I should say probably not for long. Meanwhile, Toasted is bullying Xanon at this stage. It's a Super Conqueror versus an E100. This is where you go as an E100, you just look at him and you just go in utter contempt, as you do. This is a bit of an awkward noodle fight, actually.
Yeah, this is a little bit weird, guys.
That's another bounce, and should be Xanon coming out on top. There we are.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet, guys.
Hang on a second. No Skycam yet, mate.
It's a little bit premature spectator celebration right there, but it's okay.
Woo, they finally did it. E100 versus Super Conqueror battle.
All right, so Kev, at this point, this is where my Super Conk strat comes into it, and then the Super Conk wins. Okay, are you ready?
Okay.
Are you ready for Xanon to show us how a Super Conqueror with 1500 HP 1v2 Safi and Blades? Okay. So firstly, he's going to isolate Blades in the E100, and then he's going to blow him up, and then he's going to blow up Safi, and that's how he's going to win.
I mean, that's not a bad shout.
Look, to be fair, he's got 2 minutes 20, right? So he's going to get on the cap with just enough time, and he's going to make the Archers play for it.
Yeah. It would have to be the most unfortunate thing to happen in the world, like the 50B getting ammo racked. And the E100 getting ammo racked on Himmelsdorf. Like, when have you ever seen that happen, Ben? Oh, he's just missed out. He's a little bit late anyway.
Took the long way round, can I also say, Kev, to get there. Like, turned left a couple of times, didn't take the most direct route to the cap. But we'll see the play come through. I'm not sure how it works out when there's always that last little second left on the clock at the end of the game. You'd know better than me, but it's going to be tight no matter what. And the Archers will react. So they're going to make their way through to try and get something from Zanin. I think he's probably not expecting to be able to sit on the cap indefinitely without someone coming through to cause him strife. You can only hope he gets to find at least one and then make something of the second. Blades rounds the corner in the E100. They haven't spotted him yet. Only one place that he can be, and that's where they're going to try and unload. Gets caught out on the wrong side, Zanin, and maybe my Super Conk strat is not going to play out. The Archers pick up the victory there on Himmelsdorf. They win the battle, but the Adelaide Action X get the 3 points on the season scoreboard. Congratulations to them. They looked very good tonight, and that's the sort of stuff we love to see coming into this sort of pointy end of the season, Kev, where there's some of these upsets, and I know you predicted them, but they look so good on Sand River. It was great to see.
Yeah, I think it was also the case the last time on Sand River. They also showed that they had the ability to be able to take it quite cleanly. They showed a nice couple of strats, and this time it was actually just realized. I mean, yeah, the Himmelsdorf game, it was Archers getting a little bit of redemption over there. But as you said, the series has been lost, unfortunately. Redemption sounds good, but they're still going to go down. Adelaide Action X are going to be riding the high. They're not going to mind losing that one. It wasn't as if some of those bounce shots from 50B were going to be a game changer or a series changer. You're not going to be upset about that one. You're just going to tell yourself, all right, I'm going to pen my shots next time. But I think ultimately the overall, so Safi gets 5,000 damage, a bit of redemption from him. He's had a bit of a lackluster series, but I think it's ultimately the fact that the Archers looked very lackluster until the final game. I think that's the upsetting part for me, because I know they can play better. So I'm hoping they can bounce back next week.
Yeah, and I'm not going to say they need to bounce back next week, Kev, but you want to find yourself in a decent place in the top four, right? If you want to make your way through to finals, you want to get the good seed for the semis. And we saw how close the season leaderboard was at the top of the day. You can't really be afford to be losing games like this because it's going to cost you later. We'll take a look at the replays. Was impressed by Safi and the 5k damage. Just wish he could do it in a game that mattered. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, I think it's obviously a huge contributor to the fact that they won this game. It was still very close at the end, and if Safi doesn't pop off in the 50B, that could have been actually a 4-0 loss for Archers. I think it is important, Safi gets one of these confidence games in here where he's had a bit of rough series. They're still going. It's like, you can still go, yeah, I can still brawl it out with the best of them. I'm the best player inside ANZPL. Let's battle. You got to tell yourself that. Otherwise, you're going to go into the next fight thinking you're going to have tons of experience, but if you lose series consistently time after time again in a frustrating manner, that's where it can hurt you. So as long as you go, 5,000 damage, that's a fantastic game. We get the battle victory at the end. We're going to roll forward to next week, or not next week, sorry, but in a fortnight's time for the next battle. I'm making the correct plays. We're going to make it into the playoffs. I think that's the more important thing that you want to take out of this as the Archers.
Yeah, you want some playoffs momentum, right? So as you said, got a fortnight. We've got a break week next week before we get back into the swing of things. And I think there is a little bit to look at here for the Archers. They probably can't afford to be giving away matches like that to teams like the Action X, who, to be fair, did a great job and deserved the win. But if you turn up in the same way against teams like the Bulldogs, the Skorpions, the Sentinels, etc., assuming they all make it through to the top four, you're going to have a rough day. So a little bit of work to do there for the Archers, not the week that they were looking for. To the Adelaide Action X, congratulations, a great result for them. They're certainly going to help them with 3 points, a proper win, a 3-point win, a non-tiebreaker win on the scoreboard. Really does a lot to kick you right up there. So I can't wait to see how the scoreboard looks at the end of the night. I hope everyone is enjoying yourselves. Don't forget that each and every week give away a HyperX custom alloy 60% keyboard. All you have to do is spam HyperX in chat to enter if you want to find out more !HyperX in chat to find out all the details surrounding that one. We're halfway through the night. I'm enjoying myself with no Elfish Guy. It's been great to be free from the constraints of that noob. I know you've been enjoying yourself as well, Kev. He's not there to BM you. It's just you and me, two best pals, talking about tanks. We've been really enjoying ourselves. And if you haven't been enjoying yourself, firstly, I don't know why. Secondly, you will enjoy the next game. It's the Sentinels up against the Skorpions, the two teams from Sydney, the Sydney Derby. This game is always good. These two teams have series. This could be a grand final prelude, Kev, at this point. There's every potential. These are the two teams that make it through to the season final. The Skorpions are coming off a pretty good week last week and maybe a slow start to the season, but they are looking to ramp things up towards the finals. The Sentinels looking to take them down and put them back in their spot. We're going to take, I think, to be fair, what will be a pretty quick break this time around. And when we come back, the Sydney Derby, we'll see you soon.
In fact, it might be the E3 to fire onto Monkey. Never mind, neither have fired a shot at one another. Ships in the night, and I think that's a fitting term for the size of those two tanks. But Monkey has arrived. Where's the shot gonna go into? Oh, Phantom Suite, ammo racked, deleted.
That's a 3,000 HP ammo rack. Oh my goodness.
Commanders, my name is Villanelle Rapierre, and I'm here because the Alliance is in trouble. Operation Return of the Waffenträger will take place from September 27th through October 11th. Your target is Max von Krieger. I tried to negotiate with him, but he wouldn't compromise. He's tired of being on a leash. He'll defend the freedom to research, even when it's dangerous. You'll have to convince him with tanks. You will now see the models of combat situations based on intelligence from 3 locations where the enemy has been spotted. The models might not be exactly what you'll face in reality. Von Krieger can be very sly. You should be ready for anything. That's why you'll get 3 different tanks, each equipped with charge and an ability that suits your combat style. Igor Leotov, a military attack master who always acts according to plan. Your tank is the Resistor, simple and versatile. It has a railgun with low accuracy but enormous damage. And what the railgun does to the Sentinels? Well, it would really hurt them if they could feel. Eliza Day from Special Division, an expert researcher. You'll get the more specialized Thunderbolt. This is a sturdy vehicle that can protect you while collecting technologies. If the technologies show some resistance, switch to siege mode. Your mobility will be temporarily reduced, but the rate of fire will increase. Monsieur Armand. Let's just say you're the right fit. You'll have the foudre. It reminds me of my Harlequin. Fast, with an autoloader. And most importantly, French. It's equipped with a ballistic dome. That'll protect you for a short time. Just make sure you enable it before the shells hit you. You'll be told more about the combat tactics in each vehicle next time. In case of failure, you'll have 2 spare vehicles. Believe me, they will come in handy. After all, this is all based on von Krieger's old designs. He left us behind long ago. Max has always strived for perfection, but now, he's gone too far. Von Krieger created the Blitzträger E110. This vehicle can't be stopped. You can't set it on fire, damage its gun, or anything like that. On the other hand, the Blitzträger will stun you with an EMP arrow, suppress you with an EMP burst, finish you off mercilessly, and then disappear. According to recon data, von Krieger is capable of that. If you don't believe me, look at the surveillance data. The Blitzträger's mark jumps around like crazy. Either he's trying to fool us with interference, or he's actually fine-tuned his most important discovery. Find out what's going on there. Find and destroy the Blitzträger. There's no other way. But this won't be easy. Its shield is almost impenetrable so long as it's feeding from the generator network. Firing at a generator is useless. You can overload it with plasma from Von Krieger's Sentinels. You need to destroy a group of Sentinels and pick up the charge. When you pick up any charge for the first time, it will restore a part of the hit points of all vehicles in your squad. Then you need to deliver the charge to the generator. Hurry up, the plasma is dissipating quickly. Note that Von Krieger doesn't like it when someone breaks his toys. He'll be protecting the Sentinels and hunting for plasma charges. When he's close, plasma dissipates faster, and the moment it disappears, the Blitzträger will restore some of its hit points and accumulate energy for teleportation. Using charge with your vehicle is useful even without generators. You'll cause more damage with it. And one more thing, the more Harriers gathered around a generator, the faster it will overload. It'll cause a short circuit for some time. The Blitzträger will be damaged, drop its shield for a while, and won't be able to teleport. Von Krieger will probably try to hide out somewhere until the network is restored. According to experts, each disabled generator should reduce the overall effectiveness of the Blitzträger's shield and give you more time to prevent Von Krieger from escaping. We've calculated the exact time it will take for him to charge a long jump to escape. If this happens, the battle will be lost for you. When the timer is close to 0, pick up a charge. Its static field will make it harder to charge the jump. To neutralize Von Krieger as quickly as possible, overload one generator after another. 4 overloads will permanently disable the Sentinels and Von Krieger's shield. He won't even have coordinates to teleport around the battlefield. You'll just have to finish him off before time runs out. But that's just theoretical. In reality, you will face absolute power. From the moment the battle begins, Von Krieger will appear where you'd least expect him. He'll hunt down those who got separated from the pack and destroy your vehicles, one by one. If you think you're hunters and Von Krieger is prey, he'll punish you for that mistake, just as he's punished dozens of Harriers before you. But you can and must defeat him. Such power should be used for good. The Alliance assured me that it would be so, and I'd like to believe it.
For active participation in the hunt of the Blitzträger, you'll get commemorative medals and gather an entire collection of rewards, styles, inscriptions, and decals for any vehicle in your garage, crew members with unique voiceovers, the 3 Harriers, and of course, Von Krieger himself. To complete the Engineer's collection, collect keys to drive the menacing Blitzträger. You can get keys for completing daily missions. You'll also get 2 types of...
Welcome back. I hope you're enjoying your Friday night. We're halfway through the evening, that last one. Pretty good game. The Action X coming out on top over the Archers. A bit of a surprise, perhaps. This next one going to be a banger? Is that what Jordan would say? I don't know. It's probably this point of the night, right, where I'd normally do some really cool, like, sponsorship, promo, normally for, like, Noble Chairs. But because I did such a good promo for Noble Chairs this week, I'm not going to do a promo for Noble. Sorry. Since I did a good promo for them last week, I'm not going to do a promo for them this week. So I'm not going to say stuff like, we're sitting in the epic PU leather chair, or that the winning team's going to get their hero PU leather chair, or that you can win one fantasy league. And if you want to find out more, you should use !Noble Chairs in chat. So we're not going to do any of that this week. If you want to see the cool promo, go back to last week where it was awesome and it was my chair talking, or like 2 weeks before where we were spinning around, or I was sleeping, or like maybe 2 weeks ago or 3, I don't know, where we kind of laid back. That was fun as well. Anyway, we're not doing any of that tonight, not doing Noble Chairs promo. So if you want to learn more about Noble Chairs, go back to last week and then look at last week's and then use !Noble Chairs in chat. But you can do that this week. You don't have to do that last week because that doesn't work, because that's the past and we're now in the future or the present. I guess we're not in the future, we're in the present. Nevertheless, we're good to go. All right, Kev, let's have a chat. The Skorpions up against the Sentinels, right? This is the game. This is the Sydney Derby. This game, I'm going to say it never disappoints, but I can't remember what the score was last time they versed each other. But Skorpions are on a roll. The Sentinels are the back-to-back champions, and I'm waiting for this game to be pretty darn good.
Well, I mean, the last time that these two teams versed, which have relatively unchanged lineups between both of them, right, is you got to look all the way back to the semi-finals of season 2. That was the last time these two teams faced off, and that was a reverse sweep victory in the favor of North Sydney Sentinels over the South Sydney Skorpions at that time. So definitely a lot on the line over here for the South Sydney Skorpions at this current point in time. To kind of, like I said, mentally, that taxes on you. The fact that you were up 3-0, yet you couldn't complete the series, down to maybe some of the individuals like not landing a shot because of bad luck, or like this other thing, or the Sentinels getting this huge buff because they've, the protagonist never loses, even though everyone hates them. That's the North Sydney Sentinels. They're undefeated. Like, they have been the back-to-back champions for a reason. And obviously, they're still struggling a little bit this current season. They're not in the peak shape. There's a reason why you still don't count them out, because they're that dangerous of a team.
And that's the thing, right? It's about the pressure, I think, and about playing under pressure. And we'd kind of counted them out last season in the semis before they came back, and where most teams would have failed, they somehow managed to find success, and where the Skorpions were in prime position, all of a sudden the Skorpions were out and the Sentinels were through to Fortress Melbourne in the grand final up against the Bulldogs, where they eventually took home the victory. The Skorpions, though, this season, I don't know, maybe we haven't been fair to them. On JT certainly thinks we haven't been fair to them. He DMs us every week and tells us why we're bad and why they're good. But last week they did win, and last week, to be fair, they looked.
Yeah, I mean, they've been quite solid this entire season so far. Like, first week, maybe that was a bit of shakiness, but every single week from there, they've just been absolutely dominating. I think that's a fair thing to say. You know me, I like ragging on the Skorpions as the next guy, or the next casting person that's not called Elfish guy. I like teasing JT, but I think that's also the truth of it, is that they've got a fantastic caller. They've got individuals that are finding the right form at the right time. Russian is one of the best players right now in the league. It has been proven with stats. Then it's backed up by the fact that you've got very solid players. Like, Knight was part of the ANZPL fantasy team for last week, the best performers. And you got Napa that's back into the equation, who's always been a consistent key kind of damage dealer for the South Sydney Skorpions. All of a sudden, it's a recipe for success as long as the consistency is there. And it looks like it is. I think that's the biggest question I always had, was like, is the consistency there? I remember back to series that JT, like the Skorpions lost, and JT were like, yeah, but they did this, da. There's been none of that season. It's literally been, they're not losing. I think that's the key of it, right? There's no excuses here for the Skorpions. They're just winning. And I think when you're winning, it's easy to make statements like that.
Well, when you're winning, right? And
exactly.
And that's when you're winning. And it's easy to win when you're winning. It's harder to win when you're not winning. So now that they are winning, it's a winning position. The question is, can they be in a winning position against the North Sydney Sentinel? Let's go take a look at our player matchup. Who's it going to be? Oh, it's Weimu up against Knight. This the big Wymo is pretty popular in the tank circle. So is Knight. And the pressure on for both these gentlemen this evening, Kev.
Yeah, both are very much, once again, I like calling the positions role players, because that's what they do. So Wymo, very much you see him in the IS-7 or even the VZ-55 a lot of the time, just gets right into the brawl. And same for Knight as well. I feel like he's always one of the players that you kind of just put into one of these tanks that you need him in. You leave Russian in one of those playmaking tanks, maybe even JT if he decides to pick up one of those playmaking tanks, depending on the mapping. You just rely on some of these trusty guys in the Skorpions really to fill out the role. Two very actually equal players in my mind. Both very, very solid players. Knight obviously had a fantastic week last week. Wymo, I get to meme on him a little bit. I don't remember an insane game coming out of Wymo, but I think that's also the case of why you need a player like him. You need someone who just does the role week after week, doesn't really get the recognition that you need, but just gets the wins on the board for you. And that's all you want sometimes as one of the guys, just a yes man, someone who knows how to play the game, someone who knows how to be like a secondary or tertiary caller when it comes to the brawls. And that's what you need.
Someone who wins the game. That's it's just all about winning, Kev, and that's what it is. One of the teams will win tonight. I know I've got the Skorpions, and I think you've got the Sentinels, right? But I think it's going to be a pretty close one. Maybe it's going to come down to maps. So let's go see what we are going to play. Cliff, the first map out, picked by the Sentinels, who will be the home team for tonight, so they do at least have that advantage. Then on to Tundra for the Skorpions, and I'm always interested by this one where you pick the map that's the tiebreaker, and then if you go to the tiebreaker, you play it again, and then you've already played it once. So that does make me wonder, like, if you've got a strat that you used when it was your map, how does that play out when it's on the tiebreaker? Do you use the same strat again? Do you have to change it up? We've seen a lot of Ghost Town from the Skorpions so far this season, Kev. So interesting to see. Tundra is the map tonight. I don't know if the Sentinels use my cool, just pick Ghost Town to counter it out and make the Skorpions not play it probably, or whether the Skorpions just chose to play something different this week.
I'd say probably JT's and the Skorpions by committee have decided to probably play Tundra, and there's going to be a good reasoning why for it. JT obviously has a lot of thoughts about how it's going to be played, and that's something that I've always loved about the Skorpions, is that they're not afraid to try something a bit different, and I'm starting to see teams starting to do the same. I think it's like a lot of people going, oh, VZ55 is going to be amazing, and JT was the first person going, no, it sucks.
Yeah.
But maybe JT was just ahead of the curve because he was trying to figure out what position and what role it plays in. It's not a direct replacement for a 277, which is the argument I've been making for it week after week.
Maybe it's just a scenario where he thought it was good and just didn't want anyone else to think it was good and say,
Maybe.
no. I think the context was it was all position, right? And all using it in the right role, as with every tank, I'm sure. So we've seen a little bit more of the VZ55, and we've seen some cool games on Tundra, and I'm sure we'll see some cool battles there later tonight. But right now, we'll roll out here on Cliff. Sentinels on defense. The Skorpions on the attack. It is the Sydney Derby, potentially a prelude to the season final. Both these teams certainly with a shot of making their way through. And Knight in the CS63 has come Aussie as well. The first one's up onto the hill, or at least the lower aspects of it. The Sentinels, though, for now, Kev, not going to have anything of it.
Oh, actually catches the TVP firing a couple of shots over here. Oh my goodness, 2 VZs into a TVP. Russian needs to be very cautious. Ducks backs behind the rock. The fact that you know where 2 of the VZs are now, you got a decision to make. Do you overdump mid as the Skorpions, or do you back away? And I think you have to back away. You can't dispute a Karanban that's now going to be hold down. It's supported by speed. And now obviously the VZ's going to come into their own little hold down position. Raspberry's got a very tiny window of a shot. Aussie's going to be rotating out, but he's been kind of lit the entire way through, so he cops a shot in the side. And right now it's going to be a bit of a stalemate between both parties, because you can't really go anywhere right now as the Skorpions in the attack. But similarly for the Sentinels, you can't really overextend because you have to respect the power of the ability of the CSs to rotate.
The CS63 going to push its way round. We've seen this play already tonight. We'll see whether they can make something of it or not. Is Aussie, who just ducks around behind the cap and gets himself into the little dip. 3 shots onto the Kranvan. Soy Milk. Oh, that one come through? There we go. 1 shot does come through onto the Kranvan. And Soy Milk going to be forced back out of that one as well. So nice little play from Aussie in the CS63, trying to give the Skorpions a little bit of an opportunity to push their way back. You can see Knight back up on the hill as well, giving JT some support with Wymo lurking around the side. Kev, what have you thought so far?
Knight's taking a lot of damage, and this is actually a really good rotation coming out from Rainbow as well. It's designed to punish the fact that maybe one of these players is going to come up. The CS is actually not connecting so many of these shots so far. On both sides, Rainbow misses that one into Knight. I think Aussie missed 2, now 3. Make that 3 into the Kranban where he's got the side of it. So all of a sudden, this game obviously not favoring either party so far in terms of some of these shots.
still. In a difficult spot, though. The TVP in the same position hasn't really gone anywhere. Waiting to see what these VZs will do and perhaps what Russian will do in this TVP. Whether he's going to make his way around and what the play is now for the Skorpions. The TVP in mid. Yeah, going to push on through. It's JT. Looking for the big plays from the captain, Kev. He's going to spot Wymo out in just a second. No shots, alas.
I think the key here is identifying exactly where speed and exactly where the other, like, CS is going to be. As long as they know where speed, where Cindy is going to be in the other BZ55, it's going to be very crucial. Now, JT is actually not in a bad spot because the Crime Run can't really dig him out. He can't go high anymore because Aussie's in that position to anchor down. You can't push onto JT very easily because there's a couple of super conks. And the biggest thing is that Russian has been unlit the entire time. You don't know where this TVP is. And that's why Rainbow is so cautious right now, because you're going, hang on a second, where do I actually really go? JT might be thinking about placing some pressure onto the Crime Vine, might have actually gotten away with absolute murder here, because that is so much map control. And that's what I was talking about. JT, I know he can get in one of these playmaking tanks. He can go into a 277, he'll sack himself, because he'll go, you know what, tanks is too hard, but give him the right tank. He'll open up the game for you. Right now, Skorpions are down on HP, but it's a 5-4.
Certainly is. Skorpions with the tank advantage for now. JT, as you saw, jumps on out, grabs himself a free kill. I think takes, 400 damage in the process and gets back out of dodge. We'll take another 500 there.
Wow.
From Wymo, who was, to be fair, punished in the process as well. Still relatively even.
I don't understand how he snaps that. The TVP is not the most accurate tank in the game, and he just snapshots that. And this is so smart in terms of the calling as well. You know the VZ's clicked out, so this is going to offer an opportunity for Raspberry to push forward. And obviously he cops 2 right now, but you need to start getting your tanks into play. 2.5 minutes left, or just over 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, the Skorpions are starting to run out of time. Though the expectation would be that they are going to make something of this. The CS63 able to safely make their way onto the cap now that soy milk in that Kranvan has been gone for some time. Going to wait for the Sentinels to make a play. And the TVP from Russian has pushed all the way up. Rainbow decides that he doesn't want to have any of that either and gets back around probably to try and take the 1v1 or at least the reset here with Aussie on the cap. The reset comes through. What's the play for the Skorps, Kev?
I think they're getting ready to dump in. They're getting ready to push on the back of the Super Conqueror as well as a couple of TVPs. Lots of clip potential, but they need to be careful how they juggle the HP. Russian obviously coming in first, trying to catch the off timing. Get rid of Wymo, and there it is. Oh my goodness, he also gets the Ignite as well. That's a single shot, and Wymo's down. And now this is a huge problem. Because that was 2 shots you needed, and Cindy's, one of them's gone into the track of Raspberry. Oh, this is an absolute disaster at the moment for the Sentinels.
This is not going the Sentinels' way at all. Rainbow all the way on the far side of the map. Speed and Cindy caught out around the donut as well, and they are going to be a feeding frenzy here for the Skorpions, who still do have 5 tanks alive and are sharing that damage, to be fair, relatively well. JT, though, does go down. Raspberry and the Super Conk manages to find a pick. It's Rainbow and Cindy left. They've got barely 1,900 hit points between them. Rainbow in a tough spot, but Aussie not able to find that pick. 20 seconds on the clock as well, so they are going to need to make a play. No, doesn't care about it, doesn't worry about it. Drops off the cap. Just wants to get the picks. The VZ55 for Cindy. Looking to go down if the Super Conk can come through. Gets the track still, though, on the reload. When you've got nothing to work with, it's pretty tough in the VZ55. Oh, Rainbow thinks he's going to get out of there on 185 HP, but Aussie says, I'm going to find you. I'm going to pick you up. And the Skorpions find themselves an attacking side victory here on Cliff. Great work from them. Looking pretty good. Not going to say they made it look easy, Kev, but in the end, they made the big plays and they pulled it through.
Yeah, JT just with that pick with that TVP onto the crime run really opens things up. That could have been a lot cleaner as well for the Skorpions if you account for the fact that Aussie, his gun fails him a couple of times. The CS63 a bit notorious for having not the most accurate gun, even if you're running the correct modifiers. So, and I would say that 2 shots missing on the crime run that should have been guaranteed. You're going to be a bit frustrated about that, but that was all in control at the end of the day for the Skorps. So, yeah, you can't really be upset about that at the end. So, looking overall at it, unfortunate for the Sentinels. Rainbow, I think, not really making the most use out of the CS63. I know he's struggling a little bit. I think his internet's down, so he's using the hotspot. But even then, not really able to get the reset points, bleeding out a lot of HP. I feel like very unlucky with the timing, and that could have been the difference between cleaning up some of these tanks, spotting out the push at the right time, and not being able to do so. That said, that's also down to JT's calling. You can't just say you got unlucky with timing. You also made the correct push at the right time.
And that's it. And I think it's easy enough for us to blame callers, right? Quite often when things don't go their way or they make a 50-50 call and it doesn't play out how they'd expect. This time around, though, certainly things going in the favour of the Skorpions. And yes, particularly as you mentioned, JT managing to find the Kranvan and getting away relatively unscathed as well in the process. When he came into Donut to begin with, he put a bit of pressure there on Wymo. And overall, it was good to see because quite often I feel JT gets forced into those positions that he doesn't necessarily want to play. Maybe that was the same tonight, but he certainly made the most of it. So that attacking side victory for the Skorpions up against the Sentinels on their own map pick of Cliff. I kind of feel if I recall correctly that we did see this map in the semis as well, Kev, and it sort of got away from the Skorpions. But so far so good on the attacking side. But let's be real, we see a lot of attacking side wins here on Cliff. I think it's a little bit brawly at times, and it can be a little bit 50-50. So I'm keen to see what the Sentinels can pull out from us. But Aussie did pretty well also. Stayed here, did a lot of work with the CS63 up along that C line.
Yeah, for sure. So he was in a very, very dangerous position. It's very hard to dig one of these tanks out from this area afterwards. You can see Rainbow understands he needs to go make a bit of a play, but I think he gets bled out by the CS on the hill. There's no real counterplay for the rest of the tanks, unfortunately. And from there on in, Skorpions could just utilize the superior numbers. A couple of bounce shots from the VZ, that becomes costly, right? You look at that scenario where Raspberry, he takes one into the track from the VZ. That could have been a kill. Wymo misses an extra additional shot. Look, all I'm saying is I remember just a lot of missed shots in this game. And that just comes down to sometimes luck not going your way. From both sides. So I'm looking at Aussie, where he could have killed the Kranvan earlier. I'm looking at, Wymo and the VZ, where some of the ones aren't connecting. I'm looking at Cindy, etc., etc.
Aussie taking a dip there in the end, but manages to get the final kill in the process. So the Skorpions 1-0 up here in our Sydney Derby up against the Sentinels. Looking for revenge from the semi-finals in Season 2. We head back now to Cliff. That was at times a pretty close game. Number of tanks at the end didn't really reflect that. So we'll see what the Sentinels can do. They picked the map. What have they got in store for us?
I think I see a couple of fast CSs because they're just straight booking it to the hill right now for the Skorps. And an E5 for JT. What? E5 in this map, that's pretty interesting. 2 CS63s. An E5 with the turbocharger. Actually keeping speed with the VZ55, if not faster. What is going on?
I don't know, Kev. You tell me.
Well, I mean, it might just be an overdump from the Sentinels onto the donut position, but they need to be careful to not get bled out because they're going to take a couple of straight shots. TVP as well can come into the equation once they identify where the Kranvan is, but it's going to be pushed straight into the CSs.
Yeah, that's less than ideal for the Sentinels for sure. Getting punished, overcommitting in the TVP, sitting down the bottom there as well. Potentially getting a free fire of shots. They rotate around the donut. Soy Milk in the Kranvan up on top of the hill also. And we'll see whether we can get the overpower here from the Sentinels onto the Skorpions. They want to brawl this one out nice and quickly. Raspberry taking a ton of damage, already down below 50% HP, but he does get the first kill. Cindy, the VZ55, will get picked up. Can they find one more? All the Skorpions manage to really punish the Sentinels. Well, they are. It's too late for the Sentinels here, Kev. They've got the HP, but they're running out of tanks. Knight sitting on 29 points of health, and they're absolutely feeding off the Sentinels right now.
Just once again, just look at the HP between some of these tanks at the moment. It's the Skorpions are protecting the tanks that are low HP, trying to bait them out, trying to make it into a position for the Sentinels. It's going to be 90 impossible for them to clean things up. And Soy Milk, I think, accidentally loaded HE. And then as a result, I mean, it's going to be easy pick. Rainbow's going to be the last man left standing, but unfortunately, there's so many tanks around him at this point in time that there's no way he's going to get out of here alive. And at the end, it's just going to be a massive Skorpions, 5 tanks up as they take the 2-0 and Cliff. If that's ever a time to make a statement, I don't know what is.
Yeah, great result there from the Skorpions. The Sentinels, a minute into that one, Kev, it looked like maybe they had the numbers advantage. They were doing a little bit of damage. They just weren't able finish them off. They weren't able to get the killing blows. They weren't able to take guns out of the game. And at that point, the Skorpions just started to punish and they turned it around. And again, that one obviously a little bit more one-sided than the last. But if you just look at the number of tanks alive, I don't think the Skorpions lost a tank in all of that. So the amount of damage that came through, and we were even for HP, still quite a way into that brawl. And not an insignificant amount of damage there on the side of the Sentinels dealt. But no numbers in the all-important column in the middle, right there between the damage dealt and the experience gained, Kev.
Yeah, just unable to really take down these tanks. And I have to say, it's also, you've got to be praising the Skorps at the moment, the way that they're constructing everything at this point in time. JT playing his heart out at the moment, trying to prove me wrong, and so far he's on a good track of making me look like an absolute tool. I mean, and this is a whole case of, I didn't expect an E5. Out of all the tanks that you normally look on Cliff, you don't expect an E5, but he does absolute work on it. The rest of the CSs, great brawling between them, and just being able to juggle HP and farm damage. That is such a quick timing in terms of the battle as well. I don't know. This is a very favorable position, even going into Tundra, which is now your own map pick of Skorpions. You have to say this has been sure, we're looking like this is a Sydney Derby, but I think after this, all we're going to be singing is the JT praises.
Yeah, what's happened to the Skorpions in the last couple of weeks? They finally woke up. It's the first pick you saw onto Raspberry. And from here on down, you look at this, right? The Skorpions and the Sentinels are pretty even on HP, but the Sentinels are 2 tanks down, and they're never able to bring it back from there. It's just too little, too late.
It's always just threatening, pretty much. Like, the Skorps are just always threatening the fact that the third tank's going to peek out, so it's keeping you interested. You want to hold your shot, but there is other tanks that you have to shoot eventually, and I feel like that's just the beauty of it for the Skorpions. Their brawling has just been absolutely fantastic so far this season, and compounding on the fact that the calling as well as the counter reads is absolutely on point right now for them. It looks easy, and I think that is something I've always commented on. The top teams in the league make the victories look so easy. I think for the Sentinels, it's like at the moment, something's not working out, whether it's brawl potential, whether communication isn't on point, something's not working out for them. And that's why they're falling apart so easily. But you have to look at two sides of the coin. Maybe Sentinels not playing that well, but also Skorpions, individuals turning up, callings on point.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for? And JT leading, like I said, I'm the first person to criticize JT when something goes wrong, like, you know, if he dies for free as an E100, but also at the same time, you have to give praise when he's doing something right. He's penning all the shots in the E5. He's bullying the Kronwagen out of position. He's making
I
the
don't
plays
have to
in the
give
TVP,
JT praise at all, by the way, Kev. I don't care if he's doing anything right. I'm just going to shit him all day long. But no, they're doing pretty well. They're match point right now. And we always talk about how important these wins are, but in particular against some of your key opponents, right? If you can come out, get the full 3 points up against the team you're expecting to see in the playoffs, you're taking a point away from them as well. And that's crucial, potentially, heading into the end of week 7. But we head now on to Tundra. This is the Skorpions map choice. So I want to see what they got in store for us. The second cap last week, Kev, was the cap seemed to have all the action. So keen to see whether history repeats itself this week or not.
Just maybe. I think having a chat with some of the teams recently as well on how the map is kind of played a little bit. It does feel like that the defensive side actually has to make a bit of a risk early on in terms of how they're going to set up. If you don't set up correctly for the 2 flag, don't bleed enough across, when it eventuates into a brawl, it becomes a bit awkward. Well, Skorpions will start on the attack. I mean, Rainbow's been spotted out early on by Russian and he cops one as a result. That is not the best start for the Sentinels right now.
Nope, that early damage bleed, we've seen it a couple times in a row now for the Sentinels. And it has not worked out in their favor. It's even worse if they can't manage to find the killing blows. Just keeps getting worse and worse. But Skorpions making moves, Knight and JT pushing up quite aggressively here. JT will get a spot onto Cindy and get spotted out himself. Shot onto Aussie in the Super Conk, but it's Knight who's really getting punished right now. The Sentinels managing to pull some damage back. Certainly something they needed to be doing. JT in a pretty tough spot right now. Probably not where he wanted to be.
Yeah, definitely hoping to bleed out a little bit more damage on the side of Skorpions, but they're the ones that actually get bled out. Wymo doing fantastic work in the VZ, making sure to pen a couple of these shots this time, and all of a sudden the Super Kong's down to a 1 hit. Aussie actually just going straight over the bridge right now. He's going to cop a few, surely. Lots of bleed coming up, but that allows Russian to actually take the 1-on-1 at this point in time. Aussie now coming into this, but they're down a tank already. They need to try to figure out how to fight back into this. But Russian will be able to win the Bat Chat Brawl. Very important early on, but they don't have many tanks left alive over here. And Soy Milk as well in a great position. JT, sure the 60 TP, he's got HP, it's got a big alpha gun. But you're not going to out-DPM your way out of this. You need a couple of buddies to help you out. That's where the Bat Chat and the other VZ and Raspberry needs to come in. They need to take the fight, get rid of one of these tanks. There's so much damage is being blocked by the 60 TP right now.
Yeah, JT getting bullied in the middle of the map, but he's trying to give it back. They're putting a ton of shots into him. He's now just 1 shot away and finally does go down. The Sentinels finally find themselves with more tanks than their opponent, more HP than their opponent, but they are not out of the woods just yet. We'll see whether Russian can get out of this and maybe find a shot here onto Speed and the Super Conk from his Bat Chat. They really want to even up the odds. Wymo, though, trying to make life tough for Raspberry. It's a 2v2. The Sentinels still with a HP lead. Raspberry wanting to get out of dodge. Down the cliff he goes in the VZ55, trying to get round the corner. Russian manages to get a shot off as well. And Raspberry now back off the reload here, Kev.
That's huge. Soy Milk actually cops an ammo rack, so he's forced to use a repair kit. So next 90 seconds may actually be quite instrumental, because all of a sudden you can see that you can't really push in because Wymo's down to technically a 2 shot from Raspberry. Now this is pretty interesting on how they're splitting up. Russian, though, will be back into, both the VZ's actually going to be spotted out, and Raspberry, I don't think, can get out in time. He's going to be dead. He needs to put out some of this shot, some of this damage, trying to get cut back across. So
he needs to fire both of these shots. He needs to put 2 into Soy Milk. I think only 1 comes through. Soy Milk takes a little bit of damage from the Bat Chat, but Russian on 646 HP, an almost unwinnable position here for the Skorpions. The Sentinels need to make sure they do not let this one get away. They've got the tanks, they've got the HP advantage, and they are on defense. So you'd say, surely there's nothing that Russian can do here, Kev, but I don't want to write it off just yet.
It is going to be pretty difficult, as long as he can find one of these tanks maybe separating. But the VZ's doing the right thing right now from the Sentinels. You take the hill, it becomes so much harder, actually, for you to control the rest of the map, and I think they're reading the play absolutely perfectly. That said, though, Russians also come over here, maybe trying to find maybe a timing shot onto one of these guys pushing in. We'll be able to take hill quite easily. I think that's it. That's GG from there. Sentinels managed to get onto hill on time. Russians coming in just a little bit too late. And, he does spot out Soy Milk. Oh, Soy Milk actually puts one into the dirt. Now Wymo's going to come across. There's the shot that he needed to land, and that's it. Russians on a one-shot. That's going to allow so much more playmaking potential for the rest of the Sentinels to be able to 100% this.
Yeah, pretty tough spot for Russian right now. The Sentinels in an almost unlosable position, looking like they're going to even this one up, or at least keep themselves in the game. Russian does have some crazy play sometimes, Kev, but I think this is maybe a little bit too big an ask from the Batchat 25T. Not spotted out, I don't think. I don't think they know where he is. He could try and play for a cap, but he's too far away. He's not going to get there in time anyway. You would expect that that's not going to be a way to find himself a victory today. So if that's the case, the Sentinels will wait and see whether they can pick this one up, but it's looking pretty much likely now. The question is, what can they do on the attacking side of Tundra, Kev, to keep themselves in this game?
I mean, I might just see the same old strategy, rushing onto the 2 flag and hoping that you can actually just overdump and overmatch some of the tanks that are going to be there early on. As soon as some of those tanks are gone, then you can leverage your numbers position, push it all the way to the tiebreaker, which is Tundra again, and then you just be swapping maps at that point in time. This is Skorpions map pick, and obviously the attack is quite difficult to navigate. I was a bit surprised actually not to see Russian attempt the climb. Out of all the players that I'd expect to know kind of the climb, he'd be one of them that I'd go, yeah, reasonably so.
As in like the Miley Cyrus song?
No. An actual climb. As in,
oh, okay.
You can sneak your way up, and it's a very hard one. I haven't been able to figure it out myself, but I think also the Sentinels are going to be pretty wary of it. You can see how cautious he is of not knocking down any trees, but he's knocked down one. Surely, no. None of them have realized.
Even then, what's the play here, Kev? Like, you need all of the RNG in your favor here to.
Oh, that's another tree down.
As he knocks down another tree. But we're getting there. We're getting closer. They mustn't know he's there because Wymo's not looking. Neither of them are looking.
Yeah, exactly. So he's going to be able to take down one.
That's one. Needs to find the second before he gets blown up. Soy Milk is the one out in the open now. Both tanks looking to be one shots with 2 shots in the gun here.
Oh my God.
For Russian. 1 for Soy Milk available. Wymo on the reload. He finds one. It's a 1v1. Wymo just about to come off the reload, but it's only going to need 1 shot one way or the other. There is no way Russian picks this one off. The shot is unsuccessful, and now he needs to get out of dodge. So close. So close, Kev. I don't even know where that last shot went. I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe you've got better insight than me, but it was right down to the wire. Right down to the wire.
I think Russian still suspected that Wymo still had a shot in there, but man, it can't get any closer than that. He's trying to aim obviously for either the upper hole, trying to get the right angle, or the cupola at that stage, because that's all that was visible in the tank. But what a play coming out from Russian to keep it close. I mean, we thought almost that he was gone for sure, but a couple of missed shots from the VZ. He's dancing around, baits out the shots, shoulder peaks it perfectly, and there you go. Wow. 1 shot the difference. That is a huge game coming out from Wymo, by the way. Take away the fact that I said this man never carries. 5.5k damage in a VZ.
We were BMing him at the top of the show, Kev, but that is impressive. 13 shots fired, 12 hits, 12 pens, and if he is 1 shot less successful than he is there, every chance that the Sentinels don't come out with that defensive side win. Is that the most damage we've seen so far this season? I know every time we hit the 5k range, that's the question. But that must be awfully close.
I felt like Speed had like 5.4k or 5.7k on this map, so this would be awfully close, if not just a little bit better. So either way, though, monstrous. Like, as soon as you see a 5k damage game from anyone, that's a monstrous effort. So, and especially when it came that close, 2 tanks in this game got 5k damage. So it wasn't just Wymo that got 5k damage. It was also Russian, I think. Oh, okay. He got 4.7k. So nearly 5k, nearly clutched it out from absolutely nowhere. Don't know what else you can ask Russian to do.
Hit the last shot.
Hit the last shot, but you can't fault him for that. He's already hit.
No.
He's already played that. A 99.9% unwinnable game. He puts it in the realm of possibility and just misses the final shot at the end. And look, you can't fault him for that.
No,
and the
you
way that he
can't.
played it was absolutely sick. Like that was a fantastic game. You know what? Maybe this derby is living up to its expectations.
Kev, I kind of wish we could hear comms there, right? of Soy Milk and Wimo as all of a sudden a bat chat with one shot turns up behind them. Yeah, that was pretty incredible. We go back though to the start of this battle. It did kind of feel like the Skorpions gave up a lot of HP very early on, put themselves in a tough spot, particularly JT getting caught out in a little bit of an awkward position. We had the Super Conquerors both giving up quite a bit of HP as well. And only really rushing here in the end that was able to bring this back and make it so very close.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of trees goes down, which is absolutely hilarious when you consider that factor as well. So, oh my goodness, I'm watching this back again. I'm just going, how does he get away with this? And then Wimo, okay, yeah, he's positioned in a nice little hole down at the end there. So almost impossible unless you drive wide enough. And Wimo's playing like the dare game. He's going, I've got a shot in my clip. I fired one. I've still got one in the clip. You don't know that I've reloaded or not. And you have to take the assumption that maybe he is reloaded and you got to be cautious. So you have to go for the tiny pixel shot. Doesn't work for Russian, but as I said, that was a nigh unwinnable situation in the first place. The fact that it was even that close, hats off to Russian, hats off even to Wimo as well, the nerve to sit there.
Yeah,
just the
this
balls.
This game, Kev, is definitely delivering tonight. We head back to Tundra. The Sentinels have brought one back. Now the pressure is on them in the Sydney Derby. Can they find themselves an attacking side victory here on Tundra to allow us to go back here once again for the tiebreaker? We'll see what the Sentinels have in store and what the Skorpions can do now on defense. They picked the map, so waiting to see what they've got ready for us tonight.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of reminiscent to what I saw in week one, I think, or week two when Sentinels played Tundra. Very, very fast to try to contest this A3 control. A lot of emphasis on tanks over being here at that one side. So, nice and steady at the moment, obviously, after some initial aggression. One of the tanks did get spotted out from the Sentinels, and Skorpions reacting accordingly, actually setting up more of their forces over here towards the north.
Yeah, taking it nice and slow. None of the two-cap plays that we saw last week, though we did see a lot of rotations around from this northeastern side of the map back towards the two flag. The Derby, hashtag Team JT, or hashtag Team RB. I do agree that they produce some epic games every single time. And my question always is one of the teams just going to throw under the pressure? Or is it simply going to be both teams stepping up on the day? And I always love it when both teams are able to step up. But the games are always fantastic. And tonight certainly has not disappointed. First 2 minutes go through this game without too much playing out. But plenty of time still for the Sentinels to work with. Every time we see this shot, it reminds me of... I don't know if you ever watched Battlestar Galactica, Kev. But like the space fight scenes and they like zoom in from nowhere, like zoom, and you just see the ship like doing a barrel roll and a backflip and then shooting something. Obviously, less barrel rolls in World of Tanks, but still quite a few in here.
I've never actually watched Battlestar Galactica. I feel like that's definitely a show which is a little bit appropriate for the World of Tanks community. I'll definitely say that for some of the community members that have been there for a while. How does Cindy not take a single shot on the cross? Two Super Conqueror APCR shells go whizzing by, man.
It's a very slow start to the game, Kev. Only damage so far coming down onto Raspberry. So we're waiting to see. I feel like, are we moving back towards the two cap? Is that what we're seeing here? Or is that just me wanting it?
I mean, I have to wait for one of the rotations to come out first. I think that's a very key thing. A couple of blind shots actually coming forward to JT. One connects. It wasn't actually intended to be fired into JT's position, but regardless, this is some nice early bleed damage coming out from the Sentinels.
It's the way they need to start this one off. Find as much free damage as they can early on before they're forced into committing to one play or another.
I do actually agree with you, Ben. I do feel like they should go back to the 2-cap, and the reason why for that is they've spotted out the back chat into 8-6 earlier on. I don't think it's actually possible for Aussie to actually leave this position without getting spotted. No, apparently he gets out scot-free. I thought he would have been spotted for sure. The fact that he isn't spotted, I think, is a big telltale sign now that there's going to be a 2-cap. So maybe Sentinels once again missing the timing. That's why you're seeing the mass rotation, is because the fact that Aussie gets out without being lit is a huge indication the tank that lit him up is no longer there. What does that mean? They're rotating with about 4 minutes left on the clock. Okay, so what do? We need to start getting ready for that 2-cap pressure.
And that's what the Skorpions are doing. They're starting to send tanks down the Superconk. The Batchat, the VZ55 is already there. Going to leave one Batchat up at that A3/4 position just in case. But not all of the tanks from the Sentinels are here either. So not expecting a full commit at the moment, but Wymo pushing his way through and will get spotted. They know he's here and he'll take a shot. Soy Milk is there with him. JT spotted out also. And Raspberry sitting here behind this house, just waiting, lurking for the moment. No full commit just yet, Kev, but a little bit more damage on the board.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they can just get some more bleed damage. I think you want to keep Raspberry Gun hidden for now because he can strike at the right time. He's in a very good position to try to get the resets. He is finally spotted out. They know Russian's over there, but Russian can't take this fight. And the VZs actually can overdump and with the right rolls actually take down Raspberry, who's reloaded at the worst time possible.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a difficult spot right now. Soy Milk and Wymo going to push on through the ammo rack as well.
Oh,
Raspberry gets tracked up and he gets blown up. The Sentinels find a tank and they're in a pretty good spot. Tank advantage, HP advantage. They roll back now towards the cap with 2 minutes 15 on the clock. The Skorpions are going to need to start grinding this one back. And will that begin by taking down Rainbow and Speed?
Yeah, you have to try to find an overmatch somewhere. But over here, I just 3-cap it. They have to dump somewhere, right? Because there it is, 28 seconds to get rid of some of these tanks. You have to call it off over here. You have to go, hang on, we have to go for the resets. That's going to be Russian's job. And now it's been spotted out, which is going to be terrible because it means there are going to be so many tanks ready and waiting. All you need to do right now for Speed and Rainbow is stay alive, buy as much time as possible. Try to keep Russian lit. Try to keep these back chats preoccupied. Doesn't matter if you go down to Speed and done nothing. You've done your job and that's enough.
7 seconds left, 3 on the cap. Waiting to see whether the reset comes through. It's looking less and less likely. 1 second. Oh, the reset, but it's only going to take 10 seconds off the clock. They're going to need to go again. Russian in the bat chat, a little bit under 50% HP, looking for one more. 3, 2, 1, looking to put that reset in. It's only for 1 second, and the capture comes through for the Sentinels. So the Skorpions get 2-0 on Cliff, which was not their map choice. And then the Sentinels get 2-0 on Tundra, which is not their map choice. Means we're 2-2, and we go through now to the tiebreaker on Tundra yet again, Kevin. If my calculations are correct, the attacking side victory that we saw on Cliff for the Skorpions was like 2.5 minutes, which is obviously very, very fast, which would, I believe, give them the choice of sides when we go back to Tundra one more time. But that was pretty impressive from the Sentinels. They played it out well and played it out well under pressure, Kev. That's the big one, right? They were on match point for the last 15 or so minutes, and they've managed to grind this one back.
Absolutely. I think that this is why we're looking forward to the series, because you have two very high caliber opponents going just head to head at each other, just finding the timings, finding the ability to exploit the holes. And I have to say, I really enjoyed that. I mean, after replays, I would like to bring up Strat Sketch, obviously, to talk about how that rotation worked and as a result, how they're able to get the victory, because that was honestly a very, very solid call. And you know what? I don't mind Tundra as a tiebreaker, because we're getting more of that, where every single game is going down to the wire. This is a series to remember once again. This North versus South Sydney, always delivers.
It always does deliver. Just like, in the north, it's the battle of the chicken, Kev. You know what I mean? Like, you can draw like a line through Sydney, and then if you're on one side of the line, you get chicken from one place. And if you're on the other side of the line, you get chicken from another place. So every time someone from the north side comes south side, they're like, where's the El Janas? You know what I mean? They love it. Even though, like, they're the north side peeps and they have their own chicken. They want our chicken down here in the south side represent. Anyway, this has been a ripper of a game for sure. And don't always see games come through with 8 tanks still alive at the end, but they just weren't able to get the reset out. I can understand why they wanted to dump and find the overmatch, right, Kev? But with three tanks on the cap for the Sentinels, it was just a matter of just too little time for the Skorpions to work with.
Yeah, it was the correct call as well. They realized, and this is like what I want to go afterwards, like the way that they rotated was really clever, and how they initially threatened, and then how they threaded the needle as well was, honestly, it was beautiful to watch at the end of the day. So, and even though it's like not really a high damage game, I think it's like this was a complete antithesis to probably the last game where it was down to the wire. 1v2, Rush nearly brings it back. Almost does it again as well. He gets the resets that he needs to. Just the problem is there's no other tanks there to back him up. So I feel like it was obviously a endeavor that was almost impossible. And even if he gets that shot onto Cindy, it's not Cindy that's holding the most of the cap points. It's Wymo and Soy Milk. I think for people that wonder, well, if you shoot the same tank, why does it not reset more and more? It's because the cap points are being held by the other tanks. You can see how they were playing hold down as well to get that. It was almost impossible for Russian to ever get into a situation where he gets more reset points.
Yeah, essentially all the points by that point were on the 2 tanks behind. So what can you even do? It's unfortunate, but great work from the Sentinels. That was precisely their plan. And you have to feel, there's some points in that game and you look back and go, oh, was that the time to reload your VZ55 on defense? I guess, do you know what the players, do you know that they're about to roll over and fire 4 shots into you, track you, blow up all of your ammo, get the ammo rack out as well? It's a tough spot to be in. Professor Kev, I know you're trying to work through here to get the strat sketch ready for us, and I'm excited to see if we can get that one up and what you can teach us before we do head back for the tiebreaker. If you're unsure where we're at, it's 2 apiece. There's no ANZPL Let's 2-2 this season. We have a tiebreaker at the end of every 2-2, and it's a set map every week. So that's why Tundra is the map for this week. Just happens to be also the map that the Skorpions picked, and the map that the Skorpions also picked and then lost both the games on. So the Skorpions perhaps making their life a little bit more difficult than need be, but this has similar vibes, Kev, to the semi-finals to me, where the Skorpions got out ahead, but the Sentinels managed to claw it back with the reverse sweep, put the pressure on. And when the pressure is on, the Sentinels seem to stand up. So let's go take a look at the strat sketch. Let's head into the classroom. Professor Kev, I've got my notes ready. All right, I'm here to learn. Teach us about tanks.
This doesn't look right already instantly. This is really weird because I've got different tanks on the screen, so this is awkward. This might be, I think this is from last week, so we'll take that back off because I think it looks like obviously strat sketch is paying
This is
off
the
a little
problem
bit.
with teachers these days, guys. Like, they just don't prepare for their lessons, and I'm paying a lot of money to be here. This is going towards my hex stat, and this is just symptomatic of a greater issue, Kev. So please don't expect a great review at end of semester. Okay, that's all
I'm going to like see if I can do like a janky way of fixing this. Give me 1 second over here. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if I've got enough time because I actually really wanted to point this out, but I think we might as well talk about also the tiebreaker on who's actually picked. You said obviously the Sentinels had the advantage, right?
I thought the Skorps had an attack win on Cliff, but I could be wrong. Maybe it was the defensive win. I'm looking at from Mateo seems to have the knowledge in there. So maybe it was the Skorps had the slow attacking win. Perhaps I had the sides wrong and it was a very fast defensive side win perhaps that the Skorpions had. So based on Mateo, he knows more than I do. And he says that the Sentinel attacking side win on Tundra was 653. Scorp's attacking win on clip was 731. So there you go. So just goes to show how important sometimes picking up a win in a decent amount of time is, Kev. So if that's the case, I guess it means that the Sentinels get to pick side. If it was me, I'd probably pick defense on Tundra. I don't know what your thoughts are.
I'm still learning Tundra as well. I think there's a lot of opinions, a lot of like the pro players talking about it as well. How everyone's got, the golden strategy. I think that's always one thing I found very unique about World of Tanks players is that they have the golden strategy, and it's a strat that will work 100% of the time, even if it's a different strat compared to each other. So one of the guys I was talking with from the Bulldogs, I won't name him just yet because obviously he might be an absolute fool. He might be proven wrong, so we'll protect him from that shame. He thought it was a very 50-50 map because if you set up in the correct location early on and you were able to read what the opponent was doing, like nice and early on, then you would be ahead by a lot by the defensive side. Kind of like what Mines used to be a little bit, or is. Because if you cross to the 2 flag nice and early on as the attacking team and you get unpunished, the brawl works out in your favor most of the time. So
I love a good brawl, and this map has been it hasn't been one-sided, right? We always kind of err to the side that probably it's the defensive side that comes out on top most of the time, but certainly Tundra this season has been. I'm not going to say it's 50-50 because I don't know if it's 50-50, but it hasn't been one-sided. So we'll wait and see. We're about to roll into our tiebreaker. It's a single battle. The winner of this battle comes out and picks themselves up a tiebreaker victory, which is 2 points on the scoreboard towards the season. If you lose, you get 1. So not all is lost, and it keeps these two teams pretty close together. But it does shake up, I think, the top of the scoreboard, Kev. We'll have to wait and see how the rest of the night plays out. But the Skorpions were sitting on top at the start of today by just 1 point. So even if they come out with a tiebreaker win right now, I think if the Bulldogs were to win, maybe they would be even on points. I won't do the quick math. Anyway, let's roll out. Who's going to win this, Kev? I know you had the Sentinels down for the victory earlier on. I had the Skorpions. Jordan copied me, had the Skorpions. After what you've seen, who do you think's going to win?
I want to call, isn't it? That's why we're here in the tiebreaker at the end of the day, Ben. It's once again another classic match between North and South. Classic fight between, Chargirl Charlies as well as Meljanas. Though I would agree with you on that point, Ben. There is no equivalent. I don't think I've ever been to Chargirl Charlies, and I don't think I ever want to either.
Yeah, look, it's just... I never hear someone from Southern Sydney say, wow, I can't wait to go to Chargirl Charlies. But every time people come to... come out for some esports, they're always like, wow, let's go try some Meljanas. Can you get me some Meljanas? So look, it is what it is. I'm not here to judge. I'm just telling you how it plays out.
Yeah, we're not here to mess around with spiders at the end of the day. A bit of a problem, actually. The VZ spotted out nice and early on the river from the Sentinels. So this isn't, once again, another bit of a weird kind of play. So Skorpions actually backing themselves, utilizing the same tank composition that they had earlier on. So obviously JT, he must be planning to do something in the 60 TP. Rainbow's copped a shot earlier on from across the tracks. Might have been from the bat chat, might have been from something else, but Raspberry actually just charging in at the moment. He's been unspotted the entire time. This is huge right now for the Skorpions. The fact that Raspberry's been able to get so deep without getting lit.
Right in here with the VZ55 ready to go. Up on the north side of the 1 cap. We'll see how far he can get in, how much knowledge he can get. Russian in the bat chat as well. We'll follow him out. He'll roll right on through to try and shore this one up. Raspberry, though, does get spotted and takes a shot for his troubles. So we'll see whether this ends up working out for them or not. The 60 TP from JT firing out some long shots as well. As the VZs now rotate back around here for the Sentinels, trying to shore up their defense on the northern side of the map.
Does leave a big hole, and obviously an exploitation over at the riverbed in case they're able to get underneath soy milk, obviously, in that super conqueror near the houses.
A lot of tanks moving to this part of the map, Kev. Potential for pretty big brawl. sooner rather than later. But the pressure on the Skorpions here on attack have been unsuccessful so far here on Tundra. See whether they can make up for their 2 losses in a row on their own map choice. Is third time the charm?
Might just be some nice early bleed damage coming out from the Skorpions. This is good. You're getting rid of Rainbow's HP nice and early on. I'm wondering if that was a designation or a design coming out from the 60 TP on the reason why you do play that. Got some nice HE shells, of course, even with the HE rework. It's still nothing to be laughing at when you got like a 152mm cannon that's firing at you. VZ's now counter-rotating once again. It's just slipping and sliding away, trying to figure out the best angle to utilize the burst damage. Soy Milk has been spotted out. But still difficult to pen a Super Conquer from that distance with a 60 TP.
About halfway through, the Skorpions haven't been able to find themselves an advantage. The Sentinels holding strong. Rainbow's taken a little bit of damage there on the Kranvan. And speed in the Super Conch, but overall not a bad spot. More shots in to Rainbow. Probably doesn't want to give away too much more at this stage. You see the tanks have started a little bit. You can see they could see a bit of a rotation back towards the 2 cap, but I'm not sure how much knowledge the Skorpions really have at this point. Here's Cindy and Soy Milk, VZ55 and the Super Conch rolling here onto Aussie, who will get spotted out. You see Cindy for now, and then Soy Milk and the Super Conch, and they'll lay into him. We'll see how long he can stay alive here, and whether he can just get in behind the ledge. A bit of a difficult spot, but hasn't been punished too much so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should be dumping in and trying to take him out at the moment. I think that's going to be a bit of a waste of effort at this current point in time. Batshot and Hill trying to cover at the moment. Great little tracking shot coming out from Aussie. This is a nice little position for him to be playing in because obviously he's got the Batchat to be supporting him. Oh, he hits a bit of a defilade though as a result. This is a really awkward 1-on-2 battle right now between both of the parties.
Yeah, Aussie definitely in a tough spot, but he hasn't been punished for being here so far. They want a full send onto him now. They're going to start picking away at the Super Conqueror. For the rest of the Skorpions, they're taking a bit of damage as well. They rolled out up around A3-4 mark, and they're going to be fighting it out there. Cindy now rolling across the bridge. JT taking a ton of damage as well. The Sentinels still with a HP advantage of about 1,500 or so. The Super Conch of Aussie looking very, very low, but he did get the track there onto Soy Milk, and perhaps more importantly, Kev, the ammo rack as well. Soy Milk will be able to clean him up just in the nick of time, and the Skorpions running out of tanks, running out of HP. They will theoretically be able to find one there and bring it back to a 2v3. Not perhaps as far down as they were the first time around, but still, with 2 minutes on the clock, a bit of a tough spot for Knight and Russian.
Yeah, you still need to be quite cautious. You can't be bleeding out HP like this. The VZs just need to slow down, get into a hold down position at this point. You can't just allow like 400, 800 HP to go back in the favor of the Skorpions, especially when this game is so tight and Soy Milk is not really with you guys. So Russian, I think, is going to be on a bit of a journey. See if you can figure out where the Super Conqueror is going to be. What a shot coming out from Knight onto the cupola of the VZ. Soy Milk, though, has spotted out Russian. Knight obviously doing his best right now to try to equalize the numbers however he can. He's got the HP, but you can't just drive out here absolutely willy-nilly. You've got to play the smart with the last 1.5 minutes you got left. Got to channel your inner Russian a little bit over here.
Needs to find something, that's for sure. Russian up in the bat chat, looking for Soy Milk in the Super Conqueror, and with 1:10 on the clock, he's going to need to find something soon. Obviously can't let that Super Conch get too far away as well. The 2v1, the VZ55's up against Knight down the top of the map as well, is a pretty tough spot to be in.
Oh, hang on a
Look
second.
at this Soy Milk.
Oh.
They're taking a lot of damage here, Kev, the Sentinels. 50 seconds on the clock. But that should be GG.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was like a very close thing. If Russian was able to get and not bounce those shots, I've got a feeling maybe heat shells were involved over there. That could have been a lot closer, but at the end of it, the Sentinels come out the victors at the end of it, 3-2. Another reverse sweep. What can I say? The Sentinels do it again.
They're good under pressure. They don't give up. And that's what got them through the semis. That's what got them through the finals. And it's why they've been a back-to-back champions, taking down the Skorpions tonight. Congratulations to the Sentinels. And it's a tough spot to be in when you're 2-0 down. You've lost your own map choice. And you've got to win 3 games of Tundra in a row when your opponents pick Tundra and your opponents are the Skorpions. But the Sentinels can do it. And they'll get 2 points tonight. The Skorpions will find themselves 1. I don't know, Kev. Like there were moments there towards the end where maybe it looked close. But again, you go back to all of those games there on Tundra and it kind of feels like in each and every occasion the Sentinels had the Skorpions' number.
I mean, I don't even know if it's like they had the number every single time, but I felt like definitely the micro decisions when it came down to some of these like miniature fights and everything, definitely the Sentinels playing a little bit better in that regard. I mean, I'm looking at that series overall. I'm looking at compared to the semifinals once again, and it's the exact same story. Skorpions are up 2-0. They have the ability to 1v2 and clutch things out, or 1v1 and clutch things out. It comes down to the wire. It doesn't work out, and the Sentinels come back and complete it. Can we hire new script writers?
Well,
Hello,
Kev,
J-rated?
can you guys stop repeating the script over and over again? Sentinels beat Skorpions in a reverse sweep. So you're looking pretty good on your predictions tonight, Kev. I'm pretty sure you picked the Action X and you picked the Sentinels, yeah? And
yeah,
Jordan and I did not pick that. So
either I'm going to be 100% correct to make up for my shocking week last week, or I'm going to be 75% correct. Either way, Elfish Guy sucks and he loses. And I think
Elfish Guy in the bin, and he's not even here now to defend himself. So this is the perfect time to shit talk him as far as I'm concerned. Look, we said that this game would deliver, and when it was 2-0 for the Skorpions, it's like, I'm not sure we're going to get, in my heart, Kev, I wasn't 100% sure we were going to get the game we thought we were going to get, this derby that we deserved. But the Sentinels woke up, they turned up. Maybe they had some Eljanas delivered or something, I don't know. But they got through there in the end, and they looked very good here on Tundra. I don't know if I'm picking Tundra again if I'm the Skorpions, just putting that out there.
Yeah, I do remember the Sentinels said that they practiced this map early on. I remember having a conversation with Speed about like what was going on with one of their strategies, and he said, yeah, we practiced this map. There's something that we want to bring out. And obviously it's unfortunate because I feel like JT definitely also had some other plans. Some early bleeding was great from the Skorpions. They were able to get some of these key tanks in the right position. Just when it came down to some of these fights, that unfortunately the bat chat really couldn't help out too much from the hill, so Rutschen not able to really pen that many shots. I think Aussie was in a fantastic position to punish some over-aggression. Unfortunately, the tanks just weren't there to try to help him out and maybe do some more damage to turn the tide back in their favor. The other fight that's working out on the other side, well, it barely works out in their favor. Yes, they get rid of 2 tanks, but because they lose Aussie, they lose him almost for, I wouldn't say for free. He did some damage, obviously. He did some great damage. Didn't do enough, and I felt like if he stayed alive, if Rutschen is able to maybe pen 3 or 4 different shots, was able maybe to take down Soy Milk towards that river clutch, it could have been a different story. Unfortunately, it wasn't, but once again, another bio series. I can't wait to see these guys match up again, because I feel like this is just, it always delivers in my mind.
It always delivers. It always, well, except there is a loser, and it's usually the Skorpions. So I don't know what they need to do differently, except just win one more battle after they win all the other ones at the start in the row. Okay, JT, when you win all the ones at the start, just win one more next time, and then you win. But the Sentinels, I've had some questions about them this season, Kev. Like, they've had some okay results, but they've also dropped some games that maybe they shouldn't have. And it's good to see them back in form. And also, I think when we get to the end of tonight and we check that scoreboard, things are all over the place now. The top of the scoreboard is going to be very, very close. The only way I think that it can be closer than it is now relies on this next game coming up. Because coming up next is the Panthers up against the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs currently, at the start of the day, sitting at second on the ladder. They're probably coming into tonight expecting a victory up against the Perth Panthers. But the Bulldogs were in the bin last week, and the Panthers would love to give them a repeat of that, I expect. So one more quick break. When we come back, our last matchup of the night, the Panthers up against the Bulldogs. We're back right after this.
Following rewards. visual elements, credits, personal reserves, days of World of Tanks premium account, consumables, demounting kits, garage slots, and possibly even Bankriga's trophy, the Engineer's Starter. You can also get this ultimate prize as a bonus in special bundles with visual elements or for the victory over the rare Blitzträger E220. Please note that it will appear in battle several days after the operation has started. You will be informed of the exact date later. Rare Engineer Starters unlock access to the gate with the most valuable trophies. Among them are gold, exclusive 3D styles for the M48 Patton, Object 140, Batchatian 25T, and premium tanks. The first on the list is the Astron Rex. You can get it both from the Engineer's Gate and guaranteed from a separate gate for 60 Engineer starters. This Tier 8 premium tank can surprise even Bankriga, and for a good Harrier, it will become an extension of your hands. It's equipped with a 5-shell autoloader with good damage per shot. This is the first and so far only batch, available exclusively in this event. The Astron Rex is a special vehicle solely for those who went through fire and lightning in return of the Waffenträger. Along with the return of the Waffenträger event, a new Prime Gaming bundle will become available, featuring Ermelinda Young, the talented assistant of Bankriga. Ermelinda will be able to join the ranks of your commanders. Follow the news on official World of Tanks resources to learn all the details. Roll out, Harriers. Come back with an electromagnetic shield, or on it. Good luck.
Good luck. I won't give up my life's work that easily. I'll show you what a wolf cornered by Harriers is really like.
In World of Tanks, one should avoid being too extreme. An overpowered or weak vehicle will cause frustration among players. That's why the new Astron Rex is a great example of how nothing is absolute. However, it does not mean that the vehicle has no secrets. In reality, it's a cold-blooded hunter, a prudent reaper, and a vehicle that does everything.
Wouldn't be ANZ PL without some interesting results, and we said that last game would deliver, and it did. Congratulations to the Sentinels once again winning the Sydney Derby, and once again reverse sweeping, should I say, the South Sydney Skorpions, and the scoreboard's going to be very, very close. I think the team who could probably make the most advantage of tonight's results is the Brisbane Bulldogs, who after the first couple of weeks, we're sitting pretty on top of the ladder after last week and their surprise loss to the Conquerors. They found themselves in second place by just one spot. After going down to the team that was, I think, bottom of the scoreboard, they take on the team who was sitting right next to them tonight, the Perth Panthers. And the Panthers looking to maybe make a repeat here, Kev. And they can. The Dogs are going to be in a pretty tough spot. But if you're on the Brisbane side, if you're a Brisbane fan right now, I think you're pretty happy to see the result for the Skorpions and looking for a win tonight to maybe set yourself up back in that top spot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, considering last week that wasn't really the best result that you wanted. Obviously, Conquerors definitely stepped it up. I do feel like Ghost Town probably bring a T100 LT to try to cap it out. Very niche strategy at the end of the day. So, but for the Perth Panthers, JS, I felt like that was definitely a much closer series than what was on paper last week against the Sentinels. It was a 4-0, but yeah, it was like one where they got ammo, like a full HP 100 ammo rack that came down to a couple of brawls. Definitely got very unlucky, I felt like. It should have been a closer series on paper, right? Like, numbers sometimes don't reflect the actual closeness of some of the games. So they want to do the same today, but I think it's beyond the stage of you want to show that closeness. You want to capitalize now. You can't have any more Perth Panthers moments where they're this close to making greatness. You only have 3 more weeks to get points. You've got to start getting them now. Otherwise, we'll be gifting JS a wooden spoon. And yes, I will pay the shipping fee to Perth if it means he gets a wooden spoon.
Very kind of you, Kev. Are you going to sign it or something? Send it back across? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, the Bulldogs, though, an average week last week, they'd had a great season up until then. I honestly don't know what went wrong for them in week 4, but perhaps looking to make amends for it in week 5, and particularly off the back of the fact that they had a pretty difficult start to the season, right? They played a lot of the top teams very early on. You'd think after that, the run through to top 4 and finals, particularly if you go Conquerors into Panthers, should be relatively easy. But sometimes you fall at the smaller hurdles if you don't take them seriously. And the Bulldogs certainly felt the brunt of that last week. My question, though, Kev, is how do you put that behind you? Just reset the slate and start thinking about week 5, or do you go back and you look at it?
I think you just move ahead pretty much. You know that last week wasn't indicative of your overall performance as a team. You kind of just keep practicing, you keep improving. You just come into this with a reshaped mental focus, and obviously looking at the matchup between players as well. This one obviously is a bit more different. So where AVP normally he's kind of like the anchor tanker everything. I feel like Lightning's very much the proactive light tank driver. He's very much like the bat chat or like the medium tank player that's looking to make plays a lot of the time with how the Perth Panthers go. Obviously haven't had the most success this season, but we'll see obviously how this one happens. All right, because I know Lightning is a good player. He's carried me enough in platoons for me to know that he's a pretty decent one.
Look, I think everyone, a lot of the players here in ANZPL have had a chance to carry you once or twice in platoons, Kev. I don't doubt. Certainly not as many times as they've carried Elfish Guy, I suspect. But, it is what it is. So these are the maps for this battle. Himmelsdorf into Prokhorovka. And then if we're very lucky, Tundra for the tiebreaker. I do love a good Prokhorovka. The Bulldogs, I think, enjoy it as well. That's obviously why they've picked it. I think we've all picked the Bulldogs for tonight, so that's our expectation. But we all picked the Bulldogs last week and they lost. And we'll see whether they can make this one back, get back onto the scoreboard, perhaps back to the top of the ladder, or whether the Perth Panthers have something for them. Hope you're all enjoying the evening. I hope you all enjoyed the hashtag ANZPL Hotshot competition last week as well. If you don't know what I'm talking about, exclamation mark Ironside in chat, and take a look at the socials on a Monday night. Get to vote for your top 4 clips from the week before. I think there's going to be some tip-top clips from this week, and that's for sure, Kev.
Absolutely. So looking forward to obviously what's going to be appearing. It gets better week after week. And I mean, winning yourself a lot of coffee, that's always good.
Yeah, a year's supply of coffee. I said last week that I had 4 bags myself, and people are like, 4 bags, that's not a year's supply of coffee. I'm like, no, that's how much coffee I have. You win much more coffee than that. So I don't know if I can enter, but I want to be honest. Maybe I should just under a different name. Not Sandman is what I'm going to call myself.
Definitely not Sandman.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this is an interesting kind of like strategy, obviously, from the Bulldogs, where Darks pretended to run after spotting out a lot of these tanks, but they're probably going to just re-engage. They're going to notice that they're not going to follow through, and they're going to go, oh, they just kind of committed, they're going to fall back. They think rails are safe, and they're just going to come in with a couple of E100s, Ravi and that polished salami, going to come forward and sling some 750 casings around. I'm hungry now. I make myself hungry sometimes, man.
Too much talk of chicken, Kev. I think chicken Kiev, even. Like that. Anyway, all right. So this is the Panthers pick. They're the home team. So they're going to start on the defensive side for both of these maps. We'll see what they've got in store for us. But certainly congregating out towards the western side of the map and that one cap, Kev.
Yeah, I mean, just making... probably looking at the lineup, they're just going, we haven't spotted anything cross. We're more than happy for them to rotate around and obviously take it. You don't really need to. I think teams are starting to figure out how to kind of retake the 2 flag. We've seen, obviously, Himmelsdorf since Season 1. We used to see just, straight onto the 2 flag, past Nana, zip zoom. We're playing this like we're playing a racing game. It's the fastest to the cap, and then afterwards, it's whoever gets the item that you need to kind of win. But this time, teams are taking the time to develop. They're trying to make sure that they're not going to bleed out on the cross. They're trying to make sure they maintain map control. So when you do place a cap pressure, you've got all the HP and the tanks in the right position.
I don't care. Cats aren't smarter than dogs. Sorry. Not buying that.
It's hard to argue with the intellectual superiority. Like, who's intellectual in the Panthers?
I think it's a general cats v dogs meme, Kev. By the way.
I'm allergic to both, so I don't like them either. I don't like dogs or cats.
Anyway.
Then again, I'm allergic to grass as well, so...
Kev's allergic to life. That's why he's here, let's be real.
That's why I stay at home and play tanks, guys. It's because it means I don't die of allergies and I walk out the door. I mean, did you even see me at LAN? That's the real question.
Well, you scheduled 3 LANs and cancelled them all, so I don't know, bro.
In my defense, man, the last one
no,
was
I don't
not
care
up to
about
me.
your excuses. Okay, lockdown, schmockdown. It's your own fault.
I'm banning this guy called Not Sandman from my lands ever again, just as the tanks are rolling over towards a 2 cap. Obviously, a bit of a slower game so far, but no tanks are bled out just yet. Action will start though.
I'm ready. I'm ready for the fight to begin. Here we go.
It'll happen in another minute or so, Ben. You got to give some time. It's
sorry.
like the development of the chessboard. At the very beginning, it's kind of boring. It's a bit of a slow. It's a bit of like the Bulldogs opener. So it's just making sure your pawn's in your position. In this case, AVP is your pawn, obviously. A pawn with a big gun, nevertheless, still one of like the pieces. Probably not the the queens, like the playmaker. That's up to your bat chat in Madhouse and Dark. They're your queens and your rooks. But here comes the rest of the Panthers, ready to retake.
Parking 1 tank on the cap for now, as we've seen many times before. It's a slow play here, right? They don't want to push out too early. It's always the scenario where like, oh, we're not going to push out in case we get caught, and then we're forced to push out because we've sat here for 1 minute and 55 seconds, and maybe we need to find whoever's sitting here on the cap. E100 trying to find an angle, but we know Twit's not going to be able to do so from there. The VZ55 pushing along the D-line, looking and getting spotted in the process as well. So 1 minute down, 1 minute to go on this cap. And so much HP still available for both these sides. So Panthers maybe with a little bit of work to do here as they do start to push on out. Here we go.
All the tanks going to be spotted except for the VZs until the final moment. There's the 277. There's the spots coming out from Madhouse. And now AVP needs these reinforcements to come forward. This is where Dark is going to make his move. And so far, AVP hasn't really bled out too much HP, but neither have the Panthers on their incursion in. This is a good start.
Yeah. This works when you are able to deal a lot of damage to the defenders when they're forced to push back the capping player. But as you can see here, the Bulldogs really haven't been able to do all that much. Now we're under 2 minutes remaining. They'll need to really start putting the pressure on and start grinding through this HP. 2 ammo racks coming out in a row, though, for the Bulldogs. Could make life easier, but Dark in the back chat, the first one to go down. 3 tanks, the 113, the 60 TP, and the E100, who's lost his engine. We'll be trying to brawl it out on the cap. They are kind of slowly capturing it in the process, but not really making too much of it here. Still 5 tanks alive for the Panthers, and I'm not sure that the Bulldogs are going to have enough here, Kev.
Yeah, I don't think so either. This is coming down to like some tank selection or like tank focus at the moment. Dark gets completely blown up. I think he bounces a lot of shots on the JS as well. Maz just doesn't have the initiative to really make the play at this stage. Yes, he'll be able to get rid of maybe one of these tanks, but look at the cover coming out from Goober as well. Almost impossible to penetrate that E100 that's low on Pro Loser. And this is it. The Panthers will be able to go up 1-0 in the series. The bat chat's just not getting anything done at the end of the day. Not enough tanks in the brawl. And I think Lightning Man as well has got HE loaded as a little bit of a special surprise right now for Madhouse. In he comes. There you go. Lightning Man greets him with the 1 and the 2. And sold out. Yeah, he'll be able to hit 3k damage, but the Bulldogs will go down.
Nice little defensive side win there for the Perth Panthers to kick this one off. And they picked the map and they had the choice of side, or they started off on the side they probably prefer. But that's, you got to get points on the board. And it's the sort of thing that teams were failing to do against the Bulldogs earlier in the season. The Bulldogs were getting those 4-0s, though. They were doing so with style. But Kev, I guess we have to remember the Bulldogs, I think they came into this season unchanged, right? They had the same roster and they really found themselves at the end of season 2. And it was essentially the same team in terms of not only players, but in terms of performance at the start of season 3. And maybe it's just a scenario of teams starting to catch up to them. I don't want to get too far ahead of tonight's battle, but I kind of feel like if this was week 1, the Bulldogs probably would have won that game.
Absolutely, I would say so, because that was where the Perth Panthers were starting to also find their feet as well. But in this case over here, I feel like that's just great brawling coming out from the Panthers, understanding what target selection that you needed to have, and there was no in-ways in. I don't think the bat chats were covering the right angles. You can see it's like Dark. 827 damage is the reason why I don't pick him on my fantasy league team. He needs to do more than that as a bat chat, especially when it comes to these brawls. Yes, Madhouse did get 2.5k, but that was more closer towards the end where the damage was effectively nullified. It wasn't at the point where you needed to get the damage done nice and early to get the tanks out of the battle. Really good focus fire from the Panthers. Really well done to make sure they don't take any damage on the way in, and that's all the key at the end of the day that they needed.
Yeah, didn't need that much, and we did obviously take quite a lot of time to get there. But the reality is the Panthers roll out, right? They go to challenge the cap, the pressure, and for whatever reason, the Bulldogs just aren't able to deliver the amount of damage they need to do, right, to make that play work. By the time you've got, what, 90 seconds, 60 seconds left on the clock, and you're just losing tanks. So I can't help but feel like maybe they needed to make more of this play here. You can see once again, you can talk us through it, Kev. Tell me where I'm wrong or tell me where I'm right.
Oh, you're 100% right over here. Where, I mean, look at this. It's like you know all the tanks are coming from, and then they're there, and they still haven't taken any damage. And that's the difference between having a couple of single-shot tanks in the right position to bleed out on the cross, to spot out information, versus having a couple of bat chats. The bat chats are completely split up. You can't go find a tank and murk them. So Dark is still rotating in. Madhouse, I don't think, is penning any shots from here. If he is, he'd be very lucky, obviously, on these E100s. And Dark pretty much gets 3 shots and he dies. Like 2, 3 shots, doesn't matter at that stage. He just goes down for free. And that's not what you want in a bat chat. You'd rather have another 113 or even a super conk at that point in time.
Yeah, not able to make much of it, but congratulations to the Panthers who picked themselves up a defensive side win there on Himmelsdorf. Great start to the night for them, looking to follow suit what we saw last week from the Conquerors. And the Bulldogs now, they've lost a number of maps in a row, Kev. So we'll see how they're going. We'll see who's got the pep talk. Who's the person? If you had to pick someone from the Bulldogs, who's the person who gives the pep talk?
I'd probably pick AVP or Ravi, in all honesty. AVP would be the person that you want in a pep talk, but also at the same time, you want to make sure AVP doesn't go, sideways off the boat sometimes if something doesn't go in his favor. So I also think the Bulldogs tank selection has really been costing them some of these games recently. I look at that lineup and I go, there's a very particular reason why you bring 2 bat chats, but you could have brought 2 50Bs as well into the equation, and that might have been even better, considering that you would have kept your bat chats or your 50Bs in the same position as some of those heavies.
It could just be a scenario that things they were getting away with 3 or 4 weeks ago, Kev, they're not getting away with those same issues anymore, and they're getting punished for it. So we'll see whether the Panthers can punish them again. This would be quite a big one for me if the Panthers can pull off an attacking side victory on Himmelsdorf and go 2-0 up against the Bulldogs, particularly from what we saw last week. Really have to be questioning where the Bulldogs are at if that's the result we're about to see. But don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. So the 50B make his way up to the top there.
Yeah, 50B just spotting the hill, just making sure there's nothing untoward's happening. Obviously, as the attacking side, you've got the ability to take hill just a little bit quicker. Whereas we've got the E3. So the Panthers going for very similar to... I think they did the same thing last week. Obviously, it was just didn't really get implemented that well. AVP's already played out nice and early on. Nice little shot from Lightning Man. And now the E3 is coming into play. And good luck penning him from that distance. I don't think you want to be facing an E3 right now.
Waiting to see what JS can do here.
Yeah, maybe we should have...
Waiting to see him just roll down. He will. He'll start making a play down towards the hill in the E3. Getting quite a long way down as well.
He's got optics as well, which means he's going to outspot Soldat. Oh, you gotta love it sometimes when you just get slapped, or you slap someone from 780 damage and you don't even get lit.
You love to see it if you're a Panthers fan.
Oh, I'm secretly a Panthers fan. Just I can't support them after what Darcy said as a result, so...
You're going to hold that against him forever, Kev.
I will. That is not something you say to people. Even in a joking... Actually, you know what? You say it's a joking manner, but also at the same time, it means I'm never going to predict the Panthers ever again.
You do exactly say it in a joking manner, to be fair.
Exactly.
JS, not joking today, he's going to push on through with E100 now forced back and not wanting to take that fight once again. Doesn't want to get clapped by the E3 2 times in a row, and I can understand why. Actually giving up quite a lot of map pressure here, but the rotation coming round from the Bulldogs, the question I have, is it going to pay off or is it going to catch them out once again with not enough tanks in the brawl?
Difference here is that you do have a couple of 113s over here for the Bulldogs that are able to rotate across. You've got the 50B, however, on the Panthers ready to strike. It doesn't have enough damage, though. Lightning Man does not have enough to get rid of one of these 113s by themselves. So, obviously, Madhouse is waiting for this as well. Madhouse is looking, but Lightning Man... just a little bit more patient. Ships in the night, tanks in the desert, whatever you want to call it. Either way... the 6'7" monster is about to come from behind you, and that's something that's... it's never nice.
Going to be Tilt City. It's going to be surprise. How many shots can I fire into the back of the 113s? We'll see what this 50B can do. Lightning Man, it's all up to you, buddy. Can you make the most of this? You can see a lot of damage going down onto Madhouse there. Almost getting picked up now. Potentially one shot away. That is not what Madhouse was looking for, and that's for sure. Down to about 4 minutes now on the clock as the E100 jumps onto the point. We'll see whether they actually play for the capture or not. But the 2 113s having to deal with this 50B, which potentially puts the Bulldogs at a disadvantageous position the rest of the team brawl.
Yeah, I mean, well, Lightning Man actually bounces a shot there, so I don't know how you do that in a 50B, but Madhouse just absolutely gets murked for free, pretty much. One of the other 113s not really in the fight. They were unable to get rid of Goober on the cross, which means you're having so many separated fights at this point in time. Obviously, Ravi will be able to take down Lightning Man at the end of the day. He's got one left in the clip. Might be tempted, obviously, to put it into one of these tanks. I mean, the cap pressure isn't that immense just yet where you're going to lose the game immediately, but you have to be cautious because HP obviously is very equal. Tank favor, though, back into the Bulldogs, so they do manage to get rid of, well, just for a little bit. 3-on-3, Dark's going to come into the fight, and this is where the E3 is going to struggle a little bit because he's not really in, I guess, the brawl right now.
And that's the problem.
Very important he gets rid of AVP right now. There it is. Great shot coming forward. Ravi will be forced to utilize some of these shots to get rid of the E100, and that's going to be a bit of a difference maker as well.
2 tanks on the capture point. The E100 goes down. 25 seconds remains. It's a 2v2, but of course the Bulldogs have a pretty good idea of where the Panthers are sitting. Ravi on the right, Dark on the left, and JS and Pro Loser are going to go back to back here to try and fend this one off. The Bulldogs going to roll around at the same time, looking to reset. They do, but now we're going to brawl this one out on the cap. The capture pressure is relieved momentarily. Dark trying to get as many sneaky shots as he can before JS turns around. JS will punish him, though. We'll see whether Dark can chase down. Is he going to try and chase down Pro Loser, or is it's going to be 2 1v1s? Well, it's a 1v1 that you look like Dark is going to win, and a 1v1 between Ravi and Pro Loser that, even if it goes Pro Loser's way, is in a tough spot to win from here.
Yeah, Dark's just going to back off. You're much more numerable in the 113 at the end of the day. So, well, Dark redeeming himself a little bit for that game. Just chuck him in the 113. He says that he's been really enjoying this tank. He says with some of the field modifications that you can get on it, it's got 2600 HP. And it travels as fast as the medium tank. Like, look at the speed on the thing right now. You're never going to catch him as an E100. And all Dark is going to do, we like to call this a rainbow strategy. If this is the first time that you come in and watch ANZPL, you may ask what the rainbow strategy is. That's called you just completely book it to win the game.
Just run away?
You book it. Like, I was going to think of a good Australian analogy when you're going to be booking, but generally it's all negative connotations, so we'll stop that analogy right there.
Plenty of opportunities to book it in life, Kev. Knock and run.
Yeah.
It's lighting the bag on the doorstep. The poop inside. Did you ever do that?
No, I didn't, Ben.
No, me neither, actually. I was actually a good kid. Little would you know. But I wasn't that cool. You and I are probably more likely to be booking it from bullies in the schoolyard, sadly.
No, I actually liked taking a bit of a swing, but that's just back in the day. I'm not that person anymore. I'm a reformed man.
We'll have to come back to this some other time, Kev. Your life as a pro boxer in the schoolyard.
I don't think it was a pro boxer. It was just a bit of a brawl sometimes. But here we are, after a big elongated brawl, the Bulldogs will come out 1-1 apiece. So Himmelsdorf will be a draw at the end of the day. That was a nice one, and definitely this series keeping things exciting for now, Ben. I'm really enjoying this once again.
It's been a good game, and Himmelsdorf was pretty good there. And the Panthers, even though unable to pick up the victory on the attacking side of Himmelsdorf, they took it most of the way, and it could have come down to the wire. To be honest, I did enjoy seeing Lightning Man in the Amex 50B just sort of lurking out, just waiting, stalking his prey. Madhouse, like, where's his? He must be here somewhere. I'm going to wait. I'm going to find him, but just not willing to wait long enough. And Pro Loser, 3.5k on the damage charts there in the E100. Unfortunately, Kev, not enough to find themselves the victory on the attacking side, which we know it's always a little bit of a pain, right? Even if you're in a good spot, it doesn't matter. You still got to get the cap, or you got to get the last kill, and the E100 probably not going to catch the 113.
Yeah, I mean, not probably. Absolutely no time of the week will it. E100 can go, 30 kilometers per hour, and it'll take a while to get there. 113 can go up to, I think 60 kilometers per hour with the right configuration, maybe even more. So it's just not even a contest.
Town car, Kev. Yeah. Get you where you need to go. Though, I do want to give kudos here to Dark. Some impressive damage and playing it out smartly. Almost 5k there on the 113, and of course, as to be expected, knowing exactly the right play in that 2v2, which led down, of course, to the 1v1. So that will keep the Bulldogs in the game tonight, 1 apiece. And I'll let you take us through these highlights, Kev, because there were a few of them here.
Yeah, I mean, JS obviously early on bleeds out this E100, suppresses the E100 from actually spotting as an early result. So, which means that, okay, you're going to have to make some movements across the rest of the field. And that's the part where the E100s actually bleed out so much HP on the cross. So, I think the Panthers lost a lot of HP thanks to Ravi doing damage, chipping them on the cross, and then Lightning Man kind of gets caught out in the open. Ravi is there ready and waiting, holding his clip. They understand Lightning Man's the danger. Not really Cooper, that's the one shot, not really Twitch. Sure, AVP is losing that because he's lost HP earlier on. Sure, Soldat's lost HP earlier on, and he's going to lose that brawl any day of the week. But the E3 isn't in the position to go do the damage. You let the E3 do whatever he wants. He can't push and get to you. He can't do anything but sit on cap. And that means that he's a tank out of the battle. You utilize your numbers from there. You utilize your maneuverability. That's exactly what Dark did. That's exactly what Ravi did. They get the recess that you need to, and from there on in, you play the rest of the game. So beautiful stuff from the Bulldogs. Composure, not really rushing things. 3 segmented fights, honestly, happening all over the place. But at the end of the day, the Bulldogs come out on top.
They do indeed. So that brings us from Himmelsdorf now across to Prokhorovka. Now, this is a map, Kev, that we don't see too many attacking side victories on, but if there were a team to do it, and we've seen it so far this season, it's going to be the Bulldogs. So potential here for the Bulldogs maybe to bring this one back and close out the night without having to go through to the tiebreaker. But as we said, feels like the Panthers have come a long way since week 1 of the season. So you're going to make the Bulldogs fight for it, that's for sure. We'll see whether the Bulldogs have changed up their strats here or not on Prokhorovka. Kev, are we going with tiebreak, or you think we're going to have a result after Prok?
I honestly hope we go to a tiebreaker. This is actually, this is the map that defines, I think, both teams right now. I mean, I think for Bulldogs, you can make arguments for Sand River being one of their bastions, but Perth Panthers, I think it's also the case that for them, they have been proving themselves to be improving on Prokhorovka, showing something a bit different, and this is, wow, 2 Tier 100 LTs on the attack. That is not something you normally see every single day.
They do
Not
seem
one,
to like
2.
them on this map. Did they both accidentally pick one? No, I want the T100 LT. No, I want the T100 LT.
Well, I mean, even if it's like, this is the problem now for the Panthers. I don't know if the T100 LT double pick was to counteract Lightning Man, because we know Lightning Man does play the T100 LT. It is a fantastic light tank driver as well. But to pull out 2 T100 LT means you can take control of the entire half of the map, which is almost impossible in Prokhorovka. But you can't do anything for the Panthers. I'd like to see some of this equipment run or layout as well. I'd like to see what Dark as well as Madhouse are running in the T100 LTs. And I want to point out, maybe this is a bit of a difference you'll see between the loadout of, say, Safi, who's playing it earlier on, even Trax, who I know plays it occasionally.
Uber just sitting here, waiting. And look how far back the Panthers are sitting. They don't want to have anything to do with this. Bulldogs, what do you got in store for us? They're waiting for the attacking side to make a play. Makes sense to me. And it has worked in the past mainly, except of course the only times I've seen this struggle so far, Kev, is if you push too far up along the tracks and you get punished for it.
Now, this map was actually based on historical location of Prokhorovka.
Thanks, Kev.
No worries. A lot of T-34s were lost on that day.
Were you there?
No.
Okay.
Once again, nice, slow, steady game of Prokhorovka, because you don't really want to throw away one of your light tanks over here, but I think you're starting to cotton onto a couple of things as the Bulldogs, because you can see what Madhouse was doing. Sorry, not Madhouse. What Dark was doing earlier on. You might see him driving around and shooting, and what that does is if you do that in a position where you shoot and you instantly get safe, what that allows you to do is firing breaks your camo. Now, I think some players in NA don't know this, but if you fire as a light tank, all of a sudden the concealment bonuses that you have are completely gone. So what you want to do as a result then, if you want to stay hidden when you fire, we do a thing called double bush. But in this case here, you fire to see if you get lit by an enemy tank. So that's the loadout of one of them. So important to note, once again, not low nose exhaust being run, but a gun rammer, which is completely fine, because you do sometimes want the DPM, especially in this 5-on-5 format.
Out here throwing shade on NA players. It's okay. I understand.
I think only
4
some
minutes
people
down.
get that reference.
I don't know. You tell me, Kev. Running out of time. 4 minutes on the clock. But to be fair, 4 minutes still quite a way to go. And Dark, is he going to be able to find the bat chat up the back? And are we going to drive the tractor?
I think he will, to be honest, but the question is, how is he going to dig him out? That's the next question. He's definitely been spotted there. So Goober takes one shot. I don't know. Oh, the Leopard is high enough. Oh, man, they were not expecting him to come up over here. AVP, I think, unfortunately, missing a shot. Might be a tracking one. Madhouse not able to connect either. There's a Leopard shot connecting. There's another one missing from Madhouse. Goober now going to try and be safe over here. Mass rotation coming forward, but they have so much control right now on this side of the rails. Goober has lost so much HP as a result. This is not good for the Panthers.
Yeah, look, it's going to try and perhaps full send it now, rushing towards the train tracks, but they're on the wrong side. Dark trying to come in and finish off the bat chat using the T100 LT. Goober just one shot away. Dark taking a fair bit of damage for his troubles. Goober making him work for it, and Dark does manage to get that one through in the nick of time. Lightning Man rolls across in the VZ55. One shot, two shot. Looks to drop on back, but will get punished as well. Pro loser in the STB1 down the very end of the tracks also. So 4 tanks alive for both sides with Dark going down, and the cap has been stopped. But the brawl has just begun.
Yeah, the problem is you can't mill around over here at mid. The Leopard's going to be free farming at this point. I saw so many missed and bounced shots coming out from the Panthers, unfortunately, which means the difference between actually having some of these tanks, I guess, still available. Obviously, Ravi doesn't want to be caught in no man's land. Madhouse thinking about pressuring, but needs to be cautious. A couple of EZs now off the clip, ready to come into the equation, ready to try to fight it out. No cap pressure with just 2 minutes left. This is looking okay for the Panthers. They've got the tanks in the right place to get the resets. They're not bleeding out to the Leopard. But the question is going to be, when one of these tanks comes onto the cap, what are you going to do? The STB1 going to try to suppress once again. Ravi trying to make sure that the STB can't push up.
Yeah, so the Bulldogs essentially get one more chance to make this same cap pressure play. We'll see how much damage they can get onto the Panthers this time around. You can see the Bulldogs, whilst the number takes even, they have a massive HP advantage as Madhouse is going to roll on and make that 2 tanks and 45 seconds remaining on the clock here for the capture. So the pressure is on the Panthers to try and get the reset. Ravi going to try and deal with the STB1, but I'm not sure if he's 100% sure. The JS is there as well in the VZ55. But that's the reset, and the cap pressure now is reset momentarily. One more reset might do the job here for the Panthers.
That said, though, you can see how they're juggling this around at the moment. They're trying to protect all the cap points that Madhouse has. Actually, they're trying to bait this out at the moment. Now they're going to go in for the fight. But I don't know if this is the right play. The Leopard's come off the hill. It looks like the Leopard wants to get involved. 1 minute left to get through 6 or 5,000 HP. Definitely enough. Madhouse going to cross over the rails. The IS-7 missing a shot. Soldat is going to go for Lightning Man, I believe. The Leopard 1 coming forward. Lots of damage being done to Soldat because he's one of the DPM machines. He is going to go down. However, the VZ's still alive for now. AVP, what is he going to be focusing on as the IS-7 looks like he's turning back the damage at this point in time. Madhouse, yes, he's there, but not enough damage coming out from the T100 LT. And the 60 TP and Ravi as well trying to assist, but he just doesn't have the DPM. AVP is going to go down, and just like that, I think the Panthers have done enough to sneak a victory. There shouldn't be enough damage coming across towards the final 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's a 3v2, and whilst the HP is an advantage to the Bulldogs, without enough tanks in the battle, I don't know, as you say, Kev, whether there's going to be enough here. Even if Madhouse finds the IS-7, you've got Ravi in a 1v2. It's a pretty tough spot to be in. 3 seconds on the clock. The Panthers going to come through with the defensive side victory here on Prokhorovka. There were good moments there for the Bulldogs. And again, Kev, I think that 3 or 4 weeks ago, the Bulldogs probably would have won that game. The Panthers have been able to, I think they've really started to bring it back this season, and the things that were working for the Bulldogs at the start of the season are not working for them anymore. And everyone is making them work for the points, and that's certainly what the Panthers are doing tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, that was also a very unique lineup, right? 2 T100 LTs, and that almost works. They dig out Goober almost for free. If a couple of extra shots connect, that would have been a dead Goober. That's an instant 5-4 where you don't lose any HP. Then you can reset the position of one of the T100 LTs. And I think Dark actually going down early on because he takes a lot of damage. Great focus fire coming out from the Panthers at the right time, getting rid of one of these tanks, and obviously Goober doing enough. Then, it's like you look at that and you just go, the SB was untouched. Pro loser, 4,000 damage. That's what you want from your STB. He's just absolutely farming up the damage for the Panthers and just not enough. Not enough from the Bulldogs at the end of the day.
So explain to me, and the noob that I am, Kev, what is the benefit of the second T100 LT?
So I think what you can do with the first T100 LT is that at the beginning, you're able to take control of the entire map, especially when you notice they don't have a light tank. So you take control of the entire map, you understand where their tanks could potentially be, then you slowly start digging it out so you force them into a single quarter. I think what should have happened and what the Bulldogs were probably planning to do with the two T100 LTs, you get rid of the Bat Chatter Goober after you take that island control, then you rotate one of the T100 LTs into the open field, and then from there, it's almost impossible to even play the game. You're going to lose at that stage, but Dark goes down. And I think that is a differentiating factor between it being a very clean victory for the Bulldogs and it being just an absolute clean, not a clean sweep, but a much tighter game. And as a result, at the end of the day, it being so tight.
Does Dark go down because they don't get Goober fast enough here?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So you look over here, you can count the amount of so Dark has to commit into here. So he takes one extra shot, goes too far, doesn't fire, gets into the riverbed. So he takes an additional shot here. Sure, he gets the kill, but the SDB1, I do believe, cleans up on him, or another tank cleans up. And at the end, if they were able to get rid of the Bat Chat on the island, the T100 LT and Dark can then rotate back and take all the map control either Madhouse was going to take, or Madhouse could have gone to the other side, spotted out all the VZs and the IS-7 coming back into rotation, put pressure on the SDB1 from the other side, and from there on in, it's easy pickings. You're forcing a Panthers into a 4-on-4 fight where they're never in a favorable position. But as a result, because you lose one of the T100 LTs, you can't get the flank, so you're hoping that the SDB1 overextends. Pro Loser's not going to overextend. You're hoping the VZs overextend. They realize the danger of there's a Leopard 1 on the island. How do you ensure a Leopard 1 doesn't farm? Easy. You don't sit there.
Easy, Kev. You don't let them out of the zoo, bro. You don't let the leopard out. Otherwise, if you let them onto a farm, that's real bad. You're not going to have any animals left. You're going to have a really fat leopard.
And I think at the end as well, the Bulldogs, the way they drove over the tracks was so weird because I think they panicked. And that was so uncharacteristic. They panicked and they went, we need to take this fight. We need to get rid of these two tanks now. The Leopard drives in first. And the Super Conk doesn't really try to play hold down. It's like you let the Leopard drive over. I felt like it would have been a lot better if they drove into a bit of a crossfire position. Nevertheless, I mean, it's the Panthers up 2-1.
Yeah.
And sure, they're on the attack at Prokhorovka, but as I said, they are not a poor Prokhorovka team. They were able to beat the Conquerors on the attack.
Yeah, and let's be real, the Bulldogs have struggled under pressure. They're not very good. It feels they haven't been great at bringing it back. And again, some of those individual plays that were getting them out of tough situations or putting them in even better situations early season aren't doing the goods for them now. They're not getting what they need from those plays. So the pressure is on for the Bulldogs and the Panthers now with an opportunity here, Kev, to give the Bulldogs 2 surprise losses in a row.
And that would be fantastic for the Panthers. It would be a huge revitalization for their I guess, season. And obviously for the Bulldogs, it's another further dent because you're looking at this, you're going, well, for the Bulldogs, where to from here if you do drop the series? Even a tiebreaker, it's kind of like a bittersweet victory. That said, Panthers definitely stepping up towards the latter half, and I don't mind that. Teams that keep it close, it makes the league so much better.
It does, and that's exactly what we want to see. Each and every season, these games are getting closer and closer. Unlike all of the tanks on the map at the moment, where one team is in the top right corner and the other team is in the bottom left corner, and we're all just we're just chilling together with our pals. Social distancing, one would say, between the teams. So I can understand that. But the push now is coming through from the Panthers. Let's see how far they get with this.
I think it's going to be the same old from the Panthers, where you decide to get Lightning Man onto the cap, knock it over. Dark is in a different bush, or I'd say different bush, but he's in the same bush that he was in the week against the Archers.
The one that Safi didn't spot.
I mean, Safi didn't have the loadout to spot it, firstly, and I don't think you're ever going to outspot a T100 LT on Prokhorovka when he's sitting in a bush like that, so...
Just open your eyes, bro.
Just open your periscope. Get your commander to look harder for tanks.
Look harder, mate. Where are your glasses? Yeah, exactly.
He's got 55% camo, sir. Look harder. Excuse is not accepted over here.
So the Panthers have managed to get all the way down the western side of the map. And they'll be able to probably make all their way through to the A-line and see that there's no one around them for now. And the Bulldogs, they'll expect to probably sitting on the other side of the tracks. They probably expect Dark and the T100 LT might be in a similar position to before. Pro Loser, the first one spotted out. Lightning Man gets a little bit further and just spotted before he gets onto the cap. And now the cap pressure is on here from the Panthers. Lightning Man perhaps trying to see where Dark is, who is yet to be spotted.
I mean, the question is, do you suspect that he's going to be in the same bush? Or, like, even if you suspect he's in the same bush, you're never going to dig this position out as a result. So, I mean, this is now starting to become precarious because you have to overextend it. This is what the Super Conqueror and the CS is for. To bleed out some of this HP. And Dark, I think, realizes he needs to kind of come in for a spot. He's going to try to get a sneaky reset in while trying not to make sure he gets punished. So he's coming in from the same angle that you normally have to. From the north sector, the question is... Oh, sorry, from the south sector. The question is he going to spot Lightning Man? Absolutely not. He gets the shot onto the Super Conk, but he doesn't spot out Lightning Man. And this is huge because it doesn't matter if Pro Loser goes down. Lightning Man's got the cap points.
He was on there first, and he's sitting there with a lot of them. So someone's going to have to deal with this T100 LT of the Panthers. And the Bulldogs are running out of time. It's that real balance between full send to reset the cap and then not being in a position where you're going to lose once you do it. There's Lightning Man spotted out. Dark goes deep. Put it back to 60 seconds on the clock. But with 3 minutes 50 on the battle timer, the cap timer still in a pretty good spot here for the Panthers. The Bulldogs are making their move.
That was a very important reset in the context of things. Not only does he spot out where the CS is, but he's also able to get more time for the SDBs to get into position. Lightning Man obviously placing pressure, trying to utilize the HP advantage that the Panthers currently have, because look at this, it's a 3,000 HP difference at this point in time. The Panthers, I think they've done it. They bled out the Bulldogs enough as they had to try to get the reset. They understood this is now not the play. Now they're just going to utilize their tanks into the battle to win it. And I think that's it. The Panthers will completely upset. They're up by 3,000 HP at the moment.
I don't want to say it's an insurmountable lead, Kev, because this is ANZPL and any throw is possible, but the Panthers have played this very smartly. The Bulldogs have tried their best, but they haven't been able to dig them out without giving too much away. 3k, 2.5k HP now left for the Bulldogs, and that STB1 rolls on in. Probably not long for this world as he does go down Dark with very little to work with, and, well, one short of lead HP here for the Bulldogs as well. Panthers, they're going to do it. Huge kudos to them right now, Kev. For having the IS-7, the last one alive. And the Panthers, it's 2 weeks in a row where the two teams, the bottom of the leaderboard, have taken down the Brisbane Bulldogs. And to do it there with 2 points on Proc or Robker, it's one to get the defensive side victory on Proc. Right, Kev? You can say, look, good job. You know, it's pretty tough to get an attacking side win, but then to do it against the Bulldogs when the Bulldogs have done so well on the map throughout the season really does show, firstly, how far the Panthers have come, and potentially maybe it's time for the Bulldogs to start thinking about what they need to do differently.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like a lot of things obviously not going right for the Bulldogs at the moment. JS, I mean, leading once again in terms of the damage chart. He's definitely stepped up. I mean, I'm definitely towards the end of this season right now. I'm not seeing any JS moments. I'm just seeing Panthers moments at the moment. JS is just going, yeah, the moments that you're seeing right now is me winning. I'm doing damage and winning, guys. So definitely wanted to avoid the wooden spoon. That's why he's just to step up the game. But just wow, what can I say? Great series coming out from the Panthers, understanding what they needed to do. And for the Bulldogs, I mean, this is now starting to be a bit of a concern. That's 2 weeks in a row now that they've dropped down in these series. And yes, they've been close series, but the way that some of these battles go, they're not close at all.
It's a bit of a wild ride, I'm going to be honest, Kev. The fact that they beat the teams who they're competing against with at the top of the table, and the games they're dropping against the teams who had been struggling to find victories so far this season. It kind of feels like, the playing field is really leveling out here, and it's great to see. And, I didn't want to write the Panthers off, and I didn't want to write the Conquerors off last week, but off the basis of how well the Bulldogs had played, it was hard not to. So tonight we're going to get to the end. We're going to take a look at the leaderboard after 5 weeks of play. I'm going to say, I don't think it's ever been closer.
I mean, I was going to say, I think it has been closer. I think that's the greatest thing about ANZPL sometimes is how close it is until the final week. There's no such thing as a useless match. Every single game is important. And just looking at this once again, I feel like this is how the Panthers succeeded so much against the Conquerors. The VZ is in the correct position, nice and early on. So much bleed damage onto AVP is trying to get the reset to get into the position. You bleed him out that much, that's when the VZ can come across and get the rest of the work done. Obviously, Lightning Man stays unlit long enough to punish Dark. Dark has to get the reset. The SB1s then get absolutely farmed out by JS, who... I have to say, calling, if it's been him that's calling, it's been absolutely phenomenal these last 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Definitely been doing some good work in Pro Loser, even then with the salute at the end. Just allows Goober to maybe get some more Fantasy League points in. What an excellent teammate. He probably looks at the stats afterwards, looks at the numbers, crunch the numbers, and decide to appease the Goober fans.
I wonder how AVP's sitting on the leaderboard now. When we take a look at that next week, will he still be at the top of the MVP list? I'm not so sure.
I think it might be Russian.
After 2 weeks of defeats, yeah, you have to be questioning, is it time for a change at the top of the Alienware MVP leaderboard? We'll have to wait till next week to see that, but potentially it's time for it to happen. And it's just so good to see, Kev, how these teams, and that's kind of what it's about, right? And that's how the draft system works. If you have an average season, you get that opportunity to pick first for the next season, and obviously that makes sense as you're kind of trying to fill up these teams with the best available players to sort of even it out. And I'm not going to say that it's a full even playing field, but I don't know. I think it hasn't been close. I know that normally the top 6 or so are close around this time of the season, but the fact that any team is a shot at top 4 right now, and not even necessarily a long shot, I don't think, or I think we'll get there, and most teams will be not too many points away. So it's going to be pretty close. But what's not going to be close, and I'm sure we'll get to this later, I'm a little bit worried for my predictions for tonight.
I was going to say, yeah, I don't think your predictions they're looking like mine from last week. And considering how much I got dumped on me, we'll just dump it on Elfish Guy instead. I think that's the easier thing.
It's all Elfish Guy.
It's all Elfish Guy's fault.
I'm the host normally. I'm not supposed to get my predictions right. I'm just supposed to be the guy who throws out, a couple of good ones, a couple of crazy ones, and then we get there. Elfish Guy comes straight into Discord and picks my picks. Look at this. He's copied me, and all he got right was the Matildas, which is what we all got right. And then he got the Archers wrong, and he got the Skorpions wrong, and he got the Bulldogs wrong. This is why you don't copy the dumb kids' homework, Jordan. I don't know why you'd copy my answers, bro. But it hasn't worked out for you tonight. Kev, you've done well. I kind of did feel like that Scorpion Sentinels game was going to be 50-50. So you certainly got the 50-50 there. The Action X over the Archers, I certainly wasn't expecting that to come out in the fashion that we saw. And yes, the Bulldogs were in the bin last week, but I kind of thought that maybe an adult would come along and say, "Oi, Bulldogs, get out of the bin. What are you doing in there? That's not for dogs. Don't do that. Come on, get out. Stop making a mess." But apparently no adult has turned up, and no one told the Bulldogs to get out of the bin. And the Panthers have punished them for it. So let's go and take a look at today's results, and we'll see those scores and reiterate it one more time. We started this one off. The Matildas took down the Conquerors. Good to see the Matildas coming back in form. The Conquerors, unfortunately, unable to back up a good result last week up against the Bulldogs. The Action X took down the Archers and did so in pretty good form. So I'm not going to say questions for the Archers, but good to see the Action X back at it. The Sentinels then took down the Skorpions. The Skorpions, in typical Skorpion fashion, were on match point and got reverse swept by the Sentinels yet again, very reminiscent of the semi-finals earlier on. And then the Panthers took down the Bulldogs and did so. Like, to see them do it on Prokhorovka is, to me, the ultimate. They punished them. This was a map I thought the Bulldogs were going to be good on. And tonight, the Panthers were just one step ahead. So I've hyped this up, Kev. We've talked to it. We said, I can't wait to see the leaderboard at the end of the night. Let's go take a look. Let's see where we're at the end of week 5. At the top, the Sentinels, #we back, up there right now on 10 points. The Skorpions close behind on 10 points as well, but the Sentinels in top spot. The Matildas in 3rd, the Bulldogs in 4th, the Action X in 5th, the Archers in 6th, and close behind them. I'm surprised to see it, not as a result of tonight's result, Kev, but we'd said this at the start of the season, to see the Panthers only 2 points behind the top 4. It's a pretty good spot to be. The Conquerors down there in 8th. And if you're querying how some of these teams are on the same points, their head-to-head comes into play. Obviously, the Sentinels won tonight against the Skorpions, and the Action X beat the Archers as well. So, I don't know, Kev, maybe this is a little bit silly. If I'd asked you at the start of the season to say, can you tell me what is the order of the leaderboard at the end of week 5? Is this what you pick?
I have enough faith in the Sentinels to probably back them being near the top 4. I wasn't expecting them to be number 1. I'll be realistic about it. Normally the Sentinels do struggle during the regular season, but I have enough faith in them that they'll make the playoffs. I think the biggest surprise for me probably it's probably the Archers, to be honest. I was expecting the Archers to probably be like up in the top 4. Then again, there's only 3 points separating it, right? That's only a single victory at the end of the day. So,
yeah,
I think that's the only surprise. Maybe the Archers not being higher up per se. But reality is, there's only a couple of points that are separating some of these teams away from the other teams. It's not that much. So
it's not that much, Kev. It's
exactly.
3 points separates 1st and 6th, right? So you could literally go from 6th to 1st if things don't go, a particular way. And then the Panthers in 7th are still within shot of the top 4 as well. So it's only the Conquerors who are a little bit on struggle street right now, but even they, I don't think, are necessarily out of it. It would take an almighty effort across the last 2 weeks of the season to see them back into it. But certainly, as we can see here, not only is the top 4 not settled in terms of points, but I'm not even sure who the top 4 in terms of pure skill, ability, and probability of making it through to the grand final are right now. I think we have a good 6 or 7 teams here in contention. It's very, very close, and it's been an epic season so far. So let's go take a look at our next round of matches, noting that we have a break week next week. I think it's because Elfish Guy, I think he was going to get his hair done. He was hoping that we'd be out of lockdown by then, and he had to get his hair done, and we couldn't have 2 weeks in a row without Elfish Guy. So I think that's why next week's a break week. But our next round of matches in 2 weeks' time, noting the time changes there as well. It will be because we've got a daylight savings time coming up, Kev. So the Skorpions up against the Archers, the Action X up against the Conks, the Panthers up against the Matildas, and the Sentinels against the Bulldogs. If I had to pick my favorite games of what we see there, I think the Skorpions and the Archers and the Sentinels and the Bulldogs. What do you think your highlights will be?
I mean, I would agree with that one, but also the Panthers and the Matildas, low-key, that's a series that is quite solid. I think this is going to be a huge determining factor whether the Panthers can continue their meteoric rise, right? The Panthers have been slowly taking out opponents, and sure, Conquerors may not be that impressive. Maybe you can consider their one-off against the Bulldogs a fluke, but then the Panthers then take a victory against the Bulldogs themselves. That's starting to look a little bit more solid, so that might be a match that determines who makes their way into the finals.
Yeah, and we are getting to that point of the season, right? We've got 2 weeks of regular season matches left. It was the Bulldogs who I kind of felt like last season, managed to find their way back into the swing of things towards the end of the season. It seems to be the opposite for them this time around. For the Sentinels, as you said, I kind of agree, Kev. The Sentinels, to me, are always the team that maybe works their way through into finals as well. I don't always necessarily expect them to be at the top of the leaderboard, but you'd be silly to not expect them to make their way through to finals. So, nevertheless, 2 weeks' time, we'll be back with week number 6. Elfish Guy will be here. Something to keep in note as well, Kev, is obviously we've got a week off and daylight savings is coming into effect in parts of Australia next week as well. So I would encourage you to check the times close to the matches to make sure that you are across when the matches are starting. You don't want to miss your drops. You don't want to miss your games. We're getting very, very close to the end of the season. And I can't tell you who the top 4 is going to be. Kev, any last words apart from how glorious it was not to have Elfish Guy here?
No, it was definitely another great week at Tanks. I'll be a little bit sad that obviously we'll have a bit of a break for a while, but you know what? That just means more time to kind of grind up my battle pass. I'll see if I can get it to level 100 by the end of 2 weeks' time. I don't think anyone would be expecting that because that's a lot of levels.
You got a lot of work to do, Kev, but that's okay. Not as much work maybe as Madhouse has to do to get the Bulldogs back in the line. We'll wait and see. We've got 2 weeks. We'll take next week off. We'll be back. I hope you all enjoyed yourself. It's ANZPL Season 3, Week 5. Enjoy your weekend. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time. Have a great weekend.